Chapter 5002. At this moment, all the Dayan immortals in the third and fifth heavens stopped their cultivation and stood in the void, looking at the huge formation with scorching eyes, and their hearts were surging. The galaxy's celestial formation opened. The chaos was extremely dark and emptied, and the surrounding sky of hundreds of millions of square meters was smudged by the great purple intent, and wisps of purple intent tassels fell down, reflecting everything like a galaxy. Standing at the outermost periphery of the fairy formation, Jian Wushuang watched this scene solemnly, and he was finally convinced that what Yu Yao said was true. Once this gathering of 10 rank 9 great fairy immortals and 100,000 fairy immortals galaxy fairy array opens, this silent sea will inevitably be torn open. In the center of the immortal formation, Yu Yao has great fortune. A total of 9 stages of the 9 revolving great Yangtze's energy and luck turned into a beam of light, and under her guidance, it completely blasted above the eyes of the galaxy immortal array. OM. Bursts of ancient sounds, resounding through the 8 wilderness. The Star River immortal array, which had been quiet for many years, was completely opened at this moment. The endless Hongmeng, purple meaning stopped falling, all hovering in the void, and began to quickly construct a flowing purple, dense pattern. When all the grandiose and purple meanings were transformed into purple, dense patterns, this galaxy fairy array, based on the entire 5-layer heaven, was completely constructed. 9 rank 9 Dayan immortals are the most basic formation eyes of the 9 fangs, and their luck caused the galaxy immortal formation to flow. Looking at this magnificent immortal formation, Jian Wushuang keenly noticed that the immortal formation seemed to have only 9 eyes, but in fact there was another one behind Yu Yao, but the eyes were in a hidden state and had not been opened yet. And Zun Gu Xianjun stood above the eyes of the square. "My dear immortals, please release all your luck," Yu Yao said loudly, supporting such a magnificent fairy formation with her own strength, and she could no longer hold on to it. "We, whether we can leave or not, is here in one fell swoop." Jiang Lian and Di Qing looked at each other, and then they all bloomed out of luck. It was just the 3 of them. The strength and luck released by them were all prosperous to the extreme, pushing this galaxy fairy formation to the peak. Excluding Yu Yao, the remaining 5 rank 9 Dayan immortals conveyed their most majestic luck without any hesitation. Rank 9 Dayan immortal is already at its peak, and the luck contained in one of the heavenly planes can never be compared with them. They are the strongest, and they are also terrible existences that can feel the Emperor's luck. So at this moment, when the general weather of the 8 rank 9 Dayan immortals were formed together, the galaxy immortal formations were open. Hundreds of thousands of strands of grandiose purple meaning condensed into purple dense patterns, and the huge and magnificent beam of light completely reflected the entire sky. Zun Gu Xianjun stood above the silent eyes behind Yu Yao, watching this scene nervously. His heart was like beating a drum, and he had waited so long that day, and he was almost desperate for so long. But now there is hope for everything. There must be no mistakes. At this moment, including Jian Wushuang, who was standing at the outermost periphery, was equally dignified and was able to leave the sea of borders this time. The world has changed, and the luck of the 9 Dayan immortals is too terrifying and magnificent. At this moment, the entire galaxy immortal formation has no suspense open. Like a dust-covered Tianmen, it burst out with hundreds of millions of rays of light. Led by Yu Yao, the 9 ranks of the Nineth rank great Yangtze's Qi luck joined forces to attack the dust-covered heaven above the immortal formation. OM. Between heaven and earth, a heavy buzzing broke out again, and all the Dayan immortals' onlookers were repelled by these fluctuations. Even Jian Wushuang, who deliberately guarded his mind, was surging by the wave of blood. But even with this power, they couldn't break the dust-covered heaven gate above the immortal array. Yu Yao snorted. An ray of blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. The ancient Xianjun, who sensed this change, was shocked. He noticed something was wrong and hurriedly prepared to help. "Respect the ancients, don't move," Yu Yao said in a deep voice, her high arms unleashing endless momentum. When the two collided, the Tianmen erupted with a deep roar, which was no longer as unbreakable as before. Zun Gu Xianjun had to stand back to the eyes of the original formation and continued to watch the scene nervously. This stalemate lasted for a long period of time, and the Galaxy Immortal Array, which gathered 9 ninth-rank Immortals and 100,000 Immortals, had become extremely radiant, and Hongmengzi almost formed water mist. Above the sky, the dusty giant gate also began to give birth to fine cracks at this moment. At this moment, even Jian Wushuang was secretly nervous. Once the dusty heavenly gate was broken, the sea of no edge would be completely opened. Zun Gu Xianjun was even more excited, almost going to the center of the formation to add strength. At this point, the Star River Immortal Array successfully operated, and there was no problem with the origin of the first eye. If this situation continues, it is only a matter of time to break through the dusty goalkeeper. The 9 ranks of the great Yanxian, mainly Zhanglian, and the Diqing 3, provide a steady stream of qi, yun, and blessings, and bless the immortal formation to break through the heavenly gate above the head. The gate of heaven is unstoppable, and there are many cracks. Yu Yao has 8 supreme fortunes in her body, and is almost integrated with the Galaxy Immortal Array, exuding a great power that cannot be directly looked at. But the next moment, the Galaxy Immortal Array that kept gathering energy and luck to hit Tianmen suddenly stopped. The huge pillar of Hongmeng purple light also stopped suddenly and then dimmed. In the center of the immortal formation, Yu Yao suddenly vomited colorful blood, and her gas flow passed by at an unimaginable speed. This change came so quickly that when all Dian Immortals reacted, they could no longer reverse it. The Immortal Array shook, all the flowing purple dense patterns began to dim, and the air luck regurgitated, and all flowed into the Immortal Array. Then, the first eyes that had been dusty quietly opened at this moment. Zun Gu Xianjun stood in the same place. The joy in S eyes has not even subsided, replaced by the surprise and despair of good luck. The most worrying thing finally happened. The broken eyes of the Star River Immortal Array in the first stage, finally unable to withstand such a degree of luck, began to counter-currently repair itself. 9 rank 9 Immortals. All the chi luck released by them was swallowed by the Galaxy Immortal Array at this moment, flowing continuously into the first eye. Looking at the opened eyes in front of him, Zun Gu Xianjun did not escape on the spot, did not make any overreactions, just stood quietly. After a few breaths, a long sigh sounded, passing through the hearts of all Dianxian present. Then he laughed, and his face that had always been unsmiling became much warmer at this moment. "My dear princes, Yaoer, this seat is one step ahead and offers you the last luck." The voice is like a long wind in the past, traveling leisurely into the wilds and then swallowed by the silent sea. Chapter 5003. Respect the ancient immortal monarch, alone, stepping into the battle. The eyes that swallowed all the luck like a vortex were too terrifying. Even if the rank 6 Dian stepped into it, it would only be the end of the body. Only with 9 turns, with the same force as everything, can it resonate. There is one and only one fate for respecting ancient immortal monarchs, which is the exhaustion of luck, and there is no possibility of survival. At this moment, Jian Wushuang respected him. "No, respect the ancients, don't." Yu Yao shouted, eyes full of sorrow, but she couldn't move one step at all. Once she moved one step, the Galaxy Immortal Array would speed up its disintegration. Zun Gu Xianjun laughed, and the moment he stepped into the eyes of the whirlpool, the luck of his whole body irreversibly died. Fian's long suit shattered directly, and the fairy body was quickly old. The role of Zun Gu Xianjun is to block the vortex eye of the Immortal Array with his own power, and use his own energy to absorb the eye, thereby maintaining the operation of the entire Galaxy Fairy Array. His celestial body was old and shattered in an instant, and then a series of dense patterns of Hongmeng showed the appearance of chains, and they were firmly bound in the eyes. Qi luck has been swallowed. Respecting the ancient immortal monarch with eyes full of the meaning of liberation, Rin Chain kept strangling the Qi luck of the immortal Tao, and then he freely released all the Qi luck in the immortal body. A ninth-rank great Yanxian tried his best to release all his Qi luck. It was extremely terrifying. The majestic and surging supreme Qi luck directly blocked the whirlpool's eyes. With the eyes completely blocked, the air luck in the galaxy immortal array was stabilized and reunited. Yaoer, open the gate of heaven. Zun Gu Xianjun exhausted all his strength and made a sound. Yu Yao was desperate, but she also knew that she could not fall short, so she had to manipulate her fortune and continue to attack Tianmen. The other ninth-rank Dian Immortals are all gloomy. They have been getting along for a long time, and the old friends have died, so they will not be sad. Yan Huan spit out a mouthful of turbid breath and nodded slightly when he looked at Zun Gu Xianjun. With the vitality of a 9-rank Dian Immortal, the Star River Immortal Formation is stable again. At this moment, the 9 Hongmeng light beams of the 9th-rank Dian Immortal's luck were assembled, and once again hit the dust-covered Tianmen. It seemed that the roar and buzzing from Geo erupted completely. The fully opened Star River Immortal Array, the Hongmeng beam of light released completely covered the entire sky. Everything is full of unspeakable antiquities. All the Dian Immortals outside the formation were invincible to this terrible fluctuation. They were all shocked by 1,000,000 feet. Some people with weaker realms had blood flowed out of their mouths and ears that were shocked on the spot. Those with weak spiritual minds are suffering from such shocks. Even Fu Yao was a little unstable. Jian Wushuang was also a little uncomfortable, but he was not affected too much. After covering Fu Yao with his spiritual thoughts, he looked nervously at the scene ahead. The impact was too violent and even faintly close to the previous battle with Jundi Heiyun. The sky was replaced by the cosmic purple meaning, and the sea of boundlessness rolled up a wave of dust, which was then quickly evaporated. Above the sky, the dust-covered Tianmen was densely covered with cracks, almost reaching the point of being completely broken. Jian Wushuang raised his head and stared, watching nervously. But then he noticed something was wrong, because he saw that although the Tianmen had been broken to the extreme, there was no sign of destruction at all, and at the edge of the Tianmen it had begun to slowly repair it. This is a bad sign. Tianmen will slowly repair once they are exhausted. Then everything will fall short. Undertaking the 8 supreme luck, Yu Yao stormed the Tianmen frantically. And at this moment, the ancient immortal monarch standing in the eyes of the vortex formation finally couldn't hold on. The immortal body was completely shattered, and the luck of the 9th-rank Dian Immortal was completely swallowed by the eyes. Respect the ancient fairy king Dai. Along with his death, the Star River Immortal Array also collapsed. Endless Qi luck no longer impacted the Tianmen, but reversed it, and was swallowed and absorbed by the first glance. The immortal formation collapses, and everything is about to fall short. At this moment, all Dian Immortals present were desperate. They waited for countless years, but the final result was like this. Could it be that it failed? Xianjun Fu Yao whispered softly. Only bitterness was left in his eyes. Gathering the power of 10 rank 9 great Yen Immortals, they couldn't open the heavenly gate, and everything was settled. Seeing the chaotic luck in the galaxy immortal array, Jian Wushuang knew that he had failed. The next moment, but the sudden change, an immortal Dian in the initial realm, without any signs, released endless luck and flew into the fairy formation. Then, under the gaze of all Dian Immortals, he solved the immortal source and scattered the atmosphere in the eyes of the vortex. His atmosphere blocked the vortex's eyes for several breaths, and then it was completely swallowed. This scene was seen by all the Dian Immortals present, and only decisiveness remained in their eyes. At the next moment, the second Dian Immortal flew out and plunged into the eyes of the vortex without any hesitation, and sealed the eyes with his own fairy source chi. With the appearance of the second, the third, and the fourth Dian Immortal, all flew into the Immortal formation. They didn't hesitate to solve the Xianyuan directly by themselves, and sealed their eyes with luck. Although their luck is not as good as that of the 9th ranked Yenxian, they still have no hesitation, and rushed forward frantically, trying to support the number of breaths. Flying away, it is no different from moths to the fire. This scene is tragic and lonely. No 9th rank great Yenxian persuaded them to do it, all of which were spontaneously offering the luck of the fairy source. It is precisely because of the unwillingness to do it spontaneously that adds tragic and loneliness. At this moment, even Dian's life is like an ant, but they are already on top, and they can build the supreme power of heaven with their hands. In the 3rd and 5th heavens, all the Dian Immortals drew themselves into motion. They remained silent and spontaneously destroyed themselves, only to gain 10 breaths or even a few breaths. To bury the immortal array with the body, the future is unknown. The 9th rank Dian Immortals in the Immortal formation can't bear to see the scene again, and they all look away. Yu Yao, who stood in the center of the fairy formation, was already weeping in grief. They were both supremely powerful, but they died like ants. This shocking scene made Jian Wushuang remember deeply in his heart, and he will never forget it ever since. Nearly 1,000 Dian Immortals were buried in the eyes of the Immortal formation. Just for a moment, they were all in the same era as Zhanwuyang, and they have survived from that ancient era that has no meaning to time. But they were all imprisoned by Zhanwuyang and exiled here, and in the end they were unable to end well and died like dust. Only at this moment did Jian Wushuang understand that this silent sea might not be cruel to him. But for the Dian Immortal who was exiled here, it was a truly endless cage. Chapter 5004. Endless life, so Yenxian and even Dianxian all seem to be growing in a distorted fairyland, living in sorrow. Jian Wushuang suddenly felt that this even more vast and boundless Danhuan was like another boundless sea. Even the great world he walked step by step before, and even the divine power universe, seemed like a sea of no bounds. He walked out step by step, left the shackles, and became so strong that even the emperor's luck began to favor him. But there is still no end and tireless. This endless cage, even rank 9 Dian Immortal seems unable to break. He, who has completely melded his spirit, thought a lot at this moment, since he couldn't even break the 9th rank Dian Immortal. What about the emperor? His eyes were bright, but he suddenly realized something, and subconsciously looked at Yu Yao. Yu Yao, who was in grief and weeping, had no expression on her face at this moment, and she began to control the supreme luck of the 8 Dao 9 ranks Dian Immortal again. But Zhang Lian's return, Di Qing, and the other 5 rank 9 Dian Immortals all released all their luck. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He couldn't imagine, but he couldn't calm down. Yu Yao's ideas actually fit his final point. No, stop now. Don't release your luck anymore. Jian Wushuang shouted with a quake, reminding Zhang Lian to return to them. But they couldn't hear the voices outside the fairy formation at all, completely releasing all their luck. Yu Yao, who was in the center of the fairy formation, seemed to feel something, looking at Jian Wushuang. Only coldness remained in his eyes. Then she retracted her gaze, raised her arms flat, and gathered the luck of the 8 strong 9th rank Dian Immortals, and no longer rang the broken heavenly gate, but was absorbed by her. The first thing that came out was Di Qing, who had noticed something wrong earlier, but it was too late for everything. He wanted to get out, but found that he couldn't take his luck back. At the same time, Zhang Lianfan also noticed the change, and when she saw Yu Yao absorb all of their luck, her expression was hard to see the extreme. They never thought that Yu Yao would devour their luck at this moment, in order to achieve themselves instead of destroying Tianmen. The remaining 5 rank 9 Dian Immortals also noticed changes, and looked at Yu Yao in the center of the Immortal formation in disbelief. They also didn't expect Yu Yao to do this, to absorb their luck to achieve themselves. But it was too late. They couldn't get away at all, and they couldn't even withdraw their luck. "You are looking for death," Yan Fan shouted in a deep voice. "Look at these buried Dian immortals. They will all become your funeral objects." Yu Yao didn't speak, and the majestic and endless air luck began to crazily flood into his body, and the air luck of the entire galaxy immortal array was used by her. Jian Wushuang could no longer sit back and watch. He directly condensed an invisible sword, flew forward and slashed down heavily. The invisible sword that overwhelmed the sky tore through the void and slammed heavily on the galaxy immortal array. However, this immortal formation has gathered hundreds of thousands of eternal immortals, as well as the luck of the 9 rank 9 great eternal immortals, which is already at its extreme, and it is not enough for external forces to break through. Even if Jian Wushuang released Wushuang Kendo, he couldn't break through at all. "Wushuang, go!" At this moment, Jian Lian returned, and Di Qing shouted loudly, asking him to leave as soon as possible. But Jian Wushuang would never take a step back, because the most important people to him were all in the immortal formation. Just when he was about to mobilize his own strong sword to counter the galaxy immortal array, an unimaginable trend surged from Yu Yao's body. All Dian immortals were horrified, including Jian Lian's return to them. His eyes were dignified to the extreme. At this point, they finally understood why Yu Yao set up this situation. She wants to use 100,000 celestial beings and 9 rank 9 great celestial beings as the guide to achieve her emperor's luck. This is so unimaginable that all Dian immortals never thought of this level. But things have actually happened. A kind of hungmeng purple, meaning flows slowly from Yu Yao's fairy body. That is the emperor's luck. Jian Wushuang slowly backed away, and he finally understood that Yu Yao's intention was not to tear the borderless sea at all, but to satisfy himself and pursue the highest heaven. At this moment, Yu Yao condensed the emperor's luck. This is too terrifying. Once the emperor has luck, it means that she has completely taken the step of the 9th revolution and reached the quasi-emperor. How terrible the Emperor Zhuan was, Jian Wushuang and the others had already learned in that previous battle. With his own power, Zhuandi Heiyun easily shattered everything, and even defeated Jian Lian back with his hands. This was too terrifying. If it weren't for Jian Wushuang to borrow Jinwu Emperor's luck, they would all be destroyed. But right now, Yu Yao had absorbed the power of 100,000 fairy formations and 9 rank 9 great fairy formations with the help of this Star River fairy formation, which made her feel the Emperor's luck. Once the Emperor's luck condenses, she is the quasi-emperor. Once the quasi-emperor is achieved, they will no longer be able to reverse the situation. Yu Yao raised his hands flat, and the endless magnificence and purple spirit began to flow out of his body. An entire galaxy immortal array also lost its strength and became dim. The endless Hongmengzi was blessed all over her body, and the 8 9th rank Dian immortals at this moment, except for Jian Lian's return and Di Qing. All the other 5 immortal sources were broken, and the luck was absorbed. And even if they died, they never said that Yu Yao was wrong. Just when Jian Lian returned and Di Qing couldn't support it, the galaxy immortal array was quietly broken. Jian Wushuang, who was covered in blood, cut it open a gap, and finally broke the fairy formation. Riding on the fragmentation of the fairy formation, they only felt that the restraints on their bodies suddenly loosened. Almost without even thinking about it, they fled the fairy formation. "Where are you going?" Quiet and silent, the voice without any emotions quietly resounded through the wilds. Jian Wushuang's figure stiffened slightly. Then Jian Lian returned without any hesitation. Di Qing and Fuyao Xianjun pushed away. The extremely cold aura condensed behind him, and the grand purple meanings lingering in the void, like sharp vines, quietly wrapped him. At this moment, Yu Yao, who had absorbed the power of the entire galaxy immortal formation, appeared behind Jian Wushuang with the Emperor's luck. Her eyes had been replaced by purple meaning, and the whole body of the fairy was burning with magnificent purple flames. The dense lines that oppress the void are flowing slowly, which is the manifestation of the Emperor's luck. The void is shattered, triggering endless visions. The Dian immortals of the third and fifth heavens were dead and clean, and they were all buried in the eyes of the whirlpool, leaving no one behind. Even the entire 3/5 heaven has ceased to exist, replaced by only the endless purple meaning. Yu Yao ascended to the Emperor Zhuan. Chapter 5005. The power provided by the galaxy Immortal formation that condensed more than 100,000 fairy gods and 9 nine-turn great Yin fairy auras pushed her toward the Emperor. Endless Hongmeng purple meaning is Yu Yao's Emperor luck. Feeling the terrible and monstrous purple arrogance, Jian Wushuang's heart was like a drum. Relying on his intuition, he felt that Yu Yao's aura of luck even faintly surpassed the previous Zhuan Emperor Heiyun. This also means that as long as she wants to do something, Wu Yanxian can survive under her hands. This moment is a moment of great horror between life and death. When Jiang Lian returned, Di Qing had been exhausted in the Star River Immortal Array and almost no longer had the power to resist. You must know that Qi luck is not equivalent to the ability to regenerate the power. Qi luck is like the source of immortality, which is the foundation of the eternal. Once worn out, it will take a long time to repair it again. Even if Jian Wu had D-pin pills in his hands, it was almost impossible for Jiang Lian and Di Qing to recover in a short time. At this moment, on the huge ruins of the third and fifth heavens, there are only 5 figures of them left. All other Yanxian, even the Nineth rank Dianxian, became the victims of Yu Yao's proclaiming emperor. After Yao only glanced at them. She withdrew her gaze, as if not worried about them fleeing. She looked at her palm, which was filled with the magnificent purple meaning, and only joy and infatuation remained in her eyes. So, is this the Emperor's luck? As Yu Yao's voice fell, hundreds of millions of threads of grand and purple meanings emerged from the immortal body, beginning to outline a certain power that could not be seen directly. The Feiyun uniform was replaced by an imperial uniform condensed with a grandiose purple intent. Jian Wushuang's brows jumped fiercely, if it is said that he had a chance that Yu Yao failed to ascend to the Emperor Zhuan. So now, when the imperial clothes were condensed, everything was settled. Yu Yao, the Emperor, is no doubt. Do you think you can escape? Dressed in a dark purple Qinya Emperor's clothing, her eyes were cold, as if looking at an ant. We have handed all our luck to you, and you have also got the results you want. Why rush to kill them all? Jian Wushuang stopped them all behind him and said condensedly, "Is this the result I want?" Yu Yao slowly raised his arms, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "No, the result I want in the end is Emperor Denglin." Jian Wushuang heard the words, suppressed the anger in his heart, and looked at her coldly. Yu Yao was already different from the previous one, and what he did was even worse than that of Zhuandi Heiyun in the City of Exile. She will follow all of her Dian immortals, and even the 9th rank Dian immortals. All devise pit kills, just to devour luck and make herself a quasi-emperor. Now, Jian Wushuang no longer counted on them. This quasi-emperor Yu Yao, who had completely wiped out humanity, let them go. Our luck has all belonged to you. Even if you wipe us out, it will be difficult to provide a little luck. Jian Wushuang tried to speak last. Immediately afterwards, Yu Yao's true eyes, which had no emotional fluctuations, swept over them slowly. In the end, his eyes fell on him. Your luck has not yet belonged to me. Jian Wushuang was stunned, and then fixedly looked at her. Well, I will give you all my luck, and you will let them go. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate? Zhuandi Yu Yao smiled contemptuously, but they have no value to me and can leave. Jian Wushuang was relieved when he heard the words. No, you can't stay, Wushuang. Jiang Lian returned. Di Qing said anxiously at the same time. They knew very clearly that in order to have the Emperor's luck, She even did not hesitate to kill all the Dian immortals under her seat, and once Jian Wushuang stayed, she would only perish completely. Jian Wushuang turned around, blinked at them, and said in a voice that only a few of them could hear, "Don't worry, leave, I have my own way to keep up with you. Don't forget that I still have no cards to play." As soon as these words came out, Jiang Lianfan and Di Qing calmed down. In the previous battle with Heiyun, Jian Wushuang used his own power to carry the emperor's luck and wipe it out abruptly. Although this is too hard to imagine, it actually happened. So seeing Jian Wushuang's confident expression, although they were a little worried, there really was no better way. Their luck was exhausted by the Star River Immortal formation, and their strength had declined to the extreme. Even if they stayed, it would only drag Jian Wushuang. "Then you must be careful and protect yourself," Di Qing said nervously. Jian Wushuang nodded and watched the four of them leave before turning around. As expected, Yu Yao didn't break his promise. After allowing them to leave, his eyes fell on him. "I'm a little curious. Why should I absorb the luck of a little Yanxian?" Jian Wushuang looked at her and asked. Yu Yao looked at him and said expressionlessly, "Because I will not let all the immortals present and leave alive." Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and a big crisis suddenly surged in his heart. As if to prove what he thought, the next moment, Yu Yao raised his arms suddenly. With her arms raised, the endless magnum and purple meaning quietly covered the entire sky. Every ray of grandiose purple meaning becomes extremely sharp, like an endless rain of arrows venting crazily. Jian Wushuang swallowed his throat as he looked at the rained curtain with unimaginable momentum. His eyebrows were low, and a million-sword intent came out directly. Facing the endless purple meaning, he resolutely confronted him alone. At this moment, Wushuang Kendo collided again with Zhuandi Qiyun. Wushuang Kendo, Zingahohai, the second style, river. The towering Tianhe descends from the sky, like a mountain, and the sea will pour, roaring and sweeping forward. Jian Wushuang sat on the tide of Jinhe, his eyes narrowed slightly. With this sword, he knew that without suspense he would lose. In order to fight for Jiang Lian to return and clear the time for them to leave, Jian Wushuang kept all Qi Yin and his power in the immortal body, just to survive. The roaring Tianhe collided with the endless purple meaning. There is no smashing explosion, some only swallow and absorb. The Hongmeng Zi, which broke through all things, easily tore Tianhe and completely swallowed all the sword intent. Facing the emperor, everything is so weak. Even though the 9th rank Dian immortal can't face the quasi-emperor, let alone a mere immortal, sword Tianhe only existed for a few breaths of time before it was all swallowed. Everything was shrouded in purple again. Yu Yao still stood in the same place, her complexion unwavering, wearing the dark purple Qinya Emperor's clothes. The purple flames burned more vigorously. Behind her, a fairy body was almost twisted into pieces, barely supporting it before falling to the ground. Colorful divine blood poured out from its fairy body, and the sky that enveloped Hongmeng purple intent was stained with a strange scarlet. Chapter 5006. Jiu Tian Yi Xian, who still exudes the meaning of sky blue, was a bit dim at this moment, but did not suffer any damage. Even his chest was well preserved under the protection of Jiu Tian Yi Xian, but except for the parts protected by Jishinayixuan, the rest of the fairy body was almost shattered into meat. The blood of the gods was drained at this moment. Jian Wushuang felt that the power of his whole body was leaving, but he was still fighting. He tried his best to bite the emperor pin pills hidden in his mouth. In an instant, the brilliance gathered. The dying power that had passed returned again, and even the immortal body quickly recovered. Turning around slowly, a hint of surprise appeared in Yu Yao's unwavering eyes. A mere immortal Yanxian has actually passed her quasi-emperor's luck? In an instant, the immortal body had recovered 7 or 888. Jian Wushuang turned around and looked at her solemnly. "I guessed right. You really are not an ordinary Yenxian. Yu Yao said meaningfully, I can't see through the clothing on your body. Jian Wushuang ignored the meaning of her words, but sneered. You don't let the living Yenxian leave. Do you feel that your behavior is shameless? Afraid of spreading it out? Spurned by all the Yenxian? Yu Yao's eyes condensed, and her complexion finally fluctuated. You want to die. I'm indeed looking for death, but you are not worthy to kill me. When those thousands of Dian Immortals are obsessed with blocking their eyes, the 9 Nineth-rank Dian Immortals all give out their luck. When you move your thoughts, it's the dirtiest one. Even if you control the luck of the Emperor, it's just a clown. At this moment, Jian Wushuang cursed wantonly, disdain to the extreme. As if being pricked in the most painful spot, Yao could no longer calm down. As before, shot directly and fiercely. The meaning of endless humor poured out from her palm, strangling forward. This is the Emperor's luck, the real Emperor's luck. Seeing Jia Yixin's rising trend, Jian Wushuang's eyes showed a touch of bitterness. Without the help of the Emperor's luck, it would be impossible to fight the Emperor's luck. Even if the Emperor's luck is back, it will only be suppressed. But he is still not afraid. At this moment, he once again carried the 3 Dao, the way of guarding, the way of killing. Wushuang Kendo is blessed again. The true shadow of selflessness also appeared behind him, his hands clasped together. The true eyes that slowly opened revealed compassion. The endless luck of Ryuan Reprison is completely unfolded, and even has a place under the Emperor's luck. Yu Yao was shocked, and the luck released from Jian Wushuang's body was so shocking that she couldn't ignore it. But he is obviously just a fairy. 3 backs, due to their lack of realm, cracks were pulled out on the fairy body. This is already the limit of Jian Wushuang. If it were not for the blessing of the true shadow of Wu, I am afraid that the 3 ways of luck would directly blow him up. The shock in the eyes disappeared and more coveted. Even though she was already a quasi-emperor, there was still a lot of luck from the real distance. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's luck made her extremely moved. He laughed, with 3 supreme luck, manipulating the huge selfless shadow behind him to brazenly confront the great luck. Yu Yao smiled meaningfully, stretched out his hand a little, and suddenly hundreds of millions of hues of grand and purple meaning condensed into one point with an unstoppable momentum. Hit Jian Wushuang. At this moment, the true shadow of selflessness, over 1 billion feet, presses forward. But what he faced was Yu Yao, Xuandi. The offensive of the true shadow of selflessness could not even fall at all, and was directly killed by that little coquettish grandeur and purple intent, into countless fragments. After that, it castrates unabated and points towards Jian Wushuang's chest. All this happened so fast that he didn't even react at all, and was passed through. A kind of pain from the depths of the soul, so that he could not support for a moment, he knelt and sat in the void. In the position of his heart, Zhu Tian Yixian's only crack came out, swaying with a hint of purple. The Hongmeng Zi was like a tarsal maggot, completely burning in the fairy body. This kind of burning is enough to burn even the divine mind. And this was the moment when Jian Wushuang truly faced his complete death. The immortal Bodhi's unique nature against the sky. Even if the immortal body is completely broken, it is enough to resurrect. But this is under the premise of keeping 1 point of divine will. If all his spiritual thoughts are destroyed, Jian Wushuang will never be resurrected. But right now, his divine mind was burning. Yu Yao saw the fatal crack on his 9 heavens Yixuan, and manipulated the Hongmeng Zi to penetrate through the body and swallow it from the inside. Jian Wushuang knelt and sat in the void. The fairy body showed a strange dark purple, and every meridian was burning and then turned into ashes. Yu Yao also quietly came in front of him, and then squeezed away from a distance, lifting his entire figure. You are very good. I can't see through you anymore, she said softly. In addition to coveting, there were some elusive colors in her eyes. Jian Wushuang was already unable to speak, Yen was madly burning the fairy body, meridians, and spirit. The real extinction is inevitable. Only when you truly die, my luck and divine consciousness can truly blend and take that step better. This is why I want to kill you all. Yuyo's voice has a heavy prestige. In addition, I will make good use of your luck. Yen had already burned Jian Wushuang's eyes to ashes, and the fairy body quickly wilted. Once the divine consciousness fades, he will never be able to resurrect. Yao didn't say any more, and between one breath and one breath, all the 3 qi luck on Jian Wushuang's body surged out. The pure gold of the way of guarding, the scarlet of the way of killing, the invisible of Wushuang Kendo. The 3 great fortunes are deprived, and there is no mainstream flowing in the void. Looking at the surging luck in front of me, Kang Yao couldn't help it. She spoke slightly, and 3 great luck was swallowed into her abdomen. These 3 air lucks, even if they were the 3 9th rank great Yangtzeans, could not condense such a mighty air luck. Because these 3 air transports have gone beyond the category of cultivating immortals and reached a certain unknown realm, but now was swallowed by Yu Yao. In an instant, the purple inflammation on her body became more vigorous, and the lines on the emperor's clothes became more vivid, and it seemed that she might wake up at any time. Without the blessing of Qi Yin, Jian Wushuang, whose spirit was burned out, was silent, and the fairy body was shattered to the extreme. Yu Yao was very satisfied with the 3 supreme luck. Seeing the immortal body that no longer had any breath in her hand, she did not destroy it again, but gently held it up with a beam of strength and placed it in the void at will. The Hongmeng purple spirit quietly circulated, completely covering Jian Wushuang's fairy body. Chapter 5007. The passage of the 3 supreme auras means that the Tao that belongs to him is dead. As soon as Tao is dead, God naturally disappears. This is also the reason why Yao didn't crush his fairy body one step further. At this moment, Jian Wushuang is dead, and she has more important things to do. To capture all the 4 Dian immortals who fled and kill one without leaving. What she didn't notice when Yu Yao left was that the dead immortal body, lying quietly in the void, his chest actually fluctuated at this moment. Damn little guy, what harm have you caused, knowing that if you don't have the help of the emperor, you will be completely gone? The stress of uncontrollable anger resounded in his ears, causing Jian Wushuang, who was in a dead state, to wake up abruptly. He suddenly sat upright, gasping for breath, and at the same time the pain from the depths of the soul and mind made him groan in pain. This can actually survive. Isn't all my spiritual thoughts already burned? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself in disbelief, and at the same time he looked forward subconsciously. At this moment, he was sitting on the endless red desert, and on this red desert, less than a few feet away from him, a huge winged chasing bird that looked like flowing clouds was staring at him. With eyes facing each other, Jian Wushuang subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then propped his arms in the gravel, moving his and couldn't help back. This bird chasing is too huge and also too weird and mysterious. It has a hexagonal head, and each corner is a different color, magnificent and mysterious. It seems to be shrouded in clouds, not real. The huge eye wheel is red gold, as if there are thousands of days hidden in it, which makes it impossible to look directly at it. Maybe others don't know what this huge and terrible chasing bird is, but Jian Wushuang is clear about it. Only Emperor Lu Kro is able to possess such a vision and monopolize a divine mind in his body. Strictly speaking, this bird chasing is not the 6 Crow Emperor, because the last ray of the 6 Crow Emperor's thoughts has dissipated. This bird chasing is actually a concretization of the Emperor's spiritual thought in the 6 Crow Heavenly Emperors, writing left by the 6 Crow Emperor in his spiritual thought. It has the idea of the 6 Crow Emperor, but it is not the 6 Crow Emperor. Seeing the chasing bird in great anger in front of him, Jian Wushuang's eyes twitched. Listen to my explanation. I didn't deliberately seek death, but troubled myself to find the door. Chasing birds is like the arrival of an emperor, and the golden eyes have a majesty that cannot be seen directly. If it wasn't for my divine mind to protect you, you would have been destroyed by ashes long ago, and I can feel that the power that burns your divine mind is simply beyond your ability to contend. Although I can protect your momentary divine consciousness, it has also greatly consumed my own emperor source. You have to remember, if you continue to be so reckless, I will most likely be unsupported and broken, and you will no longer be able to obtain the entire 6-crow heaven emperor win. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and there was a bit of bitterness in his eyes. I understand. I will definitely not be reckless again. You know what a shit this emperor is still waiting for the day when you fight Jinliang. You are dead now, isn't that a big joke? Remember to this emperor, if you live well, you must live until the day you become the emperor. I try my best. Wiping Jian Wushuang away, Yu Yao did not stay in the slightest, manipulating Hongmengzi to leave the broken ruins of the 3 or 5 heavens. She wanted to find Jiang Lian, who had fled before, return to the crowd, and then wipe them out one by one. She is now the quasi-emperor, and all the areas covered by Hongmengzi are her domain. Feeling the kind of detached air luck, the sadness in Yu Yao's heart finally disappeared completely. She is the quasi-emperor. No one can be an enemy of him. Only another quasi-emperor can fight one. As Yu Yao kept moving forward, the dark sky was swallowed by Hongmengzi. But the next moment, a breath quietly revealed, causing Yu Yao to stop. Standing in the midst of her emperor's luck, her eyes were slightly solemn. She felt a breath that couldn't be ignored, weird and domineering. When the end of the dim sky was replaced by some unspeakable chaotic aura, Yu Yao's pupils suddenly shrank. Emperor? Xuandi, a quasi-emperor. It seems to be to confirm her conjecture, accompanied by the endless chaos, is a terrifying figure that also wears an imperial suit. The figure was like a black cloud which made people unable to look directly at and indistinct. He was surrounded by strands of twisted and chaotic aura, which was extremely curious. If Jian Wushuang were here at this moment, he would definitely be surprised, because that came from the chaos. It was the quasi-emperor Heiyun who had been forced by him to understand the emperor's luck in the past. At this moment, he fully recovered, as if he had never explained the emperor's luck. At the same time, between his palms, a thick chain of chaos bound the 4 figures, and those 4 figures were Jiang Lian, Diqing, and Fuyao, who had fled before. They were all caught by the black cloud. They couldn't escape at all, and they were dying. Xuandi Heiyun slowly raised his head, facing his eyes. Doubts, incomprehensions, and suspicions came out of his eyes, but then they were replaced by more intense coveting. A quasi-emperor's luck caused him to fall into madness directly. Yu Yao's complexion became completely solemn. She felt the power of the chaotic aura, which was even comparable to her own grandiose and purple meaning, and no one could do anything about it. She had just ascended to the emperor. Everything must be stable, and it was obviously not a wise move to be an enemy of another emperor. But the few Dayan immortals she wanted to erase were in the hands of another Xuandi at the moment, which made her feel tricky. Eyes facing each other, Hongmengzi and chaotic aura collided and squeezed, and the sky was directly broken. Yes, luck is really good, to be able to meet an emperor like me here. Heiyun said with a hoarse voice with a low smile. Yu Yao felt very uncomfortable, quite uncomfortable, and she felt that her spiritual thoughts had begun to be eaten away. But in the end she decided to speak and said coldly, "Those Dayan immortals are what I am chasing. Give them back to me." "Give it back to you," Heiyun said with a low smile. "Of course not. They are also my enemies of life and death. I will personally crush them into powder." Yu Yao's complexion was uncertain, and in the end he didn't intend to speak. For her, it didn't matter who Jiang Lian died in their hands, as long as they died. She turned around to leave, but at this moment the weird voice of Heiyun sounded again. "Hold on, I want to ask you something." "No comment." Yu Yao replied coldly, ready to leave in an instant. Chapter 5008. Heiyun cracked his big mouth. Chaos rushed out, and he smiled darkly. Want to go now? After he finished speaking, his palms opened, and the chaotic chains pierced the void, and went straight to Yu Yao to twist. Court death! Yu Yao was angry. Her brows condensed with a cold face, and in an instant the endless grand and purple spirit burst out, brazenly confronted. The Hongmengzi was so prosperous that it swallowed the chaotic chains directly without leaving any traces. Then, Hongmengzi cast off the momentum, turning into a curtain of billions of rain hovering over the black cloud. Haiyun's eyelids jumped fiercely, and then he waved his hand with exaggerated expression. Stop! Stop! We are all emperors. If you do this, no one will benefit in the end. Yu Yao hummed coldly, withdrew back to Hongmengzi, and then prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Don't you plan to ask for these few? Heiyun said again, his true eyes full of evil. No, leave it to your disposal and kill them all. Yu Yao said without looking back, as if he didn't want to stay for a moment. He grinned and said the evil and evil spirits could not be restrained from spreading. No, I suddenly changed my mind again. I want to let them go and let them say what they want to say. Yu Yao quietly stopped her figure, her face completely cold. Are you against this emperor? I don't have this kind of thought, nothing at all. I just tell the truth, Heiyun said with a low smile. How about this? Let's make a deal. I will give them to you. You tell me a message. Suppressing the anger in my heart, Yu Yao looked at him coldly and said, What do you want to know? Heiyun stared at her closely and then said every word. What I want to know is very simple. Have you ever seen the Yanxian with them? Yu Yao's complexion fluctuated, but soon returned to calm, but there was already a wave in her heart. It can attract the coveting of another Zhuan emperor. It seems that Jian Wushuang has been spotted before the crowd. The luck of the 3 great roads that he carried on his body was indeed too coveted. Even Yu Yao, who had become a quasi-emperor, had coveted it and had already swallowed it. With this in mind, she had already determined that Heiyun had come to capture Jian Wushuang and devour her luck. However, once he knows that Jian Wushuang's fortune has been swallowed, there will probably be a battle. After indulging for a moment, Yu Yao said, I have never seen it before, and I can't answer you. Jiang Lian, who was bound by the chain of chaos, had already synced when Diqing and Fuyao Xianjun saw her appear alone. This already meant that Jian Wushuang had encountered an accident, and after Yu Yao said this, they were even more sure that Jian Wushuang's life and death were unpredictable. Oh, isn't it? That seems a bit regretful. Heiyun shook his head slightly. At this moment, Diqing, who was bound by the chaotic chain, spoke. In her hands, we all escaped from her hands. Heiyun suddenly raised his head when he heard the words, staring at Yu Yao with evil eyes. Yu Yao was startled. The endless red and purple spirits behind her were a little fluctuating. She did not expect Diqing and others to speak. A bunch of nonsense. Yu Yao said in a deep voice, without intending to stay anymore, just about to turn around and leave. I haven't finished my words yet. How can you leave? Heiyun smiled low, and the evil light in his eyes was already solidified. In the next moment, endless chaos burst out, like hundreds of millions of magic snakes grabbing towards Yu Yao. Under the impact of this chaotic atmosphere, Hongmengzi turned out to be dimmed. Yu Yao was furious, and with a wave of his emperor's clothing, the same riotous Hongmeng purple spirit burst out. When the two collided, the sky was shattered, and the sea without edges was instantly sunken by billions. This is the battle between the Emperor Zhuan and the Emperor, full of destruction and ancient times. If it weren't in the borderless sea, just the aura from both of them would be enough to destroy millions of heavens. Even Immortal is like an ant. Under this initial confrontation, the two quasi-emperors both regressed a great deal, and even their respective emperors' fortunes were reduced a lot. Yu Yao stood with her hand in her hand. Although her expression was the same, her body was already full of blood. Heiyun was not much better, and even suffered more severely. After all, it has been a very short period of time since he was resuscitated, and it was extremely difficult to achieve this step. Both are not cheap, and naturally they have been more cautious. It was still Heiyun who spoke first. It seems that Xiao Yangxian's luck has been monopolized by you. So what? Yu Yao said in a deep voice, ready to deal with it. In that case, Heiyun smiled, divide his luck in half, and I will let you go. So how about not bothering each other? Yu Yao's complexion changed slightly. He really guessed the great luck that Jian Wushuang was carrying, and tried to get a piece of the pie. But how can the luck that has been swallowed in the abdomen be handed over? What if I say no? Yu Yao said in a cold voice. How could she be afraid of the same emperor? If this is the case, then only I will pick it up myself. Heiyun laughed. A face that had never ceased to change at this moment was extremely hideous. This is the first time he has become a quasi-emperor, and he has fought against a quasi-emperor who is evenly matched. If he swallows another quasi-emperor under such a battle, he will surely become the real emperor by then. Yu Yao is also thinking this way, so she never took a step back. Facing the other Emperor Zhuan, she also coveted. This battle is between the emperor and the emperor. The emperor is already the prince of all things, and all luck, everything that cannot be arbitrarily stated, is under the control of the emperor. They are already the supreme ruler, and the only one who can make the emperor die is another emperor. As for the quasi-emperor, he had already realized his own emperor's luck, but for some reason he could not become a real emperor. But the Emperor Zhuan is still the supreme existence, the untouchable. Even the 9th rank Dian Immortal cannot contend. Right now, this battle is the battle of the emperor. The infinite chaos aura rose up, covered the void in sight, and Hongmengzi also broke out at this moment. The immortal fights for power, the emperor fights for luck. Once ascended to the Emperor Zhuan, the battle is for the Qi luck, and the emperor no longer uses the immortal style, because all immortal styles cannot carry the complete release of the emperor's air fortune. The imperial style in permanent form also fits the cost of the emperor. Chaos Emperor Seat is the imperial style of Zhuan Emperor Heiyun. Hongmeng Xinjin is the imperial style of Zhuandi Yuyao. In the next moment, they did not hesitate to release the strongest imperial style. The chaotic imperial seat high above the heavens. Shenshin came. Even if Dianxian looked straight, his divine consciousness would collapse and fall into chaos. The Hongmeng Immortal Array can encompass thousands of domains, condensed from the bones, blood, and vitality of countless evangelists and Dianxian, and it is magnificent to the extreme. Chapter 5009. The chaotic atmosphere is as dark as a cloud, coming to cover pressure. Hongmeng purple meaning is as deep as blood, sweeping and flowing. At this moment, it was a struggle for luck between the quasi-emperors. Everything is collapsing. If this is the Daisai domain, it would have been destroyed by the 10,000 heaven domain. Heiyun evil eyes stared at Yu Yao closely. Only devouring desire was left. Yu Yao was disgusted in her eyes, and she wanted to shoot as much as possible to defeat it. Otherwise, it would be extremely detrimental to herself once she got stuck. Jiang Lian and Di Qing looked at each other, and only bitterness was left in their eyes. They are all bound now, unable to move at all. Once a war starts, they will definitely be affected, but they can only be resigned. In the next moment, Heiyun took the lead. He did not manipulate the Chaos Emperor seat behind him that covered 9 days, but instead released hundreds of millions of chaos chains and shot forward. This is temptation. Yu Yao's emperors, luck has become a Hongmeng fairy formation, which is completely unbreakable. The hundreds of millions of chaotic chains shot out, but when they hit the Hongmeng Immortal Array, they were all broken and then absorbed. At the first trial, the chaotic chain was like a mud cow entering the sea, and there was no trace. The corner of Heiyun's eyes lifted slightly. He knew that Yu Yao's was not easy, and he put away his contemptuous heart. Hundreds of millions of chaotic chains were swallowed and absorbed, and Yu Yao, who was in the center of the fairy formation, showed contempt in his eyes. Her immortal formation is enough to wipe out any offensive of the same realm quasi-emperor, as long as she stays fixed. She can't break the defense at all. But Heiyun smiled strangely and rushed forward again. The Chaos Emperor seat, which was enough to destroy 9 days, was also dispatched with him at this moment. OM. Waves and ripples were emitted from the Chaos Emperor seat, squeezing forward. Under this offensive, the Hongmeng Immortal Array could not help but fluctuate. Such fluctuations made Yu Yao solemn, and she felt that the entire fairy formation was shaking. Standing outside the fairy formation, Heiyun gave a gloomy smile, and then in front of Yu Yao, he split the fairy body into hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions of chaotic auras changed into hundreds of millions of black clouds, surrounding the entire Hongmeng Immortal Formation. Looking through the fairy formation, Yu Yao became a little nervous when looking at the black clouds outside like mountains and seas. Since you won't come out, then I can only break in. Heiyun said lowly, his arms suddenly raised. In the next moment, hundreds of millions of black clouds raised their arms at the same time, and the endless chaotic aura gurgled up, condensing into an infinite beam of light. Then, a super chaos emperor seat that shook the heavens quietly condensed on the Hongmeng Immortal Array. Yu Yao's eyes were wide open. Such a super chaos emperor seat is even more magnificent than the Hongmeng Immortal Formation. An unspeakable depressive aura came down from the top of her head. Once the Hongmeng Immortal Array couldn't support it, she would be hit hard. Thinking of this, Yu Yao gritted her teeth. The endless harmony and purple spirit burst out, supporting the entire harmony formation. This is the strongest collision between Zhuan Emperor and Zhuan Emperor. None of them kept their hands, and they did their best. The black cloud roared, and the super chaos emperor throne sank in the next moment. Boom! The unspeakable blast completely swept through, and the void directly extinguished into eternal nothingness. Under this blast, Dian Immortal will never survive. Jiang Lian, who had been exhausted by Siyu and Yu Yao, couldn't bear the impact anymore. They all vomited blood and then all passed out. In this eternal extinguishment of nothingness, it is a battle of luck between the Emperor and the Emperor. The super chaotic Emperor seat was pressed down, and the Hongmeng Immortal Array also burst into a radiant glow. These two imperial styles turned out to be stalemate for a time. The two squeezed each other. Cracks appeared in the middle. Heiyun was almost mad, manipulating hundreds of millions of figures and hitting the Hongmeng Immortal Array. The void oscillates, and the force of luck is combined. Yu Yao, who was in the center of the immortal formation, felt the blood churning under the pressure of the chaotic emperor's seat above her head. I don't think you can get out. If you don't get out, I will go in, Heiyun said frantically, and the endless aura of destruction began to eat away at the fairy formation. Looking at the Hongmeng Immortal Formation that had already spawned fine cracks, Yu Yao no longer clung to it. Hundreds of thousands of strands of grand purple meaning condensed from behind her, turned into a broken purple spear, and pierced directly to the bottom of the Chaos Emperor. Boom! Zi Yin burst open, and the Endless Emperor's luck broke out. With a point of breaking the face, the bottom of the Super Chaos Throne was directly shattered, and the aura of billions of chaos disappeared into nothingness. The black cloud retreated heavily, and his pale face was covered with fine black lines. He was severely injured, and even the hundreds of millions of figures who were besieging the Hongmeng Immortal Formation were shattered. Ah, he whispered painfully, the fairy body almost shattered at this moment. Only after waking up from the ruin. Now with his power, it is impossible to cause heavy damage to Yu Yao, who is also the quasi-emperor. On the contrary, it is easy to be hit hard. Seeing this scene, Yu Yao was secretly overjoyed. She didn't hold much hope for the blow just now, and she never thought that the black cloud would be hit hard. The battle between the Emperor Zhuin and the Emperor Zhuin. Once one side was hit hard, the end was settled. Facing the black cloud that had been hit hard, even if Yu Yao was cautious, he couldn't keep calm. Once she can successfully swallow the Emperor of the black cloud into her abdomen, there will be no suspense to ascend the Emperor's position. The difference between the Emperor Zhuin and the Emperor was an unimaginable difference. Only by becoming a true Emperor is he qualified to fight Jin Wuyang. Yu Yao thought the next moment. She didn't hesitate to take the entire Hongmeng Immortal formation and swallow it towards the black cloud. Looking at the void that had been covered by the grandiose purple meaning, a sense of horror came out of Haiyun's eyes. He was in a weak state and was severely injured, and he could no longer hold Yu Yao's Emperor's luck. The great horror between life and death has caused Haiyun to ignore any pros and cons. He opened his mouth and shouted at the void, I promise you, as long as I fully recover, I am willing to be your messenger." With the sound of black clouds falling, Yu reads www. Okanshu, calm, centered on him, and the void suddenly rippled. Then a pair of pale palms without any blood, came out of the ripples and hovered over his head. Countless tiny dust scatters the unspeakable breath of luck, falling from the palms of both hands, all dumped on the whole body of the black cloud. Looking at this weird scene, Yu Yao felt bad, and in order to avoid the abnormal change, she directly broke out an unimaginable momentum of luck. Another broken purple spear was condensed by her and shot at the black cloud. If this blow hits directly, he will be dead for 10 years, and the Emperor's luck will also dissipate. But the next moment, the sudden change occurred. Haiyun, who had been severely injured and dying, suddenly opened his true eyes, and his pale face looked straight ahead with a smile. He didn't even mean to dodge. Chapter 50:10. Faced with the grand purple spear that was full of turmoil, the black cloud gave a dark smile. He didn't evade, slowly raised his right arm, stretched out a finger, and pointed to the front. The broken Hongmeng purple spear tore through the nothingness and shot out. The tip of the spear to the tip of the finger was stopped abruptly. Strands of pure chaos aura rushed out from the fingertips, directly covering the entire Dedeo Hongmeng purple spear. Then it was instantly fragmented. The broken Hongmeng purple spear was shattered with a finger. Yu Yao was shocked and hurriedly urged her back, and the Hongmeng Immortal Array was also summoned. Slowly getting up, Haiyun looked at the immortal body that had been repaired and showed its peak state with satisfaction. At this moment, his Emperor's luck and his immortal body were completely restored to their peak state. This is the reason why he can give pointers to the Yao Emperor style of Miu. He has fully recovered, and everything before is no longer present. Facing Yu Yao, only greed and hatred remained in Haiyun's eyes. Yu Yao, who sensed something bad, could no longer retreat because she had been surrounded again. "This time, I will smash you severely and then swallow you a little bit into my stomach." The black cloud shouted depressively and madly, and at the same time a super chaotic throne descended again. He raised his arms high, facing the Hongmeng Immortal Formation, and smashed down heavily. Boom! The endless shock burst out, swept the void, and wiped everything out. With a heavy blow, Haiyun raised the Chaos Throne again and slammed it down. One blow is harder and faster. The Hongmeng Immortal Array couldn't bear it at all. Cracks were so dense that it could break at any time. Seeing the chaotic Emperor seat above her head, Yu Yao calmed down, and in her palms a true, sword lingering purple intent was quietly condensed. The next moment, she drew her sword up, and with the complete collapse of the entire fairy formation, her entire figure turned into a shock, and she rushed into the Chaos Throne. Hundreds of thousands of rays of sun light burst out, provoking a long sound of the giant sound. Under this impact, the billions of treasures released by the black cloud were directly shattered into dust, and he had to go backwards. With a sword, the Emperor collapsed. When the super chaotic Emperor seat on that side shattered, Yu Yao stood in the void with his sword in the distance, and his face was already pale. The palm of the hand holding the Hongmeng Tru sword placed behind her was already dripping with blood. The sword breaks the Emperor style. This is a great consumption to her. Although the black cloud has also been damaged, it is by no means as serious as hers. The original good situation has quietly reversed at this time. Haiyun's figure was vacillating like a cloud of tangible matter and came to Yu Yao in a flash. I said before that you only need to hand over half of that little Yangtzean's luck and I will let you go, but you are too selfish and refused my request. He sighed faintly. If that's the case, then I can only swallow all of your breath. Yu Yao sneered when he heard the words. You are so confident that you will kill me. Don't you think you can continue to struggle? Haiyun smiled inexplicably, and then he quietly raised his arms. The void immediately rippled for no reason, and then a picture scroll appeared, making Yu Yao open his eyes. My celestial monarchs, Yaoer, this seat is one step ahead and offers you the last luck. With this familiar voice sounded, the figure of the ancient fairy king also appeared. He was dressed in Feiyun uniforms. His complexion was indifferent, but he looked at Yu Yao with nostalgia and stepped into the vortex array. In an instant, his fairy body shattered and turned into powder to fill his eyes. No, no. Why does this scene reappear? Yu Yao only retreated with panic in her eyes, and with the eyes of the ancient immortal monarch, the picture suddenly turned around. Thousands, or even thousands of Dayan immortals rushed into the eyes like moths to the fire. This scene was too tragic, and the dead Dayan gave all his luck even just to gain a few breaths. When everything has settled down, only Yu Yao is left in the whole picture, and endless gas flows into her body. Thanks, Tusk. I thought that in order to realize the Emperor's luck, I was the only one who would be so unscrupulous. I didn't expect to compare with you. I really don't count as much. Haiyun's ridiculous voice resounded faintly. In order to understand the Emperor's luck, you trapped all the Dayan immortals under your seat. I want to learn from you about this. Yu Yao's eyes were wide open, already in pain and unable to extricate herself. In that picture scroll, everything is a nightmare. It is the past that she tried to hide and forget. She did not think about it, but appeared again and became her real nightmare. And this is also Yu Yao's insatiable spirit, seeing her who is already in chaos and pain. The corner of Haiyun's mouth curled up quietly, seeing through the nightmare deep in his heart and magnifying it several times to show it again, is his real masterpiece. As long as the divine mind has not reached its perfection, everything will not escape his insight. As for those who have reached perfect harmony, Haiyun has not really seen it so far. She was already unable to restrain herself into chaos and pain, and the black cloud quietly disappeared at this moment. When he appeared again, he had already come to Yu Yao. Chains of chaos burst out from his big palm, like a real sword, piercing into her fairy body. Puff, puff! A total of 100 chaotic chains were severely nailed into Yu Yao's limbs and fairy body, firmly fixing it in the void of nothingness. She couldn't help but cried out, but it was already too late. Divine blood flew, and the Emperor's luck began to quickly dissipate. It's a pity I didn't expect a quasi-emperor's divine mind to be so fragile that even just a picture is enough to defeat it. Haiyun looked at her, half regret and half ridicule. But it is no wonder that this is the case. Should have a wonderful taste when designing a loyal seat. Your scheming made me tremble. You are waiting for this day. It seems that you have already decided at the beginning. If your dead people know that you have set this situation from the beginning, what would they think? Speaking of having laughed wildly at the end, he seemed to enjoy this feeling very much. Yu Yao's face was completely pale. Her eyes had lost her look. It's really boring you designed it for so long, but you finally dedicated it to me. Haiyun shook his head. He could not wait to devour it. As long as he swallows a quasi-emperor's luck, he will surely ascend to the emperor. In the next moment, Yu Yao, whose true eyes had lost her glamour, quietly raised her head, looked at the black cloud with a smile but a smile, and then raised her broken right arm. A true sword enveloping Hong Meng and purple intent exudes an unparalleled light. Chapter 5011. Heiyun couldn't speak anymore, and he watched the Hong Meng true sword and stabbed it into his chest. The emperor's clothing was shattered, and the endless purple meaning burst out completely. At this moment, the two incompatible emperors' luck blended and then quickly offset. The great horror between life and death made the black cloud roar, and the chaotic chains shot out, unexpectedly breaking the grand purple meaning and stabbing into Yu Yao's fairy body again. Endless blood is spilled. This is an endless situation. They are all crazy. They all give up manipulating their emperor's luck and fight with their own immortal bodies. They have not reached the emperor level. Their immortal bodies are only one level stronger than the Nineth rank Dayan Immortal, and they are still immortal bodies, not emperor bodies. But the Emperor Zhuan had one thing that Dayan Xian did not have, and that was the bones of the emperor. The bone of the emperor is the foundation of the quasi-emperor and an important thing leading to the emperor. Although the quasi-emperor is still a fairy body, it has the bones of the emperor. Even if the fairy body is broken, it can be repaired quickly. Zhuindi Yuyo's immortal body was almost torn apart by the chaotic chain, but it continued to break and then stood up and quickly recovered. All this is because of the bones of the emperor. But looking back at the black cloud that had the upper hand, it is now a bit miserable. Even though he was restored and healed to the peak state by that kind of unknown power, his fairy body couldn't withstand Yu Yao's offensive at all because the emperor bone was drawn out by Jian Wushuang. His immortal body was broken even more severely, and the damage he suffered had far exceeded the speed of repair, and he was retreating steadily. Even though Yu Yao suffered less damage than Heiyun, her spiritual thoughts were already in chaos, and she was struggling to sustain it. If you continue to fight for your life like this, the black cloud without the bones of the emperor must be the first to die. Both are at the end of the battle, but no one is willing to retreat first, because if they are attacked while retreating, even if they are not dead, they will not be able to recover. Chaos Breath and Hongmeng Zi have completely fought together. Hundreds of chaotic chains pierced Yu Yao's fairy body, strangling and devouring them continuously. Yu Yao held the Hongmeng True Sword in one hand and the Tao-breaking Hongmeng Purple Spear in the other, and stabbed Heiyun's chest heavily. The blood of the gods flew, and the emperor's luck was also offsetting the destruction. Even if Heiyun was crazy again, he knew the seriousness. Seeing Yu Yao, whose spiritual thoughts gradually became clear, he suddenly gritted his teeth, and the void rippled. Along with this ripple, Heiyun's figure has disappeared, replaced by the ancient fairy monarch. Divine blood was gushing out of his eyes and ears. Only a pair of true eyes were still clear, showing a complex look. "Yaoer, I am Zungu." Yu Yao was shocked, and the Dao Dao Hongmeng purple spear in his hand fell into the void in an instant. No, you are not. Zungu is dead. You are pretending to be." Zungu Zianjin's eyes became painful again, and finally he said, "Yaoer, why did you do that? We all just want to go out." Yu Yao was shocked. The emperor almost disappeared. At this moment, her spiritual thoughts were completely confused. No, they're all fake. Zungu, I also want to go out, but what can I do when I go out? Zhenwuyang will not let us go. Zungu Xianjun no longer said much, just looked at her in pain. Then the Dayan Immortal, who is now dead in the Star River Immortal Array, all began to walk out of the void ripples, and looked at Yu Yao sadly without saying a word. Looking at thousands of people, the Dayan fairy who once sat, Yu Yao has completely collapsed. Although she was already a quasi-emperor, the collapse of divine consciousness made her unable to afford it. That tragic scene became a real nightmare in her heart. In order to become an emperor, she weaved a lie of endless years, and this lie killed all the immortals who followed her. With the blood of the emperor's luck and tears gushing from her eyes, the endless grand and purple meanings were all shattered at this moment. Zungu Xianjun took all the Dayan immortals and slowly dissipated. Only the black cloud stood in place. A faint meaning flashed deep in his eyes, and then he returned to normal. When he came to Yu Yao, he slowly lifted his right palm, and the chaotic chains protruded from his palm, restraining Yu Yao calmly. Divine Mind has collapsed. She has no fighting spirit, and the Emperor's luck has been shattered. Give all your luck to me, and I will live for you. Haiyin's mouth curled up, and the chaotic chains began to eat away at her luck. At this time, Jiang Lian returned, and Di Qing had awakened from a coma. Only the weak Xianjun Fuyao was still in a coma. They glanced at each other, then nodded secretly. Although they were still bound by the chaotic chain, they could still make simple movements. After making the decision, they quickly fled. Di Qing watched the unconscious Fuyao on the side, feeling unbearable, and finally gritted his teeth and took her to leave together. However, Haiyin's gloomy voice resounded. "Want to leave? Leave it to me." After the words were over, for chaotic chains shot out, caught them in an instant, and dragged them to the black cloud. "You all belong to me." He smiled weirdly, and the chaotic chain directly absorbed his luck. Jiang Lian's return, as well as Di Qing and Fuyao, were all suffering. Their luck had been swallowed by Yu Yao long ago, but now they are swallowed again, and there is almost no way to die. Their luck has been absorbed by me earlier. Let them go, and all my luck will be given to you. With her long hair scattered, Yu Yao, who had lost her fighting spirit, suddenly spoke softly. Heiyun was startled, then grinned. "Fake mercy? Now you are all in my hands and are still negotiating terms? I want it all." Yu Yao stopped talking, looked up at them, and then lowered her head. Jiang Lian returned, and even if Di Qing didn't admit his fate, he would be unable to return to heaven. Complete death seems to be their ultimate destination. Heiyun is completely mad, and he holds the luck of a quasi-emperor and 3 ranked Dayan immortals. The emperor is unstoppable. At this moment, the entire void of nirvana has been swallowed and covered by chaos, and the endless chaos chain covers everything. When he didn't notice, the void of nirvana, from the end of infinity, a bit of cold light appeared quietly. And this cold light is too vast, as if it had descended since 9 days. When dark clouds, when they noticed, that bit of cold light has already obscured the world, blooming mightily. That is a sword, like hundreds of thousands of tassels falling. Every sword intent easily cuts through the nihilism. Rumor has it that in every heavenly plane there is a sacred mountain peak, and above the peak there will be a horse-leaf sword grass. When the horse chestnut grass was fully bloomed, even the stars would be sad. At this moment, in the entire void of extinguishment, as if countless stalks of horseleaf sword grass were blooming, you should not look directly at it. Chapter 50:12. This sword is so powerful that every ray of sword intent can easily cut away the chaotic atmosphere, and then blooms wantonly. The unmatched and pure power broke out completely. Heiyun's eyes suddenly widened, even though he was the quasi-emperor. But facing this sword, only the great terror of life and death came to his mind. He easily felt that if he didn't retreat, this sword would inevitably cause him severe damage or even death. But in the face of Zhuan Emperor's luck, how could he let it go? The black cloud roared, and the next moment he tried to drag the chain and Yu Yao away with him. But Yu Yao suddenly grasped the chaotic chains in his body, smiled strangely, and dragged him under the sword curtain with all his strength. Hundreds of millions of sword intents are intertwined with each other, with the meaning of crisp sword singing, completely descending. At this moment, in the eternal extinguishment of nothingness, there is only sword intent. Everything is falling apart. Yu Yao tightly clamped down on the black clouds and exposed them together under the sword curtain, without the slightest intention of resisting. Only the black clouds' roar continued, and it was quickly swallowed. When Jiang Lian returned, Di Qing and Fuyao closed their eyes tightly, resigned to fate. Kendo is eternal. This awe-inspiring sword intent that covered the eternal silence and nothingness lasted for a long time. When the sword intent dissipated, Jiang Lian returned. Di Qing opened his eyes at the same time and then was speechless in shock. In front of them, Jian Wushuang's figure reappeared. With his bare chest, his whole body was surrounded by the rising dark blue unknown aura, which was completely different from the Emperor's aura that had flowed around him before, but it was even deeper. They swallowed their throats together. "Imlate, please wait a while," Jian Wushuang urged, then slowly turned around. As he turned around, the ink-green breath flowing around him rose and flowed. The sword curtain dissipated, and the black cloud covered his chest, vomiting divine blood and the broken Emperor's luck. At that moment, Yu Yao, who was desperate for death, suffered even more damage, and the entire fairy body was almost completely shattered. The blood of the gods had been drained, and only the Emperor's luck was supporting her. Seeing that the person who came was Jian Wushuang, Yu Yao couldn't believe it, and there was a sense of relief that was difficult to understand. The black cloud is panic utterly. He had never thought that the nightmare would come back again, and it would come in an unimaginable state. Heiyun trembled, and he could feel that Jian Wushuang this time was still terrifying. The dark blue flowing cloud aura blocked everything, and Jian Wushuang set off like a godless king. This scene made the black cloud tremble from the heart, and the past seemed to come again. Endless years ago, the Zhan Wuyang, who had wiped out his body and spirit with just a slap, appeared like this at the beginning, with indifferent eyes and supreme luck, easily destroying a heaven. Right now, Jian Wushuang gave him the same feeling. No, everything has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything. Just look for her if you want. Everything is her. Heiyun spoke in horror, disregarding any face. Seeing the black cloud that was about to kneel to the ground almost in horror, Yu Yao was a little surprised, knowing that it was easy for Emperor Zhuan to raise his hand to kill the Nineth rank Dayan Immortal. Why would he be afraid of a little Yanxian? What's more, this little Xiao Yangxian had once died in her hands. Although Jian Wushuang's death and resurrection shocked Yu Yao, it didn't mean she would be afraid. So she was puzzled by Heiyun's abnormal performance. At this moment, Jian Wushuang seemed to be smiling, but not smiling, and his voice was indifferent. "You know what you have done. Today you too. One counts one. No one wants to leave alive." Heiyun's figure trembled, as if his fate had been frozen. His gaze shifted from Heiyun, and he looked at Yu Yao. With his eyes facing each other, Jian Wushuang's eyes were only left with a cold and awe-inspiring, killing intent. Yu Yao felt terrified inexplicably, and at the same time she realized that the aura radiating from him could not be owned by Yanxian. "Hey, don't be stunned. If you don't want to die today, join forces as soon as possible." Heiyun trembling in a low voice. Yu Yao ignored him at all, even thought it was ridiculous. A little Yanxian could actually scare a quasi-emperor into this? "Quickly, will you join forces?" Heiyun roared anxiously. "Get away!" Yu Yao looked at him and shouted angrily, and a real Hongmeng sword suddenly condensed in his hand. Her desire for death has changed, and only endless killing thoughts remain. He was yelled at by the anger. Instead of being angry, Heiyun was surprised to the point that it could not be added. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Once they fight, they can leave by this. Thinking of this, the black cloud has quietly retreated. Once again facing Yu Yao, who had become a Zhuan emperor, Jian Wushuang still had no fear, only contempt. Yu Yao couldn't help but feel shame and endless killing intent. Jian Wushuang also quietly condensed an invisible sword at this moment. This time the invisible sword is no longer invisible, but the whole body presents the meaning of black-green, deep and awkward. The black, invisible sword, the tip of the sword pointed directly at Yu Yao, and he said quietly, "Today I only have one purpose, which is to kill you here." She only felt absurd that a Yanxian who died in her own hands not long ago would actually say such a crazy talk. Although I don't know how you survived, but if you appear in front of me today, you will inevitably fall into my hands again." Yu Yao said coldly. The endless Hongmeng killing intent completely broke out. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, his red-golden eyes quietly turned into dark blue at this moment. A deep and powerful breath completely burst from his body. This is an unprecedented, treacherous, and deep breath, which is very different from the previous, but it is magnificent and surging. He Yin was already nervous and couldn't speak. He could feel Jian Wushuang's changes, so he was extremely frightened. This time, the breath is more gloomy and tyrannical, full of a cold and deliberately determined. Heiyun has an instinct. If he doesn't run away when they fight against each other, I am afraid that there will be no chance to escape. Thinking of this, he was already planning a way out. Yu Yao was also furious to the extreme. Facing Jian Wushuang, holding the Hongmeng True Sword, she slashed forward without hesitation. "It's now run." Heiyun didn't hesitate. The moment they met, their figure completely dissipated, and they fled frantically. Facing the venting of this endless magnum and purple meaning, Jian Wushuang smiled contemptuously, then held the hilt in both hands and cut out a sword lightly. The dark cyan long sword cut a dark cyan sword across the void of silence, and it immediately rose by billions of dollars against the storm. At this moment, under this Mo Qing sword, even the nihilism was cut open. Hongmeng Zi confronted the billionaire Mo Qingjian. Like the brocade torn, the Tianhe River dried up, and the endless purple meaning was cut away without any suspense. Chapter 50:13. The Hongmeng purple meaning is all broken, turned into billions of tassels, and disappeared from nothing. And that Mo Qingjian cut the momentum without reducing, and directly slashed towards Yao. The unspeakable horror shocked her. She almost didn't even think about it, so she blocked the Hongmeng True Sword in front of her. Ding! The crisp sound of the sword sound was fleeting, and then disappeared completely. The Hongmeng purple intention was completely shattered, and the Mo Qing sword was also missing. Everything seemed to have never appeared before. But the next moment, the long hair between Yu Yao's left ear was all broken, and the Hongmeng True sword that lay in front of him quietly broke into two pieces from the tip of the sword. The prosperous sword has forced a quasi-emperor to this point. Yu Yao was completely shocked. She couldn't believe it. Why did the guy who had been easily wiped out by herself earlier give her an unpredictable feeling now? The Black Cloud, who was fleeing for his life, naturally saw this scene and couldn't help but smile happily when he saw that Yu Yao was almost crushed. But when he turned his head, he was shocked to find that the road ahead was blocked by a dark blue enchantment. That layer of enchantment is extremely tough, like layers of dark blue feathers, which are extremely curious. A wisp of cold sweat flowed from his temples, and he suddenly realized that the moment Jian Wushuang shot, he didn't intend to let them leave alive. Breaking the sword with the sword, Jian Wushuang at this moment, his eyes were completely replaced by the dark blue, and the whole body exudes a majestic momentum. He used the 6 Crow Emperors to stay in the mind, the last one of the 6 Emperors' luck. The power of the surging Emperor's aura of the 6 Crow Emperors has all poured into the fairy body. Thanks to the weird characteristics of the immortal body, Jian Wushuang can almost perfectly absorb and fit any Emperor's luck, and can exert all its power. Both the previous Jinwu Emperor's Qi luck and the current Lu Crow Emperor's Qi luck were able to fully display in his body. This is so terrifying that even Jian Wushuang can't explain it clearly. It is obvious that he is only a peak evolving immortal, but now he is able to fight the Emperor Zhuan. After recovering from the shock, Yu Yao looked at him with a complicated expression. Jian Wushuang didn't bother to talk nonsense with her at all. A guy who set up such a vicious plan to make all Yanxian who follow her die. Even if he becomes a quasi-emperor, there will only be one end. Dead. Holding the Maching long sword, at this moment, thousands of sword intent are all in one. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehu He Jianyani, the second style, river. The towering Tianhe flows out from the eternal extinguishment and nothingness, and hundreds of millions of sword intents condense with each other and become a super sword river. Different from the previous ones, this time the Jian River and the Sea of Borderlessness were full of death, cold and barren. It is like flowing from eternity, never extinguished. This sword beyond the realm can't be said, and Yu Yao finally knew why Yin would beg for mercy, so gaff and escape. Because this sword is too variable. Before he could think, Yu Yao directly moved out of the Hongmeng Immortal formation, and at the same time condensed a Tao-breaking Hongmeng purple spear in his hand. Tit for tat, the inch has appeared. The towering, mixed black Tianhe swept over, and the entire Hongmeng Immortal formation was swallowed instantly. Yu Yao, who was in the center of the fairy formation, only felt darkness in his eyes, and there was no other color. An even more unbelievable scene appeared. The Hongmeng Immortal Array, which was so strong that the black cloud could not be broken, actually shattered countless fine cracks at the moment of the collision. Broken only in an instant, Hanhai Jianhe roared, completely torn the Hongmeng Immortal formation, and swallowed it towards Yu Yao. Yu Yao could no longer remain indifferent, holding the Dedeo Hongmeng purple spear, and stabbed the Jianhe with the spear tip. In an instant, the crazy river of sword was split into two halves from the middle. Yu Yao, who was in the center of Jian's tied head, trembled slightly. Jianhe seemed to be endless, devouring her spiritual thoughts little by little. She supported it hard, and the arms holding the spear trembled more severely. Just when Yu Yao was about to retreat desperately, the endless Jianhe suddenly dissipated. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, at the last end of Jianhe, Jian Wushuang held the Mo Qing long sword, quietly appearing like a ghost. With a sword stab, Yu Yao subconsciously stood up and broke the Dao Hongmeng purple spear to resist. The Dao Hongmeng purple spear, which can destroy even the chaotic emperor's seat of the black cloud, seemed to have lost its charm and became vulnerable at this moment. The tip of the sword easily shattered the tip of the spear, and the forward stab unabated. The whole broken Dao Hongmeng purple spear exploded inch by inch, along with the one that exploded, and Yu Yao's right arm with the spear. Puff! A sound that couldn't be more faint resounded, and then everything died. She only felt an unbearable pain in the fairy body and then looked down. A dark green sword pierced through the right rib and penetrated the entire fairy body. Divine blood poured out from the wound and spilled into the void. The emperor's clothes shattered, and her entire right arm disappeared. Under this extraordinary sword, Yu Yao was defeated in a devastated state. There was still an incredible look in her eyes, and the blood flowed out of her mouth as soon as she opened her mouth. Jian Wushuang backed away half a step, his eyes still cold. Why? How did you do it? You are obviously just a fairy. Yu Yao said in pain. She felt that the emperor's luck in the fairy body was quickly dissipating. Jian Wushuang did not answer her, his eyes still scornful. Immediately afterwards, a cry resounded as if coming from 9 days. Then, from behind Jian Wushuang, a huge totem constructed by the Mo Qing aura appeared. The totem is huge and full of supreme pressure, and only one chasing bird is depicted in the entire totem. The chasing bird is like a flowing cloud in black and blue, with a hexagonal head, draped in 10,000 feathers and crowing, full of supreme pressure. With the appearance of this huge totem, Jian Wushuang's fairy body revealed a breath that had never appeared before. Yu Yao's eyes suddenly widened, staggering back. She knew exactly what that breath represented, and because of that she was shocked. That is emperor luck. A fairy will have the emperor's luck. For a long time, she said bitterly, "Why do you have emperor luck?" Jian Wushuang didn't answer, but whispered, "Is it me, or are you self-explanatory?" Yu Yao was startled, but she already knew what Jian Wushuang meant. Relatively speechless, she already knew that everything was powerless. Yu Yao couldn't think of how to resist that just shattered his fairy body with a single sword. Absurd, it's ridiculous. The Emperor's luck I crave so much has finally given me such a result. She wept, and the fairy body withered to the extreme at this moment. I regret. I knew today why I did it. Rarely, Jian Wushuang said this to her. Chapter 50:14. Jian Wushuang had nothing but contempt for her, but no mercy. And she never had the slightest bit of pity, even though she had regretted it. But everything was already powerless, and nothing could be changed. If the galaxy Immortal array had not been opened, would everything not happen? If there is no if, even the Emperor Zhuan will pay the price. The dust settled when the black ink-long sword, which combined the luck of the 6 crow emperors, pierced into her fairy body. Even if Yu Yao resisted again, Jian Wushuang would have several ways to let him die. And Jian Wushuang didn't worry about her resisting at all, because the death-seeking heart was already born, and no one could save her. The next step is to relieve one's luck. You are variables. When you came to the 3rd and 5th heavens, I felt some changes in the dark. Yu Yao drew out another ray of divine blood, and his aura had waned. But I didn't expect that the direction of the matter would eventually go to the opposite side. Now I discovered that even if I master the Emperor's aura, I will be taken away by the catastrophe in the dark, not my own, and ultimately not my own. My Emperor's luck is yours. You can take it away. After she said these last words, she didn't speak any more, but instead released her Emperor's luck, swimming towards Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, waved his hand to abandon the Emperor's luck. I don't want it. Please explain yourself. Yu Yao's figure was startled. A touch of sadness crossed his eyes. Okay, then I will explain myself. After speaking these last words, she did not stay any longer, and directly explained her Emperor's luck. In an instant, the long wind flows, and the eternal silence and nothingness trembles. But the scene of ruining the world did not reappear. After the long wind swept hundreds of millions of miles away, it fell silent. Hongmeng Zi intends to explain to himself, completely returning to the void. Yu Yao did not make any other moves, begging for death. Jian Wushuang stood in front of her, watching this scene calmly. Another quasi-emperor explained the emperor's luck in front of him. He didn't know how he felt, neither joy nor sadness. All this should have nothing to do with him, but in the end it was contaminated with cause and effect. Just like when he was in the sand demon cave, Sha Qing pushed him into a sea of blood, contaminated with unknown cause and effect. Jian Wushuang has always been passive, but he has no alternative. Immediately afterwards, the brief discussion with the empty wheel under the sea of blood also came to mind. Everything seems to be ending continuously, but it never seems to end. As the Emperor's luck continued to dissipate, Yuyo's fairy body was almost transparent. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang. If you want to get out of here, the heavenly gate of the 3rd and 5th heaven is indeed the weakest part of the entire borderless sea. I have never deceived you on this point. She will fall, and her words are good. Jian Wushuang nodded slowly. Yu Yao continued. Actually, when I finally opened the Star River Immortal Formation, I changed my mind for a moment, but in the end I still did not resist the temptation. Hearing her complaint, Jian Wushuang knew that this was her last self-redemption. After speaking these last words, Yuyo's fairy body was completely shattered due to the lack of Emperor's luck. The endless, grandiose, purple meaning dissipated, permeating the entire nihilism, as if it had never appeared before. Jian Wushuang raised his hand to retrieve the Mo Qing sword and stood with his hand held. Dead, dead. Jiang, Lian returned. Di Qing and Fu Yao Xianjun came behind Jian Wushuang at this time and looked at the place where Zhuandi Yuyao disappeared with some shock. They all witnessed this battle completely and have not recovered from the shock. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and a sense of tiredness flashed from the depths of his eyes. The Emperor's luck absorbed from the Lu Crow Tiendi when was beyond his control. If this continues, I am afraid his fairy body will collapse. But he still didn't plan to dissipate Lu Crow Emperor's luck, because there was still something to do. Zhuindi Yuyao solved the Emperor's luck and completely died, and the grand and purple meanings disappeared. Jian Wushuang hadn't left him at all, but immediately after Yuyao disappeared, something rose up. The rich purple meaning that is so strong that it can hardly be removed wrapped a section of white bones. His eyes were solemn. Is it another piece of emperor bone? It seemed to be induced, those Hongmeng purple meanings lingering in the air. Directly supporting that section of the emperor's bones came to Jian Wufang, undulating. The bone of the emperor is one of the fundamental differences between the quasi-emperor and the immortal. Once the bone of the emperor is condensed, it means that the emperor will be difficult to obstruct. The meaning of Wuzhu Hongmeng smelled the powerful aura of Jian Wushuang, spontaneously surrendered in front of him, and presented Yuyao's emperor bone. Jian Wushuang didn't even accept her emperor's luck before, and now naturally he doesn't want to accept this section of emperor bone. Although this emperor bone is a symbol of the quasi-emperor with an unimaginable grandeur, it seems to have no effect on him. After thinking for a while, Jian Wushuang finally decided to accept this section of the emperor bone. Reaching out his hand, the emperor's bones, which were engulfed in the grand and purple meaning, fell into the palm. Starting with one run, he has a completely different feeling from that section of the emperor's bone in Heiyun. This is a hot potato. The less Dianxian knows, the more secure it is. Now, Jian Wu's hands, there are already 2 sections of emperor bones. Although this emperor bone was useless, he finally decided to stay. After stuffing the emperor's bone of Yuyao into the Boyang bottle, he took out a few emperor pin pills that consolidate the source and distributed them to Jiang Lian and returned them. Although his own qi luck is still unable to recover, it has been completely stabilized after taking the D-pin pill, and it is only a matter of time before the complete recovery. Jian Wushuang's whole body was still surging with unsightly luck, and then he looked into the distance. There are still troubles that have not been resolved. All he has to do is to resolve the last trouble. He was blocked by some kind of black feather enchantment that couldn't speak. Arrogantly, Heiyun had panicked to the point of no more. In addition, he witnessed Zhuindi Yuyao's self-defeating and extinction, and he was extremely desperate. He frantically raised the Chaos Throne, trying to break the barrier. But this dark blue-black feather barrier was stronger than Yuyao's Hongmeng Immortal formation, and he couldn't break it at all. Feeling the quietly angry chill behind him, Heiyun stopped the movement in his hands and turned around slowly with difficulty. The immortal Yanxian, who was like a nightmare, stood behind him at this moment, looking at him with a smile. You have killed me once, and my emperor bones have been extracted by you. There is no reason to kill me again. Taking a deep breath, Heiyun said in a condensed voice. Jian Wushuang heard the words and raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, really? But why are you still alive? I remember that you are completely gone. Chapter 5015. Latest station name. Mubi Pavilion Hay. Yun's heart trembled, and he felt the icy cold killing intent from Jian Wushuang's voice. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. Just let you die completely. Jian Wushuang said softly, and Mo Qing's sword reunited. Feeling the surging aura, the black cloud was shocked. He flew straight away without thinking about it. Want to go? Jian Wushuang did not stay any longer. One sword penetrated. In an instant, nothingness collapsed, and an unimaginable sword intent shot out and pierced into the back of the black cloud fiercely. Boom! Under this sword, his figure was directly shattered into countless pieces. But Jian Wushuang didn't think Heiyun would die so easily. He was originally a special existence, and the effect of the fairy body was almost negligible. Sure enough, at the same time that the fairy body was shattered, hundreds of black clouds sprang up in an instant. He looked back at Jian Wushuang and then flew towards the wilds. Seeing this situation, Jiang Lian and the others were very anxious, but they were helpless. Once the emperor wanted to escape, no one could stop him. But Jian Wushuang was quite indifferent. Even though hundreds of black clouds had split up, he was still not worried. At the next moment, he stretched out his hand and swept it, and an endless layer of black feathers and black feathers came down. The black clouds that ran away from the road slammed into the barrier and turned into a fluffy ashes. Only the real black cloud looked gloomy. The road was completely blocked, and Jian Wushuang was determined to die. Heiyun looked gloomy, turned around to look at Jian Wushuang, who was already here, and said with a cold voice, "You really think you'll eat me? Isn't it?" Jian Wushuang looked at him calmly. He smiled darkly. "Although I don't know how you have the Emperor's luck, I can see that you are still just a little fairy. If I want to keep spending with you, will it cost you to death? Then I want to see how you exhausted me to death." Jian Wushuang smiled. The battle of the trapped beasts must be fought, and once defeated, there will only be death. At this moment, Heiyun will fight blood. The vast and treacherous chaotic aura completely covered the entire black feather enchantment at this moment. A super chaotic emperor appeared on top of the black cloud, and the entire nihilism was completely darkened. In order to have no worries, Jian Wushuang had previously returned Jiang Lian, Diqing, and Fuyao out of the barrier. At this moment, they are the only ones in the barrier. Heiyun took the lead. In order to take the initiative from the beginning, he directly manipulated the Chaos Emperor to smash against Jian Wushuang. The Chaos Emperor seat, which occupies almost one half of the entire black feather enchantment, is too terrifying. Even Jian Wushuang, who is the Emperor's luck, cannot be underestimated. He is just a peak-evolving immortal, and if he is not careful, he will die on the spot. Therefore, when he saw the Chaos Emperor's seat soaring, Jian Wushuang drew his sword and did not dare to hold it big. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehu Heijianyani, the first style, star. The sword slashed out without surprise, but it shook the world in the next moment. This sword made the nihilism and nothingness curled up, and hundreds of dark blue ons burst out. When the two collided, the super chaos throne shook severely, and then an endless aura of chaos poured out. Heiyun's complexion changed in shock. Just under this confrontation, the Emperor's seat was almost broken and faltered. He gritted his teeth abruptly, and endless chaos rushed out of the fairy body again, blessing on the throne. The aura was so great that Jiang Lian and the others outside the black feather barrier were a little shocked. "Wushuang, nothing will happen, right?" Yan Fan was quite nervous. "It shouldn't be. The luck on Wushuang's body is too great." Jiang Li said, "Without 10 breaths of time, everything will be settled. Within the black feather enchantment, the general trend is over." The Chaos Emperor was gone, leaving nothing but eternal utterance. Jian Wushuang stood holding the sword, calmly looking forward. The black cloud was weak, and the chaotic aura was under that sword, and the people who were cut off 7 or 88. A strange wisp of black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. "It's time to end. Did I do it, or did you relieve yourself of luck?" Jian Wushuang said softly, but his voice was full of indisputable majesty. Heiyun's complexion was low, and he already knew that he couldn't win at all under that kind of luck. There is still only one ending. But then he still smiled darkly. "I'm so lucky? Do you think you can force me into desperation?" Jian Wu's double-faced color was cold, and a totem that covered the sky and sun suddenly appeared behind him. This totem appeared, and the chaotic atmosphere in the entire black feather enchantment was instantly cleared. That is a bird chasing. It has a hexagonal head, and it is covered with diversified clouds and feathers. Even annihilation nothingness could not bear its presence, and it began to collapse and curl again. Along with the emergence of this totem, another Treasure Xiang Zijian Wushuang came behind him, wearing the Mou Lu Yun Emperor's clothes. It reflects the ultimate of all things in the world, and each leaf of Qingyu is like a small world contains infinite power. This is a true emperor. No one Dianxian could get a glimpse of his true face. He seemed to have walked out of Wanggu and came here. He stood quietly behind Jian Wushuang, reflecting on the huge bird-chasing totem. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's closed eyes quietly opened, and 100,000 words of ink green burst out. Not only that, but the brilliant emperor behind him, who couldn't look directly at him, also opened his eyes at this moment. The dust of the sea and the collapse of the universe are all under his sight. Heiyun had even forgotten to escape, and instantly disappeared in this sea of dust. Almost at the same time, Jian Wushuang spit out a breath of divine blood, and his aura instantly wilted to the extreme. This is the true strength of Lu Kro Tian Di Wen. Only the first form made Jian Wushuang's divine spirit almost disappear. And he couldn't use this first style at all. It was entirely due to the luck of Emperor Lu Kro that he used this style. The reason why he was unable to practice the 6 Crow Heaven Emperor one was because he had to have a minimum of rank 9 Dayan Immortal to be eligible. Void Radiant. This kind of aura continued for a long time before it slowly dissipated. The entire void has been completely wiped out, and even the borderless sea beneath him has collapsed down by billions of millions of meters. In the eternal dying emptiness, only wisps of ink cyan aura flowed. Only Jian Wushuang was still standing. The black cloud has been completely wiped out, without a trace of luck. Everything has settled. Jian Wushuang's aura was sluggish, and he felt the Emperor's luck in his body dissipate. The immortal body also began to shatter. Using different Emperor's luck twice in a row, his fairy body is like a container about to break. His face was pale, and his palm touched the Boyang bottle on his waist. Chapter 5016. Taking out nearly 20 D-pin pills in a row, Jian Wushuang directly stuffed all of them into his mouth. The broken fairy body feels better. The medicinal effect of 20 D-pin pills is just enough to offset the troubles of using D-Jun Chi luck. If there is no D-pin pill, I'm afraid Jian Wushuang will definitely die this time. How about it? Is it serious? Di Qing stepped forward and said solemnly, "It's okay, but I'm afraid I will be weak for a while." He smiled bitterly. "It's okay, everything is over. It's time for you to take a good rest." Yen Fan patted his shoulder. Jian Wushuang nodded. Everything had indeed settled. The 2 quasi-emperors had died, and there was no obstacle. The next thing is to leave the borderless sea. Jian Wushuang slowly turned around, looking at the dying void in the distance. But at this moment, none of them noticed. The dying void behind them suddenly rippled, and then 2 figures walked out of it. In the next moment, those 2 figures suddenly violently, one after another, the powerful training directly entangled Di Qing and Fu Yao Xianjun. They were all caught off guard. When Jian Wushuang reacted, the 2 figures had already dragged Di Qing and Fu Yao, swiftly rushing towards Endless Front. Court death! Jian Wushuang drank low, and his figure immediately followed, and Zhang Lian followed him. A total of 7 figures, chasing frantically under the sky that has become nothingness. When the 2 figures that dragged Di Qing and Fu Yao suddenly stopped, the familiar scene made Jian Wushuang also stop. The sky is still broken, but in the middle of the broken sky, an almost completely broken sky gate comes into view. Here is the site of the 3rd and 5th heavens, and it is also the place where Yu Yao Kang killed Xia Xianxian and became the emperor. Mist, long time no see. Suddenly, from those 2 figures that seemed to be shrouded in mist, such a voice came out. Immediately afterwards, the mist slowly dissipated, and the 2 figures were revealed. Jian Wushuang watched this scene in astonishment. Those 2 figures turned out to be Bian Zuan and the young emperor next to him. Their reappearance made Jian Wushuang feel a strange emotional change. Bian Ziwen's eyes were cold, and only cold killing intent remained in his eyes. And the young emperor stood with his hands behind, watching this scene with interest. It's all here, and it looks like a good show will be staged soon. When the voice fell, the young emperor smiled strangely, and then stretched out a pair of pale and bloodless palms. With the movement of his palm, Hundreds of millions of tiny dusts suddenly reunited in the void. Then a figure reunited. Dark clouds. At this moment, even Jian Wushuang was completely shocked, and the black cloud that had been completely obliterated was revived again, which was simply unimaginable. He slowly opened his eyes, first at a loss, then overjoyed. I can survive! Withdrawing his palm, the young emperor's face became paler. He glanced at Heiyun and then whispered, Don't be too happy, your enemy is right in front of you now. Heiyun was startled, and then subconsciously looked at Jian Wushuang. His whole body trembled suddenly. Only panic was left in his eyes. He hadn't walked out of that terrible destruction yet, and seeing Jian Wushuang again at this moment, he almost couldn't stand still. This Xianxian, who killed him twice and pulled out the emperor's bones, had become the most terrifying nightmare deep in his heart. The young emperor, who received the black cloud expression in his eyes, could not help showing disgust, and then he said coldly, This time your mission is to kill any Dayan immortal you see. Otherwise you will end up. It's clearest. Heiyun heard this, revealing a bit of bitterness. Then I will try my best. Ignoring him, the young emperor immediately looked at Bian Ziyuan again. Ziyuan, they will leave it to you. No, I just want him. Bian Ziyuan's voice was low, and he raised his palm to point at Jian Wushuang. He nodded. Then let's start. The familiar chaos aura spread out in an instant. Although Heiyun had been shocked, he still chose to fight. At this moment, Bian Ziyuan also moved forward slowly, only Jian Wushuang in his eyes. Let go of them, I will fight you. Jian Wushuang said coldly, Are you negotiating terms with me? He smiled coldly. You can get it yourself. After he finished speaking, the endless and exquisite water mist rose up, covering most of the void in an instant. Jiang Lian returned to gritted his teeth, and their luck was completely wiped out. Although their realm and strength were still at their peak, they were definitely able to display less than 10% of their strength. Facing the black clouds, they were simply unable to catch it. At this moment, the emperor's luck that Jian Wushuang carried had also dissipated, and his strength had also weakened to a certain level. Without the emperor's luck, he has 3 lucks on his back, and he can only fight the 6th rank Dayan immortal. As Heiyun had been scared by Jian Wushuang, he dared not move forward rashly, only releasing a chaotic atmosphere behind him to interfere. This undoubtedly gave Jian Wushuang a chance to breathe. His fairy body has been overdrawn to the extreme, but still gritted his teeth and released the true shadow of the selflessness. With the addition of the true shadow of Wu Mei, Jian Wushuang strongly supported the 3 spirits. However, without waiting for him to carry 3 chi fortunes, like a ghostly Bian Ziyuan, he rushed over. He slammed it hard, as if a million celestial mountains were coming. Jian Wushuang was forced to resist, but was suddenly thrown back. The soles of his feet plowed a long ravine in the void, barely stopping his figure, and the blood churning in his fairy body. The breath of Bian Ziyuan seems to have changed. Jian Wushuang stood up solemnly. In the previous battle, Bian Ziyuan's realm was rank 6 and was finally beheaded by him, who was carrying 3 ways of luck. And Bian Ziyuan, who was resurrecting now, gave him a very strange feeling, and his realm was temporarily unpredictable. Jiang Lian saw that Jian Wushuang was invincible, so he prepared to step forward to help. Okanshu, calm was blocked by the black cloud that followed. I'm very hungry, so please stay. Heiyun smiled. Only greed was left in his eyes. On the ruins of the 3rd or 5th heaven, under the broken gate, a great battle broke out completely. The power from the 9th rank great Yanxian made the void more violently broken, and the heavenly gate above the void again gave birth to fine cracks. The pale and gloomy young emperor waved his hand to isolate all the fluctuations in power, and then looked at Diqing and Fuyao beside him. You are all very good. How about being my messenger? In return, I will take you away from the borderless sea. He smiled slightly, his eyes filled with a strange bewitching. Di Qing was disgusted and looked at him coldly. As a Tianjiao who came out of that ancient time, he has his own pride. Chapter 5017. In the face of this unpredictable emperor, if Di Qing's luck has not been dissipated, even if he fights his body, he will give him a thunderous blow. How? The young emperor asked faintly again, as if he had already eaten them. Di Qing looked at him coldly, and when he was about to yell at him, Fu Yao on the side suddenly said, "I promise you." Huh. The emperor was puzzled and looked at her with a little surprise. "I said I do," Fu Yao said with a deep breath. He smiled. "Yes, I know current affairs well. This is a wise move." Immediately afterwards, Fu Yao said again, "However, you have to promise me a condition and let him go. I am worth several times higher than him." The young emperor was stunned when he heard the words, and then said with interest, "Several times higher value? He is the Nineth rank Dian Immortal, and you are only the 6th rank. How can you say that it is multiple times worth? Of course it has several times the value. His luck has been exhausted before. It may take countless years to fully recover. And my luck is full, and I can break through to a higher realm at any time. Not only that, I am also the Lord of the Day, controlling hundreds of Dian Immortals. So is the value several times that of him?" Fu Yao said in a quiet voice, looking at him calmly. The young emperor's brows frowned. He seemed to be moved by Fu Yao's remarks, and he looked towards Di Qing in a blink of an eye and probed carefully. Di Qing was already speechless and looked at her fixedly. Sure enough, the luck has been exhausted. The young emperor sighed regretfully and finally raised his head to look at Fu Yao. "You are very good. I agree to the conditions you mentioned." Fu Yao's figure trembled slightly, then his face paled. "Okay." Without any hesitation, he waved his hand to remove Daiking's entire body. "Leave before I change my attention." The young emperor said, "You should thank this girl, or I will never let you leave alive." Di Qing Na is speechless. Fu Yao smiled one last time, and then returned to calm. "Quickly leave. Your companion seems to be unable to hold on any more," he said slowly. In the end, Di Qing gritted his teeth and left. But almost at the same time, facing his back, the young emperor slapped a palm. Endless Yulan Yanli burst out and directly blasted Di Qing's back. "Di Qing!" Fu Yao said in disbelief, startled. She wanted to rush to help, but was held by the young emperor. "He will be fine. I did not kill him. All I did was put him to sleep." As his words fell, the endless sea, which had been deep, suddenly jumped up a huge behemoth of 1,000,000 feet. It has 9 heads that look like a big sun, and it swallows the truth directly into its mouth with its head up and then quickly hides under the sea. Seeing this scene, the young emperor's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Ancient beasts that are not weaker than the Dian Immortal live in the borderless sea. They have the ability to reach the sky and the earth. They generally sleep under the sea and do not know when to wake up. But right now, Di Qing was swallowed by the ancient beast, which was the best situation for him. Above the ruins of the 3 or 5 heavens and under the broken heaven gate, the fierce battle continued. Bian Zi was pressing Jian Wushuang with great strength, and he could not even bear the 3 kinds of fortune. The fierce and swiftness of the battle between the 2 of them even exceeded the battle between Jiang, Lian Fan, and Heiyun. God's blood spills into the void, and nothingness is eternal. Don't swallow him in your belly. Under the boundless sea, deep and barren, as if the universe is empty and boundless. Among them, a giant beast shuttles in the deep sea, and its whole body is surging with a strange color, which is isolated from the erosion of the sea. And above the huge head in the center of its 9 heads, an old man in tattered linen, with his arms grabbing his high brow bones, lying on his head, said that sentence. The behemoth anthropomorphically smiled, contemptuously, and 9 big sun-like heads spoke at the same time. "Are you teaching me to do things?" The old man smiled bitterly, Don't dare, don't dare. I just said that this Dian Immortal is the companion of my benefactor. The 9 big sun heads of the giant beast slapped their noses together, and then the middle head raised its head and spit out a broken body. The old man hurriedly took it and then let out a breath. I hate the smell on him. It's very similar to a former enemy of mine, but my enemy is already dead, so I don't think it is far from death. The giant beast said, teasingly, It's broken. It looks like it really doesn't work. The old man's complexion changed drastically, because at this moment the fragmented celestial body is clear, and even Yan Li can't operate freely. When the giant beast heard this, he didn't worry at all. A guy like them can't die. I have left a layer of covet on his body, and nothing will happen. It is said to be ambergris, but it is actually a thick layer of transparent mucus that completely wraps Di Qing in it. The old man quickly calmed down, because he found that Di Qing's weak breath was indeed slowly improving. He took a deep breath. In this way, the benefactor will have no worries about the future. Shuttle under the chaotic and lonely sea, the giant beast said again. One of my heads was cut off by your benefactor. The old man's mouth twitched. Yes, isn't it? My benefactor has a bad temper. Become an eternal void of nothingness, with endless power erupting, smudging everything into the ancient battlefield. Jiang Lian's return to the 2 sword immortals was already at the end of the battle. Without luck, it was unimaginable that they could hold on for so long under He Yun's hands. Although He Yun was pulled out of the emperor's bones by Jian Wushuang and died twice, his strength was still at its peak after his resurrection. Without restraint, he became the most terrifying existence on the entire battlefield. Under Bian Ziyuan's crazy offensive, Jian Wushuang retreated steadily, and the immortal body that was almost hollowed out by the emperor's fortune had suffered sequelae. He can't even use his power freely, and even his sword intent can't be released freely. Aren't you very powerful? Take out your momentum to kill the emperor. Bian Ziyuan's eyes were only mad, and he punched Jian Wushuang's chest with punches. Why are you so weak now? If that's the case, then you die in my hands, and we are even. With a punch containing endless power, Jian Wushuang directly blasted 1,000,000 feet away. He couldn't resist. He could only let the fairy fly out. Boom! With the incomparable giant sound, Jian Wushuang's immortal slammed heavily on the sky gate. The cracks have become more dense and increased. Chapter 5018. At this moment, the young emperor's eyebrows fluctuated fiercely for a moment. He knew that the heavenly gate, which was dusty for an unknown number of years, was actually shaken. His heart beats a drum. Ahem. Coughing out a mouthful of divine blood, Jian Wushuang's aura was completely wilted, and his chest was already sunken. He was completely emptied of the immortal body by the emperor's luck. Facing Bian Ziyuan, it would be difficult for him to fight. There was a cloud, and the violent aura diffused in the entire void. Bian Ziyuan lifted off and came to him. The endless, exquisite water mist is also fully displayed at this moment. Are you ruining your luck, or do you want me to do it? Bian Ziyuan said with a gloomy smile, raising his hand to wipe the corners of his mouth. Jian Wushuang's expression remained calm, without sorrow or joy, you know. Hearing this, his expression instantly turned gloomy again. From beginning to end, Jian Wushuang never put him in his eyes, and never even acted as an opponent. A little, Yen Xian walked out of the road of bones under the river of blood with an impossible posture, swept almost all enemies, beheading opponents dozens of times. This impossible posture made Bian Zi deeply fear and jealous, and the best way to solve the fear and jealousy deep in the heart is to destroy it from the root. Linglong water mist has become completely violent, and the power that is enough to crush the heavens under his feet bursts out. Behind Bian Ziyuan, with the same force of 10,000 heavens, a statue of water mist was realized. Hundreds of thousands of plumes of water mist condensed, and the water mist treasure phase that almost spanned the entire emptiness opened his true eyes. True eyes are red with pure killing. Die! I will never forget you." Bien Zhuen smiled strangely. Then his arms shook heavily. Along with the shaking of both arms, Shui Mist Baoxiang opened his palms together and slammed into Jian Wushuang. So under the broken heavenly gate, Jian Wushuang stubbornly resisted the terrible injury. The real strength of rank 6 Dian Immortal bombarded. Even the immortal body can hardly bear it. Coupled with Jian Wushuang's mad use of Emperor Qin twice, he was already weakened. If he were not Jian Wushuang, he would have died thousands of times. Boom! At this moment, even the nihilism was trembling, and Jian Wushuang, who was already at the end of the crossbow, could not move at all and could only endure the pain caused by every blow. His immortal body was embedded in the heavenly gate fiercely, and Bien Zhuen manipulated Shui Mist Baoxiang to bombard with punches. The immortal body, which is stronger than the immortal, has been completely shattered, and the bones have been shattered into powder. If it were not for the protection of Jiu Tianxian, Jian Wushuang's immortal body would have been completely dismembered. Along with a heavy punch, the cracks on the Tianmen increased greatly, almost to the point of faintly broken. The emperor, who was watching from a distance, felt like a drum, and he smelled a kind of aura fluctuation that did not belong to the borderless sea. That kind of breath fluctuation, when he was not exiled to the sea of endless, was an extraordinary breath. That is outside. After Tianmen, there is the outside world. Quickly, Zhuen, blast open the Tianmen with all your strength. Because of his excitement, the young emperor's voice was already hoarse. However, Bien Zhuen, who only wanted to kill Jian Wushuang, didn't hear any other voices at all, and just killed with all his strength. A sword cut quietly appeared behind him, and then vented crazily. Zhang! The sound of heaven and earth, the golden iron trembling. The incomparable sword cut off the right arm of Shui Mist Baoxiang, and slashed towards the side without any reduction. He, who was already crazy, didn't care about the movement behind him at all. When he waited for the reaction, his entire right arm had been completely severed. Ugh! Bien Zhuen was frightened and angered, clutching his broken arm and turning back. Zhang Li held the sword in one hand, and his eyes were extremely heroic and indifferent. You move him again, there is no place to bury him. A large amount of sacred blood overflowed from the tips of his fingers, and the corner of his eyes twitched. He found that the broken right arm could not heal at all. He slowly backed away, already knowing that Zhang Li was not easy. Seeing Zhang Li severely inflicted Bien Zhuen, Yan Fan did not stop at the slightest bit to go to help Jian Wushuang. But how could Heiyun, as he said, slapped him away, and then went straight to Jian Wushuang. Only crazy greed, luck, and Emperor Bone were left in Heiyun's eyes. Once he gets it again, he will surely be able to ascend the emperor ahead of time. By then, who can stop him? His body turned into billions of chaotic auras and quickly wrapped around Jian Wushuang. Bien Zhuen was very angry when he saw the scene, but he didn't dare to say anything, because even if the black cloud was not good, it would still be a quasi-emperor. Crushing him is as simple as crushing an ant. After swallowing the deep hatred in his heart, he then continued to confront Zhang Li. The Tianmen was extremely shattered, and the figure of Heiyun finally condensed in front of the Tianmen, looking greedily and madly, already embedded in the Tianmen, like a sword Wushuang of a blood man. He clearly felt that Jian Wushuang's aura had weakened to the extreme, and it was impossible to have a backhand. Heiyun is greedy, he no longer has any reason. Opened his mouth wide and planned to swallow it directly into his belly. But the next moment, 2 strands of scarlet golden light scattered in the Tianmen depression, and Jian Wushuang quietly opened his true eyes. Heiyun was almost so scared that he knelt directly in the void. His face was bloodless, and his legs trembled. The younger generation dare to fight for glory? Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice, "There is supreme authority in the words." Heiyun's face was bloodless and slowly backed away, Big, sir, I will leave now and will never fight you again. Hurry up. Shin anger resounded. Heiyun nodded hurriedly, backing away. The next moment, when he retreated to a certain distance, he suddenly smiled gloomily. Then he directly raised his arms, and a huge chaotic emperor appeared, and then slammed into the heaven. Boom! Eternal silence and nothingness trembled, and the Chaos Emperor seat was fiercely embedded in the heavenly gate, and Jian Wuxuang's figure was wiped out. Heiyun laughed frantically, raised the Chaos Throne with both arms, and smashed into the heavenly gate frantically. The Tianmen, which has been in the dust for eternity, is now filled with cracks, and at the same time, the newly born Tianmen cracks are about to break the Tianmen. The young emperor couldn't hide his throbbing and shouted vigorously, "The gate of heaven is split. It's time to leave this borderless sea." Heiyun also smelled the unusual aura fluctuations, so he smashed the heavenly gate more frantically. The Tianmen was broken even more severely, and it seemed that it could completely open at any time. But in the next moment, an abnormality emerges. Heiyun's complexion suddenly solidified, and he found that after the Chaos Emperor seat was embedded in the heavenly gate, he couldn't make any further progress. OM. Hundreds of millions of zhongs of sunshine burst out suddenly, and instantly shattered the chaotic throne of one party and the bombardment. Along with the shattering of the Emperor's seat, there is also the Tianmen that has been sealed for eternity. Chapter 5019. The Tianmen shattered, and this silent and solidified sea of immortality seemed to have also been awakened to its vitality, roaring over. The pitch-black sea water rolled up hundreds of millions of waves of dust, almost as high as the sky. At this moment, the entire endless sea of no edges was completely boiling. The heavenly gate was shattered, and the dusty passage opened. This was the invisible and intangible sea of nothingness, colliding with the real outside atmosphere. Large swaths of the borderless sea evaporated, and cracks began to appear at the edge. All this will inevitably die. Heiyun was already speechless in horror. He felt an unprecedented breath, a real breath. The Chaos Emperor was easily torn apart, and all their eyes were concentrated in one place at this moment. In front of the broken Tianmen, Jian Wuxuang's original fragmented fairy body was now intact. His naked chest was completely covered by the Xuanhe pattern, and his long black hair completely turned into red gold, dancing wildly in the air. The two true eyes also turned into the purest red gold. Huang can't look directly at him, squeezing the way of heaven and frustrating the ages. Jian Wuxuang at this moment surpassed all Daexian's imagination. Heiyun couldn't even raise the heart of escape, standing on the ground like dead ashes. The young emperor also changed from initial craziness to trembling, and he smelled the most familiar breath. That kind of breath belongs to the real emperor. Bian Ziyuan was completely stunned, and only deep jealousy and madness remained in his eyes. Obviously, he is an ant-like fairy cultivator, but he slays all enemies with his own power. How can this be what a celestial fairy did? Huang couldn't look directly at Jian Wuxuang. No breath at all. He slowly raised his palm and looked very satisfied with the flow of rich and extremely strong air. This immortal body is very good, enough to be used by the emperor. The exit that completely left the borderless sea was right behind him, but all Dayan immortals did not dare to leave at all, even to move their bodies. Heiyun swallowed his throat with difficulty, and from the corner of his eye he glanced at the side of Bian Zhen, suddenly making a living. The next moment he gritted his teeth abruptly, directly waved his hand to push Bian Zifar, and threw it at Jian Wuxuang. At the same time, his figure turned into an aura of hundreds of millions of chaos, sweeping across the wilds. Because this was so fast, Bian Ziyuan didn't react, and he was pushed to Jian Wufang. Puff! A faint sound swept across his body, and his pupils suddenly opened to their maximum. The unspeakable pain, as well as the passing of luck, and Xian Yuan made him look towards his chest subconsciously. There it was completely broken, and the source of qi luck was completely dried up in an instant. And this is all because of one finger. Jian Wushuang took a finger in the air and let Bianzi fall away, and the supreme luck like a colorful glow passed through his back, unabated and shrouded in the endless sea. Shrouded contracted. The black cloud that had turned into a chaotic atmosphere and fleeing directly showed its true shape. He was completely desperate, roaring loudly, but in the end he couldn't change the ending. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and brushed his hand, and Supreme Fortune directly crushed Bianzi Yuan into powder. Immediately afterwards, Heiyun was caught in front of him. Emperor, Emperor, please read for the sake of my hard work in cultivation. Let me go. Heiyun's face was as gray as death, and he had already seen this Jian Wushuang, not by Jian Wushuang. He was unmoved. Only contempt and indifference were left in his eyes, just like looking at ants. Are you trying to relieve yourself of luck? Or do you want me to do it? Heiyun was completely desperate. He knew that once it died this time, it was truly gone. If you don't work, the Emperor will do it. I will relieve my luck. After saying these last words, Heiyun didn't say a word. He died very simply, leaving no trace. Jian Wushuang was very satisfied with this. He waved his hand, and a pair of red gold eyes slowly swept across. He was the supreme existence. No one dared to look directly. In the end, he looked at the young emperor who was retreating, and with a wave of his hand, he grabbed it. Looking at him, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with doubt. I seem to have seen you? The young emperor's eyes twitched. I am. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted directly. It doesn't matter who you are. What matters is your ending, only death. After saying this, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and squeezed him directly with a palm. Everything is done in a flash, and it can even be said that it is not a waste of effort. He turned his neck slightly and then suddenly pulled Fuyao in front of him, but he didn't do anything. After a flash of doubt in his eyes, he was relieved. You are still his friends. I won't do it. You go back. There was a deep panic in Fu Yao's eyes, but she didn't step back, but trembled. You are not him. Please return him. Oh, it's really interesting. Do you think I will let him come back? Jian Wushuang's mouth moved slightly, revealing a sly smile. The owner of this fairy body will be me from now on, not him. After he finished speaking, he appeared uninterested and directly waved Fu Yao away, turning around to look at the passage behind him. Behind the broken heavenly gate is a passage leading to the real outside world. At this moment, even he was moved. It's been too long, and he almost forgets the past. Heaven did not know how many rebirths it entered, and the outside world did not know what it looked like. Now he can finally go out. Just when he was about to step into the passage with one step, two sword intents coming from the sky rushed towards him. Jian Wu had a cold face on both sides, turned around, just a scan of his real glance, and suddenly the Wuxi's sword intent was shattered and dissipated. Jiang Lian backed away thousands of feet at the same time, vomiting blood, and her breath became weak. Suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes, he did not rush to kill in the end, turning around and preparing to enter the passage. But the next moment, hundreds of millions of colorful Huayan suddenly burst out from the depths of the channel, shining endlessly. Jian Wuming was shocked, directly raised his hand to block, and his figure flew back instantly. Don't come unharmed, Emperor Jinwu. The endless and leisurely breath covers everything, and this ancient voice seems to contain the most logical rules, and the heavens begin to be born. But after hearing this voice, Jian Wu's double-faced color followed once, his fists clenched tightly. Accompanied by that endless and leisurely breath, a thin old man wearing a black robe stepped into the endless sea, stepping on colorful Huayan. It was as if there were Dao rules flowing through him, and Dao Xianwen was slowly circulating. His eyes were cloudy, and everything could not be reflected in his pupils. Seeing this figure, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. Yu Chang, are you here to stop me? Responsibility, Emperor Jinwu, is no wonder. The thin old man nodded slightly. His face was quite kind. Chapter 5020. Jian Wushuang, who was originally arrogant, flashed across a pair of golden eyes at this moment. He seemed to think of something again and did not act rashly. The colorful Huayin disappeared. This mysterious Yu Chang, who had been following Emperor Zhenming, had no fear even when facing Jian Wushuang, who had already been occupied by Emperor Zhenming. After seeing his true face, Jiang Lian returned her eyes to be rounded. Fear flashed in her eyes and murmured in her mouth, Yu Chang. The collision of intangible and intangible with reality will only lead to destruction. The sea of boundlessness is on the verge of shattering, and even nothingness has given birth to fine cracks. Upon seeing this, Yu Chang waved his hand to block the external passage behind him with atmospheric transport, which restored the borderless sea to its original state. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. His incomparable killing intent burst out. Are you not afraid that I will leave you here? I'm afraid, naturally I won't come, he said. His voice was peaceful and full of an unspeakable aura. Are you really going to fight me? Yu Chang said. If you insist on leaving here, then this battle cannot be avoided. Jian Wushuang stopped talking. His mouth curled up, and then he laughed loudly. Come on, stop. That emperor will continue our battle 10 years ago. There will be no victory or defeat in that battle. Yu Chang said softly again, I won't let you fall. He heard the words. His face flashed with anger. You despise me? Yu Chang said, Don't dare, but for the sake of Emperor Weiyang, you can only stay here. You are looking for death. Jian Wushuang was already moving really angry. Just stay here today. After he finished speaking, the infinite emperor's luck completely burst, and the unimaginable Dihui was enveloped in the boundless void. Under this emperor's glory, even Jiang Lian's frightening existence felt inconvenient to move, and Yanli could hardly be transferred. Entrusted with the immortal body, Emperor Jinwu was able to completely release his emperor's luck. Emperor Wei Huang, Yanli died. The boundless sea is the place where the rules of the heavens are destroyed. If it is replaced by the outside world, I am afraid that the emperor's luck he released can instantly wipe out thousands of heavens. Emperor Jinwu is a real emperor, not a quasi-emperor like Heiyun and Yuyao who have just realized the emperor's luck. The presence of the emperor made everything sad. Yu Chang's face was unwavering, as if he was not in front of an emperor, but an old friend. Yu Chang, I take your own life. The original Jian Wushuang was no longer there, and the immortal body was captured by Emperor Jinwu. He said angrily, the giant voice is heavy. At this moment, his whole body is wrapped in the luck of godless king, and his true eyes, without sadness and joy, shoot out golden light. A pure to extreme long sword condensed by the emperor's luck, then he was held in his palm. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Yu Chang. I also ask Emperor Jinwu to keep his hands. Yu Chang stood with his hands behind him, smiling slightly. Emperor Jinwu let out a cold snort, and the emperor's long sword in his hand slashed directly forward. In an instant, the eternal extinguishment was unbearable, completely distorted and collapsed. This seemingly simple straight cut, but it contains endless emperor's luck, enough to make the quasi-emperor nirvana under the sword. Facing the sword, Yu Chang stood there, still without waves. The next moment he moved. The palm under the black robe flicked directly in front of him, and suddenly a deep ripple appeared like a mirror surface. Then the emperor came with a sword, bringing the power of destruction. The two collided and a strange scene appeared. This sword didn't pierce the ripples, but plunged directly into the mirror of the ripples, disappearing without a trace. Emperor Jinwu would never think that this blow would work, and at the same time he manipulated Jian Wushuang's immortal body to storm away. The sword of the emperor slashed heavily. In an instant, The sword intent of great horror trembled. The sword intent is divided into 9 verticals, and each vertical is squeezing towards Yu Chang with the momentum of the sky. The emperor is brilliant. At this moment, Yu Chang's body was quietly surging with a layer of mysterious black patterns, full of a barren, ancient aura. That kind of breath would sink even when Dian Xian glanced at it. Then he stood still, and the mysterious black patterns all over his body spontaneously formed a barrier. Boom! The giant sound was so loud that Emperor Jinwu retreated 100 feet, and the enchantment of Yu Chang's body also collapsed and also retreated 100 feet. The splendor of the emperor, sparks overflowing. Hundreds of billions of miles all over them have become a battlefield, and no Immortal can approach them. Jiang Lian returned and swayed the 3 of them, all of whom had been stirred out of the battlefield by the engulfed Dihui. Yu Chang, let me leave. You know that you can't restrain me. Emperor Jinwu said in a deep voice. The emperor's sword in his hand was already in front of him. Emperor Jinwu, where your responsibilities are, you can't leave. Even if I stay here, you can't live without half a step. Yu Chang nodded and said, with determination in his voice. The Emperor Jinwu was already out of anger when he heard the words. The eagle dog is so comfortable under the seat of Zhen Wuyang. You know how long you have been the eagle dog for him. What he asks you to do, you will only do it, regardless of whether it is correct or not. He said again, those are not my responsibility. Then your duty is to create endless evil karma with Zhen Wuyang. Emperor Zhen Wu sneered. What you have done is enough to be destroyed thousands of times. Death is not a pity. Yu Chang said nothing and finally said, it's useless to talk more and keep sleeping. Why do you want me to fall asleep? It is his Zhen Wuyang who should fall asleep. I am more qualified to sit in the heavenly court and control the entire big division domain. Emperor Jinwu said furiously. The whole body of Emperor Hui had completely burned. You guys should sleep here most. The emperor's eyes burned, and hundreds of thousands of emperor splendor burst out, causing everything to be destroyed. The void that became eternal and nihilistic began to give birth to fine, dark, golden cracks. At the same time, the borderless sea began to return to tide and quickly evaporated. Emperor Hui condenses like the essence is rising. The next moment, Emperor Jinwu held the sword of the emperor and stabbed at Yu Chang. The entire emptiness has been covered by the aura of pure gold, and the heavenly rules belonging to Emperor Jinwu are being constructed, providing him with endless energy. And Yu Chang is no longer as indifferent as before. The mysterious black pattern rises to the sky with a barren, ancient atmosphere. The 2 supreme luck fought each other and then broke out completely. Break the world with the sword, the meaning of red gold, against the ancient black pattern. At this moment, even the Emperor's avenue was directly collapsed in this level of impact. Words can no longer describe the terrifying and grand scale of this battle, which even eclipses the duel between quasi-emperors. The rules of the avenue are peeling off, and the sea of no edge that was originally a disorderly land is disappearing in a large area at this moment. Chapter 5021. There is no place in the void, 10,000 territories, the demon land of the immortal state, or even the barren secret world that can really withstand the battle of the Emperor. Immortal Yen is the existence that suppresses the Tao of Heaven, and Immortal Yen is the existence that creates the luck of the Tao of Heaven and the Emperor. No Yenxian or even Dianxian knew what the Emperor could do. They were too powerful to describe in words. The sea is gone, and the ancient heavens are broken only in their thoughts. They are so powerful that they have no meaning, and they even exist for some reason. The Emperor was angry, and everything died. Even Jiang Lian, who was 100 billion miles away, and the others were all affected. Their throats were sweet, and they coughed up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the eternal emptiness and emptiness are all obscured by the 2 avenues of luck that blend together. The red gold blended with the ancient black patterns forming a shattered dark gold. The broken Emperor Tiandao slowly dissipated, and the two looked at each other, and no one had even backed away. Jian Wushuang looked at Yu Chang coldly. The immortal body was rapidly shattering and repairing at the same time. As for Yu Chang, although his complexion was still calm, his reddish face also showed that he was not relaxed. The edges of the black robe on his body were a little broken. Although there is no longer a confrontation, the two unspeakable powers of heaven are still competing. Emperor Jinwu stared at him, and then lifted his palms slightly, a breath that was even more unreasonable to detach from everything, covering the sky. He has some regrets on his face. I wanted to leave here, after sealing Zhen, Weiyang Town, let you follow me. But it's a pity, Yu Chang. Yu Chang smiled, not commenting on this. He said again, you stay here and I will let Zhen Weiyang go with you. At the end of this sentence, there is no communication. The real battle has begun. Don't look directly at the Emperor. At this moment, the crimson golden Emperor, Hui, swept up, covering the void and even the boundless sea. Emperor Jinwu raised his arms flat. The sword in his hand was as powerful as the Emperor's way of heaven, and it was extremely bright. On his back, 6 intangible luck was born. Accompanied by the intangible luck of the 6 directions are the closed eyes of the Emperor. Every true eye hangs above Jinwu Emperor's body, as if he has been silent for endless years and may wake up at any time. Seeing this scene, Yu Chang's expression began to be solemn. He had never imagined that Emperor Jinwu, who was exiled and slept in the borderless sea, would grow to such a point. 6 ways and 6 days, true Emperor. Emperor Jinwu smiled slightly, and the Emperor's eyes around him quietly opened around. Like the sky that encompasses all things, the open round of Emperor eyes is nothing. Yu Chang, can you withdraw? Don't retreat. He whispered, his whole body surging again with endless black patterns. Emperor Jinwu no longer speaks much, holding his sword and pointing at Yu Chang. Exit. In an instant, Yu Chang's figure was reflected in the eyes of the Emperor's eyes that opened alone, and then hundreds of millions of invisible power came out of the Emperor's eyes, twisting and moving forward. This invisible power ignores any Emperor's luck, ignores any Emperor's heavenly path, and even if they are both Emperors, it can't be avoided at all. Facing the invisible force that covered the sky, Yu Chang no longer knew when he had an extra long sword in his hand. The body of the sword is black and blue, with dense black patterns engraved. Accompanied by the appearance of this long sword, he held the sword to fight, but a treacherous scene appeared. The invisible power that burst out of Emperor Zenshin's eyes ignored Yu Chang's offensive and poured onto him. At this moment, only invisible power is surging in the emptiness of nothingness. Emperor Jinwu didn't make any more moves, staring straight ahead. Yu Chang's figure was completely annihilated in the power of the great power released by the first real eye of the Emperor. He couldn't even resist. His body was completely shredded into powder and then disappeared. With the disappearance of the first real eye of the Emperor, the surging invisible power also disappeared. Yu Chang's figure was crushed to pieces, and his nirvana was destroyed. He didn't even leave any breath. But Emperor Jinwu didn't rush to leave. He calmly looked forward, as if he knew what was going to happen next. After dozens of breaths, a breeze quietly rolled up in the emptiness covered by the Emperor's luck. Then the breath that didn't know when it appeared quietly condensed. A kind of barren, ancient luck spread, like a billion stars descending. Wearing a black robe, a thin figure appeared. His face was silent and calm, as if nothing had happened just now. Emperor Jinwu, stop obsessing about it anymore. You want leave with me. Even if I have grown to the level of Zhen Weiyang, I can't leave. Emperor Zhen Wu sneered. Even the true emperor of the 6 paths and 6 days can't rush out of this endless sea. You have a try. Yu Chang said. Then I'll give it a try. Jinwu Emperor shouted, and the giant sounded loudly. Then the second real eye of the Emperor also quietly opened, scattering out a vast golden light. With the promised golden Mang body added, the Jinwu Emperor at this moment is even more unpredictable, more pure than before. Even the immortal body couldn't support this avenue of luck at all, and it began to shatter quickly. But at the same time it was broken, it was quickly repaired, and it was in a state of subtle balance. The golden light was shining, and Emperor Jinwu moved, igniting the general trend of the sky and crashing forward. With a solemn expression on Yu Chang's face, hand in hand with the Chinese and Mexican blue engraved sword. Forever! Boom! The general eruption that couldn't be described in words at all made the already fragile sea of boundless shatter instantly. Enough to make all the heavens and the heavens easily destroyed. It swept hundreds of billions of miles in an instant and even more vast. Wherever the blast went through, the sea of boundlessness quickly evaporated, and even the entire invisible and intangible mysterious realm was collapsing. 100 billion miles away, Jiang Li trembled as he looked at the broken pole. Wushuang it won't be. Yan Fan's eyes were gloomy. This terrible battle was beyond their reach. Even if he wanted to save him, he might not be able to get close, so he would be crushed into powder. Just when he was about to persuade Jiang Li, the extreme was shocked again, and then a burst of luck that could not be said. Run! Yan Fan yelled, but everything was too late. In the next moment, they were directly swallowed by the general momentum of luck. There is nothingness. Everything is back to chaos. This entire treacherous realm is about to become ruins, and they are still in World War I. This battle is a continuation of a battle 10 years ago, and the final victory or defeat will only come to an end if one side sleeps completely. Yu Chang, I guessed right. In the broken pole, Emperor Zenwu's voice resounded and soon fell silent again. Chapter 5022. Nothingness, Eternity. Aren't these 3 guys dead? They'll swallow them all if I don't wake up. No, I wait and see that they may all be benefactors and friends. So I can't act resolutely, otherwise it will be difficult to explain. Benefactor, treat me unhappy. Even your benefactor will eat it. Listening to the intricate sounds in his ears, Yan Fan suddenly opened his eyes and saw a head almost the size of a star, staring at him with vertical pupils. When he was surprised, he stretched his hand to the hilt of the sword at his waist. Don't bother. You can survive or take care of my kindness. It's not beautiful to act resolutely. The behemoth with 9 heads said in a low voice. Yan Fan is now at the end of the crossbow, unable to pull out his sword at all. When he heard that the giant beast was not malicious, he didn't even plan to do it. After that, Jiang Li and Fuyao woke up one after another, watching all the changes in their bodies with some shock. As far as I can see, the sky has been completely broken into nothingness, and even the borderless sea below him has completely evaporated and turned into an endless abyss. Everything appears to be barren. Here, how could it become like this? Fu Yao whispered softly, "Isn't it bad to be like this? They only need to exert a little more force, and the cage will be completely broken." The giant beast said quietly with some expectations in his eyes. "Now let's just leave it here." The sea evaporates and becomes deserted in ancient times. Everywhere is filled with broken Emperor luck, even Emperor heaven. At this moment, there are only two figures that seem to have walked out of the ancient times, facing each other. They couldn't look directly at them, and their bodies were filled with unspeakable luck. Of these 2 figures, one is Jian Wushuang, and the other is Yu Chang. I guessed right, Yu Chang. You have always been an emperor. Emperor Jinwu said slowly, with supreme authority in his words. But what makes me a little curious is that you are obviously an emperor. Why do you follow Jinwuyang? Yu Chang was silent and said for a while, "Those are not important, but they are all things in the past." Emperor Jinwu said again, "Are you still reluctant to let me leave?" He said slowly, "Do not blame Jinwu Emperor. You know I can't break my 6-dimensional 6-day true emperor's eye." Jinwu Emperor said. Yu Chang said, "You can't step on me either." Emperor Jinwu, was a little angry. Then let's just keep fighting like this? For a full 10 years? If Emperor Jinwu is willing, I can accompany him. Then what if I want to drag you to relieve yourself? Emperor Zenwi's face was extremely gloomy, and he was completely angry. Yu Chang nodded. So, I will never resist. Idiot, stubborn stone. I really want to know what exactly Zhen Weiyang did to make you treat you like this. Emperor Zhen Wu sighed. Yu Chang spoke again, his voice a little old. Come on, this will never come to fruition. Do you think I will stop? Do you know how many years I have slept here? How sinful I am to be banished here. If you are guilty, Hirili Weiyang is guilty. He is sorry for me. Emperor Jinwu was completely angry and shouted, Yu Chang, don't you know everything he does? Everything he does to me? He was silent and finally said, I know, but these can't be changed. The birth of some great roads is actually original sin. So I was exiled here. Emperor Zhen Wu sneered. At this moment, even if I fall, I will let Zhen Weiyang confront me. After he finished speaking, the true eyes of the 6 emperors behind him were all unified, turning into an endless river of heaven flowing. Then he stabs forward with the sword of the emperor in his hand. This sword, transcending everything, is a sword of fury. The emperor was angry. Everything disappeared. Facing this sword, Yu Chang did not retreat nor resist, just standing straight in place, completely withstanding the sword with the emperor body. If the water and moon close together, they all come together. Without any sound, the sword of the emperor ripped open his emperor body without any hindrance, right at the center mouth. Hundreds of millions of Huagong burst out from behind Yu Chang and directly shred his imperial body. Holding the hilt of the sword, Emperor Jinwu Jundao, why don't you resist? This sword hit him severely, leaving the emperor body to pieces. The endless emperor's luck is scattered in the eternal emptiness, turning into big sun stars, re-emergence of a certain unknown heaven. Yu Chang coughed softly. I can't avoid this sword. It's the Emperor Weiyang who made the mistake for you. I want Zhen Weiyang to admit his mistake personally. Jinwu Emperor roared, and the terrible emperor's luck fluctuates constantly. He is an emperor, and he can admit if he is wrong, Yu Chang said. The vitality of Emperor Jinwu trembled, and he didn't speak any more, facing such a thin old man. He didn't want to let him truly die. He was about to pull out the sword of the emperor, but Yu Chang suddenly stretched out his hand to hold the sword of the emperor in his heart, not letting it out. Are you really looking for death? He said coldly. Yu Chang looked up, his eyes apologetic. Emperor Jinwu, don't blame the old man. Emperor Jinwu was taken aback, then shocked, anxious to retreat. But it was too late, and Yu Chang used his body as a bait to let him fall into a trap. Only then did he realize that he could no longer retreat, and his whole body was wrapped in a barren, ancient atmosphere. Strands of barren, ancient black patterns flowed quietly, binding him firmly. This ridiculous ancient black pattern is also the luck of the emperor. Let me go, Yu Chang, you. Jinwu Emperor roared, but everything was powerless. Endless ancient black patterns entangled him, directly extinguishing the emperor's luck in him, making him unable to move. With more and more barren ancient black patterns, Emperor Jinwu gradually fell into deep sleep. The grand Dihui dissipated, and his true shadow fell asleep completely. Strands of divine blood flowed out of the immortal body, and the immortal body lay directly in the void. Jian Wushuang seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Although his fairy body was constantly shattering and recovering, there was no sign of waking up. Yu Chang looked pale and calmly looked at Jian Wushuang floating in the void. Then he stretched out his palm. The infinite desolation ancient black pattern was completely submerged in the immortal body, stripping out the true shadow of Emperor Zenwi's sleep. Ah! Jian Wushuang suddenly sat up, and endless pain came out of his eyes. The immortal body was constantly shattered and reshaped, causing him to suffer to the extreme. With the true shadow of Emperor Jinwu being pulled away, this pain has been magnified countless times, almost killing him. The power of the Emperor is too terrifying. Even if it is just leftover, it is not what he can bear. Chapter 50:23. This made his divine thoughts of perfect harmony are about to be shattered. All the hard work has made the immortal body unable to support it at all, and the broken ones are even worse. Because there is no imperial luck to support Jinwu Emperor, it has reached the point of being on the verge of destruction. He has been unable to think clearly about the problem. His spiritual thoughts and the immortal body have reached an unprecedented level of pain. Facing Jian Wushuang, who is burning and disintegrating, Yu Chang waved his hand and lowered a strand of the purest ancient black pattern, covering it. Jian Wushuang stopped screaming and then fell unconscious. After a moment of silence, a sigh, like a sigh, disappeared, and Yu Chang reached out to hold it and prepared to leave. At this moment, several weak energy auras came from far to near. Yu Chang stopped and looked around. Jiang Lian returned, Fuyao, as well as the behemoth with 9 heads and the old sheep boy, all rushed at this moment. Even though they have gone through eternal years and were banished here, their moods have long been withered, but after seeing the passage to the outside world, they still can't take it lightly. But none of them took that step, because everyone knew very well that Yu Chang, who stood in front of the passage, could not resist. Looking at them, Yu Chang said softly, "You can't leave." At this moment, no one spoke, only bitterness in his eyes. Covering the loss of his eyes, Yen took a step back and said, "I beg you to take care of his injury." Yu Chang smiled slightly. "I recognize you. You are the sword fairy back then." "It's all the past, don't mention it," Yen returned with a dry smile. "Please let that kid survive." Yu Chang nodded, and just as he was about to leave, another voice stopped him. "Please wait." The old sheep's voice trembled slightly, and he came to him with the still sleeping Shinqing in his arms. "This one, can you let him out?" Yu Chang stayed silent, reached out his hand to take over Zhiqing with Qi luck, then turned and left, disappearing completely after entering the passage. With his departure, the passage closed. The shattered sky began to heal, and the dried-up endless sea rushed and surged again. Everything that happened before left no trace of existence, and everything returned to its original appearance. Our luck has also recovered. Looking at the completely closed Tianmen passage, Yen Fan murmured. Jiang Li was a little frustrated. All this really seems to have never happened. "Trust me, we will leave the day. Pain." The immortal body seems to enter a certain cycle, constantly shattering and constantly reshaping. The pain in this is beyond words. Every 360 breaths, the immortal body will be broken and reshaped, and endless blood is flowing. Even if his mind was mellow, he couldn't bear it. When the fairy body shattered and reshaped to 36,000 times, Jian Wushuang finally fell asleep completely. The world is quiet and the wind is long. In my ears faintly heard the snickers of children, and the cool wind passed by, unspeakably comfortable. It's just that this kind of comfort can't bear the pain caused by the dizziness. The pain in his mind forced Jian Wushuang to wake up and withdraw from the pain. The pupils barely focused, and the slightly low grass was in sight, and several faces of children upside down. Among these children's faces, there was a child with a braided head and a grinning face. He pinched a fairy grass and stuffed it into Jian Wushuang's nostrils. The stabbing and itching made him unbearable at all, and then he let out a loud sneeze. With this sneeze out, the already weak fairy body almost fell apart. "Yeah, I finally woke up." The children laughed excitedly. Dizziness and swelling, the Xian's body was in severe pain, making Jian Wushuang ready to struggle to get up. But soon he realized that something was wrong. He was hanging on one leg under a fairy tree. "Hey, you naughty children, put me down quickly." Jian Wushuang shouted weakly. He wanted to use his own power to break free, but found it was in vain. He could only ask for forgiveness from these children. It was the naughty kid who was still teasing him. With a turn of his smart eyes, he smacked his lips and said, "You can come down if you want, but you have to have something to exchange, such as candy." "Candy? I have a lot of candies. You put me down first. I will show you." Jian Wushuang continued to say weakly, "You lie. You only have a pair of pants left. How can there be a place to hide candy?" The naughty boy said loudly with his arms akimbo, and the rest of the children joined in. He was startled and hurriedly looked under him, but as expected, only a pair of pants was left. Besides the trousers, even the Bo-Yang bottle on his waist had disappeared. Regarding what happened after Emperor Jinwu took over the immortal body, although he had a vague impression, he was still in a state of shock. After all, the Boyang vase contains all the treasures and the true soul of the three emperors. If it is lost, the loss will be incalculable. "You guys, put me down quickly, otherwise none of you will have good fruit." Jian Wushuang was a little anxious and shouted in shock. Never thought that these jade, doll-like children, without any fear, made faces at him. He was so helpless about it, but he couldn't even use any power. This situation didn't last long. When a little boy with red lips and white teeth rushed over, they all fell apart. "Humph, you little guys, if you dare to tease guests next time, I will make you all unable to eat." The little boy's hands on his hips, his little fleshy face was full of sullen anger. After the gang of urchins were completely driven away, the little boy rushed to Jian Wushuang and waved his hand to cut the fairy vine, allowing him to land. When he fell to the ground, he snorted and fell into a bad shape. "Brother Jian, I knew you were here." A crisp and soft voice rang from the boy's mouth, calm, and she threw directly into Jian Wushuang's arms excitedly. Under this pounce, he almost shut his breath. His eyes were black, and then the sky star appeared randomly. "Ah, what's wrong with you, Brother Jian?" Nothing." Enduring the immortal body that was about to fall apart, Jian Wushuang showed a smile that was uglier than crying and sat up with the boy in his arms. Right now, this little boy with double hair bun, red lips, and white teeth, who appeared like a jade doll, was no one else. It was when Jian Wushuang first visited the heavenly court. He met the first boy to lead him Xiao Ami. "Ami, why are you here?" "It's dangerous here." Jian Wushuang subconsciously hugged her tightly and said with some caution, "It's not dangerous, Brother Jian. Here is the heaven." Ami blinked and said smartly, Chapter 5024. Jian Wushuang was startled when he heard the words. Then, all the previous memories rushed to my heart. The boundless sea of broken nothingness, the crazy Jinwu Emperor, and the calm and ancient Yu Chang, all appeared in the mind. Here is heaven, here is heaven. Yes, it was him who brought me out of the borderless sea. Jian Wushuang's expression was dignified and complicated. He was worried about so many things, he didn't know what to do for a while. "Big Brother Jian, how are you doing? I think your complexion is so bad." Ami said nervously, his eyes clear to the extreme. Looking at her eyes, Jian Wushuang's anxious heart slowly fell silent. "It's okay, Ami," he shook his head and smiled reluctantly. "Here is the heaven, really?" "Yes, that's right." Ami nodded and said incomparably, "This is Zayajishan, and it is also within the scope of the heavenly court, where Grandpa lives leisurely." He heard the words and nodded. Who can be called Grandpa by Ami? I'm afraid no one else is qualified except that one. After weighing it again and again, Jian Wushuang said, "Will you take me there and see Uncle Yu?" "Of course it can. Those who can come to Xiaojie Mountain are heavy guests," Ami said with a smile, and then jumped down, pulling Jian Wushuang and leaving. "Ami, go slowly. The rich to the extreme original generative power is flowing slowly. The fairy grass is stalking, and the clear spring is flowing. Here is the real wonderland." Jian Wushuang, who was being dragged by Ami, his fairy body was slowly recovering and repairing. "Big Brother Jian, go faster. I will take you to see Grandpa." Ami said excitedly. Jian Wushuang nodded. All his worries and incomprehension can only be solved by seeing Yu Chang or Jin Wuyang. Under the guidance of Ami, the whole picture of this Zayajishan was kept in view. Here, there is no Sendai Qionglu, nor is there a magnificent temple, only vines and long grasses and clear springs. Just as Jian Wushuang was moving forward, hurrying to repair the immortal body, a figure dressed in a plain shirt stepped on the cloud, and the real sword in his hand surged with a powerful force. "Stop!" What Jian Feng pointed to the grass leaves Shuafei. This is a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and extreme coldness. Seeing this young man, Ami stopped a little nervous. "Who are you? Why did you come to Zayajishan?" He shouted loudly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Jian Wushuang remained silent, blocking Ami behind him, and said in a low voice, "I want to see Uncle Yu. You tell me the truth. You should know the truth." When the handsome young man heard the words, his expression became even colder. "In other words, you broke into Zayajishan without authorization?" He sighed secretly. A battle might be inevitable. But at this moment a quiet and gentle voice sounded. "He is a visitor from Zayajishan, and I can testify." Jian Wushuang looked around, only to see a figure riding down in the breeze to the very center. This is a woman in plain clothes with a cold and weak face. Seeing the appearance of this woman, the handsome young man frowned slightly. "Chongling, how do you prove it?" The woman named Chongling took a step forward, her voice cold and sharp. "Then I have to ask you first, when in the big division domain, a fairy yen could break into Zayajishan without authorization?" The handsome young man looked stiff and said uncomfortably, "I am guarding against the infiltration of foreign enemies. You also know the importance of Zayajishan." Chongling heard the words, and the corners of her mouth curled up. "Qingshan, what you said of yours, what if it spreads to you boss ears, or even to the ears of veterans?" "Chongling, what do you mean?" The handsome young man stepped back and said nervously, "If you don't want to give birth to more right and wrong, just get out of it," she said condensedly, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang, tilting her head slightly. Qingshan was angry, but didn't dare to stop him, so he could only glare at them and proceeded. Seeing Qingshan leaving, Ami, who was hiding behind him, hurriedly rushed into Jian Wushuang's arms in twos. "Fortunately, Sister Ling will help, otherwise we will be in trouble." Ami patted his small body and said. Jian Wushuang nodded, then looked at Chongling beside him and nodded. "Thank you for your help." Chongling looked at him meaningfully. "Here, since I can remember, there has never been a foreigner to set foot. You are the first one. Your identity is not simple." He shook his head. "You think too much. Even I don't know how I got here." At this time, Ami said, "Brother Jian is here to find Uncle Yu. It's really not easy. Good luck." Chongling said, "Uncle Yu is very mysterious. If you want to find him, you just need to move forward." "Just go ahead?" Chongling nodded. "This Zayajishan is infinite and no immortal can travel here. If you want to find Uncle Yu, it depends on whether Uncle Yu wants to see you. Don't worry, Brother Jian, there is Ami, and I will definitely let you find Uncle Yu." Ami promised to pat her small body. Chongling couldn't help being so handsome. She stretched out her hand and rubbed her little hair bun. "Ami, do you want to follow me?" Ami shook his head, stretched out his short and chubby little arm, and tightly wrapped Jian Wushuang's neck. "No, I have to take care of Grandpa." "Okay, it made you happy." Chongling smiled, then looked at Jian Wushuang. "You are the only one who can make Ami depend so much besides the Emperor under the seat of the Emperor. I am surprised. Big Brother Jian is Xiao Daijin's friend, and that is my brother," Ami said with a wink. "So, I wish you good luck and find Uncle Yu as soon as possible." Chongling smiled slightly and stopped where she was. Jian Wushuang nodded, then hugged Ami and left quickly. In the distance, Amy's voice rang again. "Sister Aya, is Brother Jian very handsome? Knowing from Chongling's mouth Zayajishan is infinite, and facts have proved that it is true." Jian Wushuang, who was walking forward holding Ami. Although the speed was not too fast, it was more than enough to cross a heavenly plain every 10 breaths. Even so, the road ahead is still just a creeping grass and clear springs. Ami, do you know how to find Uncle Yu, or Emperor? Jian Wushuang asked. Already lying on his back, some sleepy Ami shook his head. I don't know, we can only see Grandpa if Grandpa wants to see us. Other than that, we can't find it. That's a little troublesome. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Although his injury was slowly recovering, it was not enough to support his constant consumption. Although the strength of this Sayajishin is extremely strong, there is not much to absorb. If he continues to search aimlessly, I am afraid that he hasn't found Uncle Yu yet. He will be exhausted first. After all, it has not been long since being bullied by the previous group of urchins. Chapter 50:25. But Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry, but gradually calmed down. The fairyland at the foot is Xiaojie Mountain, a fairyland where Zhan Wuyang lives leisurely. He didn't believe that Uncle Yu, or even Zhan Wuyang, would not know that a strange fairy had broken into Xiaojie Mountain. Most likely, they were observing in secret. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang remained silent, but exuded divine thoughts and kept exploring. The result is naturally nothing. In desperation, he could only move forward quickly again. Immortal grasses are growing, and the wind is lingering. Jian Wushuang is carrying Ami on his back and moving forward quickly. But apart from all kinds of fairy trails, there is no trace of even the aura of Yanxian. This made him feel a little vague. Why did Uncle Yu bring him to Zayajishan, and why didn't he show up? As he fell into contemplation, his footsteps stopped immediately. He felt a bit muddy under his feet, and he wouldn't find it if he didn't notice it carefully. In the next moment, endless mysterious black patterns sprawled out from under the feet, with a barren and ancient aura. In it, Jian Wushuang felt desolation and loneliness inexplicably. Yes, my spirit is very powerful, and I found my breath in such a short time. Accompanied by this somewhat old voice resounding, a thin figure condensed from the ancient black patterns stood in front of him. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and he knew that this was Yubo Yuchang. With one's own power, the mysterious power to sleep Emperor Jinwu, Yu Chang's face was calm, and he looked at him carefully and seemed more satisfied. But he was a little anxious, eager to know the whereabouts of Diqing and Jiang Lian. As if he had guessed what he was thinking, Yu Chang said slowly, I will answer your question, but not now. Now you answer my question. Good. Jian Wushuang nodded without hesitation. What are you best at? He was startled. Then he meditated for a moment. Sword. Sword, it sounds good. Yu Chang nodded and smiled kindly. How about we try? Jian Wushuang's eyes twitched. Well, Uncle Yu should not be kidding. Just kidding the old man in front of him, who is not visible and due, but the ruthless character who can fight the emperor. The strength is unimaginable. The quasi-emperor is no longer in existence that can lie, let alone an emperor. Jian Wushuang believed that as long as Zhan Wuyang or Yu Chang had been killed in the first line, he would not survive for a while, and he would not even be able to resist. This is why he will be very resistant to show strength. It's just that everything that happens next is beyond his control. A long sword full of black ink and engraved with endless dense patterns appeared in Yu Chang's hands. Come on, let me see where your limits are, he said, pointing his sword straight ahead. Jian Wushuang's brows jumped fiercely, and only bitterness was left in his eyes. The sword of the emperor kills everything. Even though he has the strongest kendo, he still doesn't think it is comparable. One is Yanxian, and the other is emperor. Every step in between is an insurmountable gap. This is no longer a fight, it's all about death. Obviously, Jian Wushuang didn't want to die. But these can't help him. What you can see has become Yu Chang's domain, and endless black patterns are flowing, forming a magnificent dojo. And this battle of disparity has already begun. Yu Chang held the sword of the emperor and slashed straight down. In an instant, a sword that was like a mountain and sea turned into a million swords and was quickly cut down. A chill rose behind Jian Wushuang, a great horror between life and death, and he had to resist. This was a dead sword, and it didn't leave him any way back. Even the Emperor Zhuan would only fall under this sword. There was no way. Jian Wushuang guessed that Yu Chang already knew the secret in the Boyang bottle, so he wanted to kill him. Knowing that he was about to die, he calmed down instead. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehu He Jianyani, the first style, the second style. Star River. Two-way out. Even under the control of Yu Chang, the sword intent is still endless. The towering Tianhe swept away, and Jian Wushuang stood at the head of the tide, resolutely raising his sword to meet. Facing that sword cut, the invisible sword shone to the extreme. Zheng dashed the sound of gold and iron strikes, and then everything fell into silence. The kendo Tianhe shattered, turning into an endless sword intent and disappearing. Jian Wushuang stood in place, and the invisible sword in his hand was also broken into powder. On his chest, a shocking sword cut almost cut it in half. The blood of the scarlet gold spewed out, spilling into the void. An unspeakable pain, as if even the divine mind was cut off. But this pain lasted for less than 10 breaths, and disappeared without a trace as the scar healed. Jian Wushuang didn't even have time to express a stance, and the fairy body had recovered as before. How could it? How could it be? He was shocked and pressed his chest in disbelief. Yu Chang, who saw this scene from a distance, smiled slightly and then cut again with his sword. This time there are 10 sword cuts. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He couldn't bear it with just one sword cut. There were 9 more ways, and the destruction was bound to be a foregone conclusion. He resisted, and not surprisingly, the kendo was easily broken, and even the fairy body was almost torn into pieces. Jian Wushuang was already at a loss when he covered the wound with the blood gushing out with his palm, because he discovered that the immortal body was healed at an unimaginable speed. This is really incredible. You know, even if the immortal body is transformed from an ultra-perfect chaotic creature, it is in existence against the sky, but it does not have an exaggerated recovery speed. Facing the Emperor's prosperous sword, or even 10 swords, not only did it not shatter, but he withstood it and healed quickly, which is simply unimaginable. Jian Wushuang was just a cultivating immortal, and the strength of the immortal body plus the strength of the 9 heavens Yi Xuanzong envoy could resist the attacks of rank 6 or even rank 9 Dayan Immortal, and it would never be possible to withstand the power of the Emperor. Could it be that Yu reads www.okanshu.com because of Zhu Tian Yixian? Jian Wushuang was worried, not knowing that Yu Chang had taken the sword and came to him. How's your body? I feel pretty good. It's really good. It's durable enough to withstand the power of the Emperor. Yu Chang was amazed. Your immortal body is no longer the previous one. Jian Wushuang looked at him a little puzzled, and at the same time didn't know the reason for this change. Do you remember what happened last in the Sea of No Edge? Jian Wushuang nodded. I remember, but it's not clear. Is it related to him? It does matter. At the last moment, I expelled his true shadow, but he still has the most important thing left in your body. Chapter 5026. Jian Wushuang heard the words. His eyes twitched slightly. Yu Chang then spoke again. Have you noticed any strange changes in your fairy body? Thinking slightly, he said, it's very strong and the recovery speed is almost indistinguishable from the previous one. More importantly, it can withstand the power of the Emperor. If this were placed before, it would be almost unthinkable. Even if the immortal body is terrible and against the sky, it is still impossible to withstand the power of the Emperor. It has an upper limit to withstand. Generally, the rank 6 Dayan Immortal, or even the rank 3 Dayan Immortal, can inflict heavy damage or even destruction on the immortal. After all, Jian Wushuang is only the realm of evolving immortals, but now, immortal and immortal, he has completely withstood Yu Chang's full blow. That's a ruthless character who can fight the emperor. Want to know what Emperor Jinwu left in your body? Yu Chang said again. Jian Wushuang nodded. Emperor body. Emperor body? Emperor body. His eyes widened for an instant, and even the words were a bit uncomfortable. Emperor body, the body of the emperor. Emperor Jinwu actually left the emperor body in his body. No wonder the immortal body can withstand the blow of Yu Chang. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's heart throbbed uncontrollably. This improvement is too scary, completely beyond one's own imagination. Knowing that he is just the peak of the fairy tale, the fairy body can stop the emperor's offensive. What if he stepped into the realm of the fairy tale in the future? The immortal body grows with the growth of the realm. Jian Wushuang dare not imagine what a scene he would be like on the day he became a Dayan immortal. But soon he woke up somewhat worried. Since Emperor Zenwis's immortal body was really left in his body, it is not surprising that Yu Chang brought him to the heavenly court. The true shadow of Emperor Jinwu fell asleep in the endless sea again, and his emperor body should also be taken over by the heaven. Are you going to pull his emperor body away? Jian Wushuang asked, looking up at him. Yu Chang smiled slightly and said non-committal. It's still early days. It's the first time you have come to Xiaojia Mountain, so you can travel a bit first. After Jian Wushuang heard this, he probably knew that the emperor body left in his fairy body would soon be taken out. Therefore, he simply no longer entangled. Even if the emperor body is stronger, he has been noticed by the heavenly court, known to the emperor, and there is no way to stay. The world was silent, the endless black patterns retreated, and the world of Zaya Jishin was revealed again. Stepping on the creeping fairy grass under your feet, the two moved forward. Little friend, why did you go to the borderless sea? Yu Chang walked in front and asked. Save people. Jian Wushuang looked at him, a little nervous. You want to ask, is he in the borderless sea now, or has he left there? Yes. Then you can relax, he has been brought out by me, just like you, in this Zaya Jishin. Hearing this news, Jian Wushuang took a sigh of relief, and the journey to the borderless sea was not in vain. But then he felt nervous again, thinking of Jiang Lian returning to both. Yu Chang also said, except for Diqing, the rest of Yanxian exiled in the borderless sea must not leave. This is the emperor's order. With a sigh, Jian Wushuang's eyes were only sad. He felt that the Xianxian exiled in the endless sea was not inexcusable or even innocent, but suffered unimaginable pain. For the immortal Yanxian, who is endless Shou Yuan, being exiled and imprisoned in a cage is the coldest and cruel punishment. Little friend, are you the heavenly official next to Shao Dijuan? Forget it, but it won't be soon. Are you leaving, or is it because of other things? Maybe I will travel in a while, so I can't stabilize it. As for the position of Tianguan, I think there should be more suitable candidates than me. Yu Chang nodded and said no more. After tens of thousands of miles, their speed is not slow, but the scenery in their eyes has not changed, as if there is no real end point. I don't know how long it has been. When one of the leading boys keeps appearing, the immortal Zaya Jishin can be regarded as a little angry. Immediately afterwards, a series of dojos condensed from pure and extremely powerful forces appeared. In the dojo filled with immortality, there is a figure sitting or lying down. With just a glance, Jian Wushuang swallowed his throat involuntarily, because the figures in each dojo were full of light wheels, and there was a general trend that could not be said. In other words, each of them is a rank 9 Dayan Immortal, who is the ancient power to help Zhan Weiyang develop the Desai territory. Moreover, there is more than one Wangu great power like this. Looking around, there are hundreds of magnificent Taoist temples. Let's go. I'll take you to see the emperor. Yu Chang smiled slightly and then walked forward. It was only then that Jian Wushuang noticed that the center of the dojo on one side, like stars arching over the moon, brought out a more magnificent and calm dojo. The endless moon blossoms slowly swirled around the edge of the dojo like a tassel, unable to indicate at all. Yu Chang guided forward, and the warm jade steps that were transformed under his feet stretched far away, depressing the throbbing in his heart. Jian Wushuang bit his scalp and quickly followed. As he moved forward, the silent dojo around him began to exude a general trend of awakening, and then one body after another soared out. They don't have to deliberately. The kind of vibe that is like a mountain and sea will overwhelming the heavens is completely radiated. Every veteran cast a curious look at Jian Wushuang and then walked forward together. He glanced at a veteran of Wang go around him from the corner of his light. Jian Wushuang did not squint and was extremely nervous. No other reason. Just because the luck released by the Wango elders was too powerful and terrifying. This made Jian Wushuang, who was already weak, had to do his best to resist the pressure of the whole body. He was miserable, but he could barely deal with it. Yu Chang walked in the forefront, followed him with a wave of his palm, and the moonlight barrier opened, revealing the true face of the dojo. A lot of colored lotus sprouts from underfoot and stretches into the dojo. This is a Hualien Avenue. The giants all over the sky smiled and walked into the dojo. "Little friend, come with me." Yu Chang looked back and smiled, reaching out to lead. Jian Wushuang replied, and after taking a deep breath, he stepped on Hualien Avenue and entered this magnificent dojo. Hundreds of millions of colorful lotus sprawls, and the top avenue luck flows like a thread in the dojo slowly. With that kind of luck, it was enough to give birth to the most powerful, shocking Tianjiao. Jian Wushuang stood in the dojo, looking very hard. The sky was full of giants. At this time, Wang Guyu's bell tolls lightly, and the sky is the same. Chapter 5027. Every veteran is the supreme one who walked out of that ancient age. Even in the imperial dojo of Zhenliang, they all have their own small world. The stars cross the moon. The stars and the moon twine. In the middle of the entire magnificent dojo, there was a middle-aged figure in a white uniform. He closed his eyes quietly. His clothes all over his body were fluttering, and his billions of fortunes were connected to each other, so he could not look directly at him. Jian Wushuang, who had been in the heavenly court several times, naturally couldn't be clearer. That figure was the emperor of the entire great Xiyujin Liang, with the giants all over the sky seated in their respective small worlds. Jian Wushuang also sat in his small world at the invitation of Yu Chang. Yu Chang's Zaioshiandi is the closest seat to Emperor Zhenliang, and sits almost side by side. The other Wango elders are all around like stars. Looking at Emperor Zhenliang sitting almost side by side, Jian Wushuang was sitting on pins and needles. This was the first time that he was so close to Zhenliang, and the discomfort came to his face, especially when facing the gaze of so many Wango elders. The discomfort became stronger. However, Jian Wushuang was once the lord of the universe. His mind was firm, and he soon returned to normal, and he began to watch his nose and his heart. At the same time, Zhan Muyang, who had been closing his eyes and meditating, quietly opened his eyes, and at first glance he didn't look at the elders of the heavens, but at Jian Wushuang. With eyes facing each other, a kind of unspeakable air luck, as if straddling the ages, rushing towards the face. It is a kind of vertical and horizontal, long-lasting gaze with absolute suppression. This is the involuntary coercion from the divine mind. Jian Wushuang's eyes were calm and waveless, but his palms under his robe were already condensed. Even though his spiritual thoughts were mellow, he still felt dizzy. But this kind of coercion only lasted for a few breaths of time, and it slowly retracted with Zhen Wuyang's unclear gaze. Then he spoke, his voice soft and steady. "I have seen you, the little Zioyangxian who stirred Kanglin before the 6-day realm." Jian Wushuang was dumb, not knowing how to answer. Zhan Wuyang said again, "It's just that if you don't be with Yenner, what are you doing in the sea of no edge?" He knew that this was asking knowingly, but he could only bite the bullet and said, "Go and save a fairy." Zhan Wuyang laughed when he heard the words. It's honest too. Jian Wushuang also wanted to find an excuse to pass the level at will, but this is already a certainty. You must know that the last battle of the Sea of No Coast even alarmed Yu Chang. Yu Chang was alarmed, and Zhan Weiyang could not have been unaware of it. So this was a knowing question. Yenner opened the door for you? Yes. It's really courageous. You two not only dare to think, but also dare to do it. If a little Yenxian rushes into the land of exile, he is not afraid of perishing in it? I'm afraid, but I can't help myself. Zhan Huang looked at him and did not speak any more. After a while he said again, "It is unimaginable that you can walk out of the sea without a boarder alive. But since everything has happened and is over, I will no longer hold the blame. You continue to be a great heaven official by Yenner, so protect him." Jian Wushuang remained silent and finally apologized slightly. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't do it. The reason why I was with him temporarily to take the post of Tianguan is actually because of an agreement between us. Once 70 years have passed, I will leave." The voice fell. The emperor's dojo was silent. All the elders looked at him, and their eyes flashed with surprise, because for an immortal, being able to become a heavenly official of the emperor's line, basically the future road of cultivation will be thousands of times smoother. The position of Tianguan is far more than just a position. It represents the ability to enjoy the luck of the emperor. That kind of luck is enough for a Yenxian to easily enter the realm of Dianxian. And as the years go by, it is not difficult to break through the 6th rank. For Yenxian, whose life is almost endless, this is almost a condition that cannot be looked up. Even for the veterans, they are quite generous conditions. The emperor's luck is too important. So important that even the 9th rank Dian Immortal covets extremely. But right now, he was rejected by a Yenxian. At this time, Yu Chang said, "Little friend, then do you know how many years have passed since the outside world entered the borderless sea?" Jian Wushuang was startled, then shook his head. "I don't know. 1,000 years. What? 10,000 years." He was in a trance for an instant, and even his spiritual thoughts fluctuated. 10,000 years have passed since Shinli Universe came to Dianhuan. He didn't even have time to do anything, and it flew for thousands of years. Yu Chang nodded. "It has indeed been 10,000 years since you entered the borderless sea." Resting in a daze, Jian Wushuang nodded. "Thank you for letting me know." Zhan Weiyang said, "Where do you plan to go after the agreement is over?" He shook his head. "I don't know. I think I will travel around." Zhan Weiyang laughed. "Then do you think I will let you go?" "No," Jian Wushuang said simply. "You're right, I won't let one go. The little Yenxian who can shake Dianxian leaves Desiu. Not to mention Thesianxian is the only one who retreats from the sea of no edge." Jian Wushuang was silent. Zhan Weiyang didn't want him to leave. There were 10,000 ways, but he could only accept passively. Zhan Weiyang looked at him and said, "But there are exceptions to everything. If you want to leave, there is another way." "Any solution?" "Break down the heavenly official I chose for Yenner. Then you can leave by yourself." "Okay, I agree." Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang said firmly. He could already imagine that Zhan Weiyang would randomly appoint a veteran around him as the heavenly official of the younger brother. Once that happens, he has no chance of winning. But what was unexpected next was that Zhan Weiyang did not arbitrarily appoint a veteran. Okanshu, calm instead, looked at Yu Chang. Yu Chang nodded, then got up and waved his sleeves, widening the gate of the dojo. Immediately afterwards, dozens of people led the boy in file. Surrounded by them, a young man with sharp brows and sharp eyebrows stepped into the dojo. Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed, a little surprised, because the visitor was not someone else. It was the young man who made trouble for him when he first came to Ziyajishan. Chongling called it a green hill. This is really a coincidence. Jian Wushuang understands that Qingshan should be the heavenly official selected by Zhan Weiyang for the little emperor. Just as he thought, Zhan Weiyang subsequently declared that Qingshan was the official candidate of Ziyajishan. The eyes were facing each other. At this moment, the green mountain standing in the center of the dojo was shocked to the extreme. He had never thought that when they met again, they would be in the monarch's dojo. Chapter 50-28. What's even worse is that there is such a correlation between the two of them. Qing Shan never thought that they would have a battle. I heard that you are enough to defeat Dian Immortal. Now that I am defeating Qing Shan, I can let you go and stop forcing you to be with Yenner. How about? Jian Wushuang nodded. Yes. Go ahead. Zhan Weong finally said. The boundless luck turned into a breeze, wrapped it up and sent it to the center of the dojo. Qing Shan still didn't recover, looking at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. The two faced each other far away, and Jian Wushuang never took a step back. The green mountain in front of him was a third-ranked great Yanxian. Because of his practice in Zaya Jishin, his strength was almost surging to the extreme. As long as there is a chance for a breakthrough, he will inevitably reach the rank 6 realm easily. The breeze from nowhere blew up their clothes. An invisible sword has appeared quietly. You want to shoot at me? Qing Shan felt a little absurd, and a little Yanxian would actually have the heart to fight. As a last resort, Jian Wushuang said. The invisible sword in his hand was already bright. In that case, let's start. Qing Shan said coldly, with the true sword already in hand. The squally gusts are blowing and breaking out. Sisterling, Brother Jian, is about to fight him. What should I do? In front of Tianmen, Ami shook Changling's finger in a hurry and said. Changling's face was solemn, and it was obvious that Jian Wushuang's behavior was in her eyes, and there was no doubt that she would die. There is a third-ranked Dian Immortal, and the other is an immortal. The difference between them is no longer able to tell in words. They don't even have to fight, the end is doomed. Although Changling was secretly anxious, she couldn't help it because they couldn't even enter the dojo and they could only stand outside the Tianmen and watch everything that happened in the dojo. Then she squatted down and looked at Ami and said, Your brother Jian will be fine. Do you think Brother Jian is great? Ami said quickly, very powerful as Xiao Dijuan. That's right. Your brother Jian will definitely win. Changling said with a smile. Then, will Brother Jian definitely win? Definitely, we will watch it right here. Yu Chang, what do you think of the result? Zhan Weong turned to look at Yu Chang and said with a smile. He didn't speak, his somewhat muddy eyes looked down, and it took a long time to say a word. Green hills are not as good as swords. Zhan Weong didn't comment on this, but watched this extremely unequal battle with interest. Next, a scene that surprised the elders of the heavens appeared. None of them thought that Jian Wushuang would actually take the lead, carrying an indomitable general trend, crushing towards the Green Mountain. The mighty sword intent swept up and rolled up the dust in the dojo, instantly surrounding the front. Qing Shan's gaze condensed, his own realm and power exploded directly. The terrifying force that belongs to the third stage realm. Once released, it is almost completely crushed. The magnificent Yanli turned into an inch of light, and after cutting away the dust that was transformed from the sword intent, he emasculated Jian Wushuang unabated. Zhang! With a loud sound, Jian Wushuang was cut back 1,000 feet. Sparks overflowed. He didn't stop his figure until 1,000 feet away. Although defeated by thousands of feet, he was not injured in the slightest. Because of the 9-day clothing mysterious, plus the protection of the emperor's body. Xiu said that it was a green hill, even 10,000 green hills, and there was no possibility of breaking the defense. This is the confidence that Jian Wushuang, who is still in a weak state, will face. Qing Shan's mind was calm. In this first confrontation, he seemed to have taken the lead, but he did not feel relieved. He could feel that Jian Wushuang was not easy, so he began to be careful. But Jian Wushuang was not the case. His immortal body could not be broken for the time being, so he didn't hesitate to rush up directly. Wushuang Kendo, Xingahuhai second style, was also released. The lofty Tian has swept down, and once again rolled up the dust and covered it forward. Qing Shan didn't dare to underestimate him. Although he was the third rank Dian Immortal, Jian Wushuang inexplicably gave him a huge pressure. especially under this sword intent, he unexpectedly felt a kind of shock. Converging his mind, he held a sword facing each other, which was the terrifying power of the third rank Dayan Immortal, which was undoubtedly revealed. The dark cyan strength also swept up like a mountain and sea pillar, smashing into the kendo, Tianhe. The two collide, and the general situation is competing. At this moment, even the Emperor's dojo trembled. All Wangu veterans watched this scene in astonishment. They couldn't believe that these powers were actually released by a third-turned Dayan Immortal and a Yanxian. And Qin Yanli kept retreating. But the sword Tianhe was also rapidly shattering. The green mountain that was gritted his teeth was already shocked to the point where it could not be added. He actually played a match with a Yanxian, evenly matched. This made him unbearable. He was furious, and a shocking natal treasure condensed at this moment. Then the natal treasure opened his eyes, carrying the momentum of the mountains and seas, slammed his palms towards the kendo, Tianhe. Boom! The towering kendo, Tianhe shattered in an instant and turned into endless tassels, scattered and disappeared. However, almost at the same time, a bit of cold light quietly appeared in Qing Shan's eyes. He was so shocked that he never thought that Jian Wushuang would hide in the Tianhe and crush him towards him. This is an absolute sword, an absolutely unstoppable sword, a sword that fights for life. Qing Shan was very aware of the horror of this sword, so he desperately released his life treasure to stop it. But it was too late. A bit of cold light appeared, and then pierced into the natal treasure. Time seemed to stagnate, and Jian Wushuang's absolute sword hit completely. In the next moment, with the heart's mouth as the center, hundreds of millions of azure blue cracks were instantly covered with natal treasures. The breath dissipated, and Yan Li collapsed. Along with the shattering of his natal treasure, King Shan's complexion in a white shirt changed. He backed back heavily, and the white shirt in his heart was already wet with blood. The dojo was silent, and all the elders raised their heads and stared at the green mountain. The gods are so bloody they are incredible. A third-ranked Dayan Immortal would be forced to such a degree by a Yanxian. How could this be possible? Fighting across borders is something that has never happened before, but it is happening now. Even if it is the only shocking arrogant in all ages, I am afraid it can't be done. This shocked the cognition of all veterans, including Jin Wuyan. He wrinkled his brows slightly, and the Emperor's true face had never been so solemn. He has been struggling all his life, controlling an innumerable universe, and he has been completely moved after seeing too many Tianjiao. Qing Shan is not as good as a sword. It is really not as good as a sword. Chapter 5029. Jian Wushuang drew the sword and stood. His face was so hard that he gave birth to a sickly red. He is still in a weak state, not getting better at all, and even the serious consequences have been exacerbated by the fighting. But he still supported the normal operation of the Buddha's strength. Qing Shan is a realm of the third rank Dayan Immortal, and he will never lose easily. Even if he was injured by absolute sword for the first time, he could actually be evaded. After all, the gap between rank 3 Dayan Immortal and Yanxian was too big. His one sword hit Qing Shan severely, but it was not fatal, nor did it hurt the root cause. The real war is about to begin. Qing Shan slowly raised his head. Only cold killing intent remained in his sword-sharp brows. The next moment, he took a sudden step and slammed into Jian Wushuang like an arrow. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows lowered. He didn't evade, and even faced Qing Shan. He slammed into it. Boom! The two directly collided like that, shaking the world. The resulting slaying explosion directly swept across, and the endless force burst open, completely raging in the entire dojo. Yu Chang stretched out his hand in time, and with supreme luck, all the slaying explosions were enveloped in the barrier. At this moment, all Wangu elders sat up straight, their eyes shocked. Outside of Tianmen, Chongling couldn't believe it, but she knew King Shan's cultivation level best. It was because she was too clear that she was shocked. She knew Jian Wushuang's weakness, and it was precisely because of her weakness that she had helped out earlier. But the current scene completely subverted her imagination. Jian Wushuang, who seemed weak, unexpectedly broke out with such power. When the sabotage reached its peak, Chongling covered Amos' eyes with her hands in time. She didn't want Ami to see Jian Wushuang's defeat. In her heart, there is absolutely no possibility that he will not fail. The gulf between the three-turn great Yanxian and Yanxian cannot be changed by working hard. The dust is cleared. When the two figures stand on opposite sides, Chongling's eyes are rounded to the maximum. Jian Wushuang's robe was shattered, but he did not suffer any damage. And Qingshan's entire left shoulder was completely shattered, and the blood was spurting down, repairing with difficulty. The result was reversed, and all Wangu elders, including Jin Wuyang, were completely surprised. How could this be the power Yanxian can possess? Qingshan clasped his broken right arm tightly, retreating with a degree of disbelief, and looked at Jian Wushuang in disbelief and surprise. If the first confrontation means nothing, then this second confrontation speaks for itself. Qingshan lost. Jian Wushuang was also uncomfortable. The blood in the fairy's body was surging, and his power was almost exhausted. If it were not for the backing of the emperor body, he would definitely not risk the exhaustion of his power to fight against Qingshan. As the right arm condensed with difficulty, Qingshan slowly said, "Are you really just a fairy?" Without answering him, Jian Wushuang said, "You admit defeat. I just want to leave here, and I don't want to be your enemy." He was startled. Then the corners of his eyes trembled. "Are you insulting me?" "No. I just want to end this meaningless fight." Jian Wushuang didn't finish a word. Qingshan was already furious. His arms suddenly waved, and in an instant his endless strength turned into a million green front sword curtain. Swept up, the Qingfeng sword curtain besieged Jian Wushuang almost instantly with boundless momentum. At this moment, all Wangu veterans are looking forward to it. The green mountain roared, pushing the endless green front sword curtain down. Next, Jian Wushuang, who was in the sword curtain, made a shocking move. He completely gave up any defense, and with his chest against the falling sword curtain, he quickly rushed towards the green mountain. This scene surprised all the elders. Zhan Wuang frowned, as if he had realized something, and suddenly realized after a moment. Immediately he was a little upset. "Yu Chang, why don't you remind me?" Yu Chang smiled. "Emperor, it's not that Yu Chang didn't remind, but you didn't give me the opportunity to remind." "Miscalculation. Why did you say that I forgot the abnormality in this kid fairy body?" Zhan Wuang smiled bitterly. This time, it seems that there is no suspense anymore. Yu Chang asked immediately, "If Wushuang little friend wins, will the emperor let him leave?" "Of course I will let him leave. Even if he is shocked again, he will be stunning. If Yener is not of one mind, I will not force him to stay. It's a pity that Yener." Zhan Wuang didn't say any more, but after a long sigh, he looked at the battle in the dojo again. Qingshan had forgotten everything. Only astonishment was left in his eyes. That figure grew bigger and bigger in his pupils, and was finally completely occupied. The endless Qingfeng sword curtain, even the Jiutian Yixian on Jian Wushuang's body, has not been damaged at all, let alone damage the emperor's body? A little scarlet-red light appeared, stabbing towards the fairy source of Qingshan without any pause. Jian Wushuang's eyes were red, and he used the power of the way of killing, only to thirst for blood. If the hit was in the middle, Qingshan would never be alive. But the next moment, this scarlet-red light didn't pierce the Xianyuan, but grazed Qingshan's chest. At the same time, Jian Wushuang used his shoulders to exert force, hitting his heart heavily and blasted it out. Boom! Like mountains and seas, the divine peak collapsed. He slammed heavily on the barrier and then fell into the dojo. The dojo was silent, and all Wangu veterans looked solemn. Outside of Tianmen, Chongling was completely stunned, staring at Jian Wushuang in a daze. Ami opened her palm, saw the scene and suddenly shouted with excitement, "Big brother's sword wins, brother's sword wins!" After Qing Shan, lying on his back in the dojo, suddenly drew out a sip of blood, he got up with difficulty and looked at Jian Wushuang with a complex expression. His immortal body was intact, and he had never suffered serious injury. The only blood that spewed out was also knocked out. Jian Wushuang, who had temporarily regained his momentum, almost completely withstood the backlash. If it weren't for the strong body, it would not be impossible for him to pass out on the spot. Secretly swallowing blood in his throat, he slowly turned around and looked at Zhen Wuyang. At this moment, the elders of the heavens held their breath and looked at Zhen Wuyang together. "Everything counts." Zhen Wuyang nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then he thanked him. But shortly afterwards, Zhen Wuyang spoke again. His voice was supremely prestigious. "Since you don't want to be Yenner's heavenly official, this emperor will not force it. But now the emperor asks you, would you like to be the emperor's heavenly official?" Jian Wushuang's eyes twitched and his eyes widened. The elders of the heavens also twitched at the corners of their eyes, and their eyes widened, exactly the same. Emperor Zhen Wuyang, the supreme existence of the entire Desai domain, is actually inviting an immortal at this moment. Chapter 5030. Invite a little Yenxian to be the emperor's great heavenly official. This was so absurd that Yu Chang looked at Jin Wuyang. "Will you?" The huge sound of each word rang in the dojo. All the elders, including Chongling, who was standing outside Tianmen, became nervous. This seems to be the most absurd decision made by the emperor. "Oh, sisterling, your grip hurts me." Ami pouted and pulled out a small hand from Chongling's clenched palm. Chongling regained consciousness and quickly apologized, then once again focused on what happened in the dojo. Jian Wushuang stood alone in the vast dojo, and clouds of smoke slowly rose and fell all over him, setting off him like an aloof immortal. "Back to Emperor, I don't want to." The dojo was silent, and all Wangu elders were sluggish. They could no longer imagine the reason for rejection. Yu Chang looked at Jian Wushuang. A touch of clarity flashed in his muddy eyes. Zhen Wuyang laughed. "Interesting, tell me why." After pondering for a moment, Jian Wushuang said, "I can't settle down, it's just a passing by." That's it. Zhen Wuyang stopped talking, and the needle fell in the dojo. The unconstrained are often the most terrifying. Like a thread, like a mist of black-gray silk. It blew on Jian Wushuang's face with a long wind that did not know where it came from. As far as he can see, everything is barren. This kind of barrenness is barrenness where there hasn't been any breath of life. It's a place of death. Jian Wushuang at this moment wanted to escape, but he had no way to escape, because behind him there are nearly 50 Wangu elders, and in front of him are Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chang. They are the supreme existence in the big division domain, crossing the ages. Such a group of existences surrounded Jian Wushuang, leaving him with no thought of resisting. But he was not too worried. If Zhen Wuyang didn't want to keep him, he wouldn't have to spend a lot of time to bring him here. The limited news received from Yu Chang's mouth has not been involved in the emperor from the beginning of its birth, and it belongs to the emperor's realm. Zhen Wuyang referred to this place as a waste, desolate and silent, the only one in eternity. Jian Wushuang had already guessed that Zhen Wuyang brought him here to strip the emperor body. He sighed inwardly and had to accept reality. As the emperor realm of Zhen Wuyang, the wildness is too barren and oppressive, and Yanli is slowly disappearing here, unable to exist. Nothing can exist. Only nothingness is eternal. Here, it is too suitable to strip the emperor body. As he continued to move forward, Jian Wushuang, whose strength in the fairy body was almost consumed to the limit, began to agitate uncontrollably. He secretly said a bad sound, feeling that there is some power in his body waking up. At the same time, Yu Chang and Zhen Wuyang were also aware. At this moment, all Wangu veterans looked dignified, and then Yanli came out of their palms, turned into chains, and tied Jian Wushuang together. The coercion squeezed him into speech almost instantly. "No, don't do that. I'm going to be suffocated." Jian Wushuang spoke with difficulty, but in the next moment, an unimaginable general trend burst out from the depths of his very body. The magnificence of this general trend actually tore the chains of the whole body Yanli in an instant. Boom! The boundless power exploded, and nearly 50 veterans all flew out. Almost at the same time, Yu Chang also reacted, and thousands of wisps of black ink flicked out of his fingertips, restraining Xiang Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang sneered coldly, and with a wave of his arm, he directly extinguished Yu Chang's offensive. "Just relying on you, do you want to trap me?" Overestimated. After he finished speaking, he was ready to flee. "Want to go? Jinwu, let's see who I am." With supreme prestige, Zhan Wuang shouted coldly. Jian Wushuang's eyes were solemn for a moment. "Zhan Wuang, are you not going to let me go?" Zhan Wuang said in a deep voice, "Why should I let you go? Your destination is the endless sea. I will give you 2 options. The first is to voluntarily return to the borderless sea, and the second is to be detained here." Shen Shindayan shook the entire Emperor world. Jian Wushuang smiled demonly. "I choose the third way. This 10,000 realms heaven territory has my share. Why do you become a real emperor, and I will be banished by you? My appearance means that our identities will be exchanged." Zhan Wuang snorted coldly. "Do you think you have a chance to leave? Or give it a try?" Jian Wushuang laughed arrogantly, and the fairy body quietly exuded endless emperor luck. His chest turned red gold at this moment, with emperor patterns densely covered. "Who dares to stop me?" Nearly 50 elders of Wangu were completely unable to get close at this moment, or even close to them. Only Zhen Wuang and Yu Chang can confront each other. At this moment, the Crimson Gold Emperor Hui suddenly swept and spread, and the vastness of the momentum shocked the entire Emperor world. "Don't look directly at the Emperor." Jian Wushuang raised his hands flat, and endless Dihui began to radiate, and it was wider and more terrifying than in the sea of no edge. Moreover, 6 directions of luck began to be born behind him. Accompanied by the enthusiasm of the 6 directions is the closed true eyes of the 6 ways. Seeing this change, Zhan Wuang's expression became solemn. 6 Tao and 6 days true emperor eyes? Yu Chang nodded. "Yes, when I was in the endless sea, I had already tasted it. How does it compare to me?" Zhan Wuang looked at him. Yu Chang said, "It's about the same if his emperor body is also free from the shackles of the borderless sea. It will be even harder to say." "So, no wonder he is so rampant," Zhan Wuang said solemnly. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were low, and he said coldly, "Zhan Wuang, let me go. I will leave to see you now, and I will never disturb him again. If you insist on sealing my town here, I am afraid that the consequences will be unbearable for you." Zhan Wuang smiled coldly when he heard this. "Since I can expel you once, I can expel you a second time. This time, I'm afraid you will stay here forever." "Then give it a try," Jian Wushuang yelled, and a sword of the emperor that was completely condensed by Emperor Hui appeared in his palm. With the appearance of the sword of the emperor, his breath changed, and he seemed to be ready to fight to the death. Zhan Wuang and Yu Chang were also solemn, and their respective emperors' luck was quietly released. As the supreme being, Yanli can no longer carry their luck as the foundation. At the end of the fight, only one's own emperor's luck is the one who fights. In addition to the true Wuang, Yu Chang also revealed his emperor's luck at this moment. There is no room for 2 masters in one realm, but it is unimaginable that Zhan Wuang is following an emperor. Chapter 5031. The most important thing is that even though Yu Chang is not an emperor, he devoutly follows Zhan Wuang, which is the most incredible. 3 true emperors gathered for a battle. With them as the center, Even the Wangu elders could not get involved within hundreds of millions of miles. Zhen Wu, do you really dare to fight? Zhen Wu Yang continued to pressure. How dare you? Jian Wu Shuang proudly, his 6 true eyes floating around him. It seemed that he might open it at any time. Zhen Huiyang didn't speak anymore. His whole body also showed 6 true eyes in an instant. The general situation, the real emperor and the emperor war exit. Exit. At this moment, Jian Wu Shuang and Zhen Huiyang spoke simultaneously. The 2 real eyes of the emperor opened at the same time, and an unimaginable breath of nothingness came over. This kind of intangible aura of nothingness, ignoring any emperor's luck, ignoring any emperor's heaven, is the most domineering. While in the borderless sea, Yu Chang, who was also an emperor, was hit hard, and the emperor body was almost destroyed by nirvana. This is the imperial style of Zhen Huiyang. Even emperors of the same realm have to be extremely vigilant. The invisible and void breath penetrated all the emperor's luck, the emperor's heaven, and came down. Jian Wushuang and Zhen Huiyang's expressions changed at the same time. After that, they retreated 100 feet at the same time. If you look closely, you can see that Zhen Huiyang's emperor body has cracks, and the emperor Hui is fading quickly. But Emperor Jinwu, who had occupied Jian Wushuang's immortal body, suffered even more serious damage, and the entire immortal body was almost shattered. But Zhu Tian Yishuan saved his life, preventing the immortal body from being destroyed. This formula is too terrifying and unreasonable. It goes beyond the meaning of any heavenly Tao or even Yanli Tao. It does not directly cover the emperor's body with any medium. I can't deceive my emperor body. The fairy body was repairing quickly, and Jian Wushuang shouted in anger. Zhen Huiyang smiled coldly. What if I deceive you? Do you really think that you can beat me by escaping from the endless sea? Jian Wushuang stopped talking, smiled gloomily, and the immortal body, wrapped by the scarlet golden Dihui, suddenly shattered. Countless sacred blood dripped from the cracks, throwing into the void. With the appearance of this abnormal scene, the immortal body is undergoing some strange changes. Thousands of Tao Emperor runes are growing. Yao Yao can't look directly at it. Forcibly round and fuse the emperor body. Yu Chang looked solemn. Emperor Jinwu wants to transform Wu Shuang's immortal body into an emperor body. What the hell? Is this guy looking for death? Does he think that a mere fairy body can withstand the pressure of the emperor body? Zhen Huiyang frowned, half doubting and half angry. Yu Chang was silent, then turned to look at him and said, This immortal body is not ordinary. I explored it when I was in the endless sea, but I couldn't see through it. Zhen Huiyang continued frowning and said, But this can't be compared with the emperor, let alone a perfect harmony. I'm afraid it is really possible. Yu Chang's expression was completely solemn. With the complete fall of this sentence, a gilt 1,000 and a louvered warrior's suit slowly condensed, falling on Jian Wushuang's fairy body. Zhen Huiyang's expression changed as he wanted to refute. Is this really an emperor? No, it's not completely solidified yet. Yu Chang said in a deep voice, Once you become an emperor, I'm afraid there will be a big change. Then what are you waiting for? Let's hit it first. Zhen Huiyang drew in a low voice, and a sword of the emperor suddenly condensed in his hand. He severely cut with a sword. In an instant, the mountains and seas were gone, and the earth shattered. The desolate emperor realm, which had been silent for an unknown number of years, was under this sword rumbled to pieces. But Jian Wushuang, who was already wearing a gilt and 1,000-patterned war emperor uniform, calmly, even a coquettish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Facing the sword of the emperor that smashed the mountains and seas, his arms sank, and the same emperor sword appeared, and then he stood in front of him. Boom! The earth shattered, and the desolate emperor realm was in turmoil. Under this sword, all Wangu elders couldn't get close at all, watching this scene with trepidation. The battle between the emperor and monarch was not something they could lie. If it hadn't been in this wild world, they would have run as far as possible. The hundreds of millions of meters of dust slowly dissipated, leaving only a deep abyss like a prison, and Jian Wushuang's figure was completely gone. Zhan Weiyang and Yu Chang did not relax at all. He did not think that this sword could severely damage Emperor Jinwu. The next moment, their whole bodies suddenly fluctuated violently, and a dazzling figure to the extreme shattered and covered the void. It was a sword, an emperor's sword that was completely condensed from Dihui. Jian Wushuang held the emperor's sword and slashed down fiercely. Yu Chang raised his head, and Mo Qing emperor's sword was thrown into the void by him, and it instantly turned into a long rainbow. The two collided, and the endless momentum swept across. The sword has no double-sided color and is cold. Barely cut open the Changhong with a single sword and stand in the void. Yu Chang, this matter has nothing to do with you. This is a matter between Zhan Weiyang and I. Don't interfere anymore. Emperor Jinwu, stop it. This matter has no result. Yu Chang slowly persuaded. There is no result. Then I will fight for a result today. Jian Wushuang shook loudly, and the emperor's sword in his hand exploded. If you don't understand, then you will be buried here today. Zhan Weiyang said angrily. Then he walked straight into the air. Huang could not look directly. At this moment, the white shirt on his emperor body disappeared. Instead, he wore a gilt and 1,000 patterns and a louvered emperor uniform. With the addition of the emperor's clothes, he returned to the ancient times, struggling horizontally, and even the emperor fell under the sword in his hand. The general situation is brilliant, and the boundless emperor's luck is rebuilding. Emperor unstoppable. Jian Wushuang's red-golden eyes flashed with solemnity and fear. The 6 realms and 6 days of the true emperor's eyes all opened at this moment. Zhan Weiyang walked in the air, and the emperor's sword in his hand slashed forward without any hesitation. Jian Wushuang did not retreat, and his eyes were sharp, holding the emperor's sword towards Zhan Weiyang. The emperor's swords are facing each other, and the emperor world of the desert screams. The sky is shattered, and the earth is cracked. When Yu Chang saw this, Kong hurriedly reached out to release the emperor's luck to repair the broken void and earth. For the emperor, it couldn't be easier to destroy any heaven or secret world. Not to mention, this is a struggle between the emperor, and the escape of air is enough to destroy everything. If Yu Chang does not stop it, the entire wilderness will be instantly fragmented. The emperor fights with the emperor, and the emperor shines on promise. With eyes facing each other, Jian Wushuang's eyes only left Sunran killing intent and resentment. But Zhan Weiyang's eyes were indifferent, as if he was doing something as it should. Zhan Weiyang, you want me to fall? How is this possible? Not only will I not die, but I will also show you a good life, completely smash your big division domain, and be buried with you. I will let you taste the taste of exile. Chapter 5032. The emperor was angry, and the mountains and seas were wiped out. At this moment, the entire wild emperor realm, even with the blessing of Emperor Yu Chang's luck, was on the verge of collapse. Di Hui was bright, and the 2 emperor bodies collided fiercely. The emperor swords collided. Jian Wushuang had sharp eyebrows, and only endless murderous intent remained in the red, golden emperor pupils. The 4 eyes were facing each other, and trillions of emperors' luck bloomed from behind him, and then they all blasted towards Zhan Weiyang. Where this luck passes, everything turns into dust, even the void. Every strand of the emperor's luck, like a blooming fairy chrysanthemum petals, completely wrapped Zhan Weiyang and burst out. Boom, boom. Yu Chang's emperor's luck was dissipated under this slaying explosion, and all Wango elders who wanted to rush forward to help were knocked off. The entire desolate emperor realm was in complete chaos, and everything was broken. Almost at the same time that the emperor's luck exploded, Jian Wushuang quickly backed away, and a pair of cold eyes, The emperor pupil calmly looked at the center of the sacrificial explosion. This slaying explosion surpassed the great avenue and the law of strength, and only the emperor could control and release it. The magnificent and resplendent explode covered and swallowed the desolate emperor world that had been silent since its birth. And Yu Chang's task at this moment is to do his best to preserve this deserted emperor realm. Jian Wushuang stood in the void, looking coldly at Jin Wuyang, who was entangled in the sacrificial explosion. He was originally a handsome and heroic face. At this moment, he added a bit of coquettishness. He is confident that although Zhan Wuyang will not fall, he will definitely suffer unimaginable damage. But the next moment, the result was quite different from what he thought. In the shattered and burning Dihui, a figure that straddled the eternal heavenly Tao slowly stepped out. The violent detonation, the thousands of burning emperors' luck, couldn't shake him half a point, and he shrank when he touched him. Emperor Jian Wushuang's eyes widened, and he stepped back subconsciously. Zhan Wuang didn't suffer the slightest damage. Only the war emperor uniform on the emperor body was slightly damaged. His eyes became more gloomy and cold, as if returning to the pinnacle of ancient times. Facing Jian Wushuang, he raised his right hand to be straighter. In an instant, the endless emperor heaven was concentrated in this finger, advancing without hindrance. Before he could think, he directly raised the sword of the emperor and blocked him, hoping to stop Zhan Wuang's blow. But the result was beyond his imagination. Under this finger, the sword of the emperor broke instantly, and Jian Wushuang's chest collapsed directly at this moment. Even Jiu Tian Yixian was dimmed. He flew up to 1,000,000 feet. At the same time, Zhan Wuang followed closely. He completely abandoned the sword of the emperor and slammed Jian Wushuang's body with his fists empty. Boom! With a punch, the emperor Heavenly Tao collapsed directly, and he was blasted into the abyss before he could even make a sound. The earth was broken, and the entire wilderness was almost unbearable. And Zhen Thiang did not stop at all, blasting the earth out of the abyss, and he immediately followed up again. In the next moment, under the abyss, hundreds of millions of emperor splendor suddenly bloomed, bombarding the desolate world in fragments. Yu Chang's face changed slightly. His emperor's luck could not be stopped, and he was shattered by the burst of Emperor Hui. The plain was shattered, and all Wangu veterans on the periphery were shocked. But none of them flinched for a while. Instead, they all released their own Qi Yun Tian Dao to repair the desolate world that was on the verge of destruction. With the burst of Dihui, the entire plain began to shake and collapse. Then, a body shaped like a big sun star was blasted out from the depths of the earth. At this moment, the gilt 1,000-patterned war emperor's suit was burning. Zhan Wuang then stepped out of the abyss and slammed Jian Wushuang's heart with a punch. The emperor body is broken directly. In an instant, the thousands of emperors' luck gushing out from behind are like blooming fairy chrysanthemum petals. The emperor's blood that contained the shackles of numerology then spilled into the void. His emperor's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe it. This really happened too quickly, almost instantaneously, leaving him without any backhand ability. This was almost a unilateral beheading. Zhen Wuang broke the emperor's body with strength. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hands to cover his heart. The mysterious thing is that although Jiu Tian Yixian was dimmed to the extreme, it was not broken at all, and no scar was left. But what is certain is that the emperor body under Jishinai Ixuan has indeed been shattered. The emperor's luck was flowing and disappearing. Zhan Wuang stood in the shattered void and did not take the next step, but calmly looked at Jian Wushuang. The emperor's uniform on his body was also shattered, and he had obviously experienced a battle under the abyss. Coughing out a wisp of emperor blood, Jian Wushuang's aura was languid, and the pair of red golden emperor pupils were a little dim. True Wuang, you are still as vicious as ever, not only cruel to all creatures, but even more cruel to yourself. For your own purposes, you do everything you can. Jian Wushuang smiled, half joking and half earnestly. I thought I was terribly evil, but now I want to come. You are terribly evil. Have you said enough? Zhen Wuyang sounded without emotion, then raised his palm. In the palm of his hand, the endless Emperor Heaven is building, which is enough to destroy all enemies. How can I say enough? In bit by bit of your evil deeds, and I don't want to leave them out. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, his handsome and evil spirit to the extreme. Looking for death. Zhen Wuyang's expression wrinkled, and the Emperor Heavenly Tao in his hand came down directly. But then everything changed again. Sword Paradox, whose breath was already sluggish, smiled awkwardly and shook his arms, and actually shattered Zhen Wuyang's Emperor Heavenly Tao. You thought I was lost and lost, but you have to know the variables. Boom! The unparalleled Emperor's luck broke out completely, as if the tide of mountains and seas swept across the entire wilderness in an instant. This Emperor's air luck is the purest and most extreme Emperor's air luck. How is it possible that the Emperor body is completely mellow? Yu Chang could no longer remain indifferent, and said aloud. S. muddy eyes became clear. And Zhen Wuyang was also solemn. He never thought that Emperor Zhenwu, who had almost fallen in the last moment, would completely recover in the next moment and even become more terrifying. The broken war emperor's clothes turned into crimson lava, covering and blessing on Jian Wushuang's emperor body. The fully integrated imperial body is really comfortable. I haven't felt this way for a long time. He slowly raised his arms and said in a selfless manner, Zhen Wuyang, I really want to thank you for giving me a perfect emperor body. In return, I will return everything I have done to you intact. He screamed loudly. Endless Emperor Hui swept across, crushing to Zhen Wuyang. At this time, Yu Chang didn't wait and see any more. The emperor body came to his side in a flash, and together resisted Emperor Hui. This time, it was my miscalculation. Chapter 5033. The 5033 chapters die. Zhen Wuyang sighed quietly, his emperor's eyes gloomy. Yu Chang immediately said, This is not to blame you. No one would have thought that Emperor Jinwu could blend the emperor's body. It is incredible. Following their conversation, endless Dihui finally fell and swept across the sky. Jian Wushuang, whose emperor body had been mellow, didn't stay at all, and he went straight to them and smashed the emperor fist fiercely. The void is shattered, and the desolate emperor realm has been completely disrupted. The power of the emperor fist shakes the emperor. Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chang retreated 100,000 feet at the same time to resist this power. But Jian Wushuang, with crimson lava flowing all over his body, as if tirelessly, continued to twist and smash. One punch and a million shadows. Not only that, after his emperor body, the 6 true emperor eyes bloomed again. The eyes of the 6 true emperors were opened together, and the unparalleled emperor thought bloomed, directly ignoring any emperor's luck and ignoring any emperor's heavenly path, and fell. Yu Chang's complexion changed, and his old face showed redness in an instant. In the final battle of the borderless sea, he had already been wounded, and at this moment he could not bear the 6 realms and 6 days of the true emperor. Zhen Wuyang sensed this change and directly blocked Yu Chang behind him, completely bearing all the offensives with his own emperor body. Boom, boom, boom. Without Yenxian can see through the 6 realms and 6 days of the true emperor, even the emperor can never. Since it is impossible to see through, he can only bear it completely. Even the creation of this emperor-style Jinwuyang can only bear it. This is the Emperor Jinwu after Yuanming the emperor's body, with a full blow. The emperor's clothes on Zhen Wuyang's body shattered directly, and his emperor body could not bear it, and was on the verge of ruin. But then Yu Chang stretched out his hand to directly release his emperor's luck, blocking the great offensive. Yu Chang! Zhen Wuyang stretched out his hand to grasp, but he fell into the void because he had endured most of the offensive. Want to go? You can't protect yourself. Jian Wushuang grinned grimly, and his palms suddenly emptied, which actually restrained Jin Weong and prevented him from taking any action. "Zhenwu, you're looking for death!" He burst out loudly and desperately broke through the barrier and slammed into Jian Wushuang. "So you still have today." Jian Wushuang sneered coldly and slammed his punch without fancy. Facing each other, the emperor is empty. They retreated thousands of feet at the same time. But Zhan Liang took a step faster and ran into Jian Wushuang again. Di Hui condensed into a treasure, as if awakened from the ancient times, with an overwhelming aura pressed down. This is also a full blow, a real rage belonging to the emperor. Jian Wushuang responded in time, but everything was a bit late. The unspeakable emperor's luck made everything gloomy, swallowing and concealing everything. Under this emperor treasure phase, even the emperor body is rapidly decimating. At this moment, Jian Wu had a hideous appearance on both sides, and he could feel that his luck was swallowed. "Jinwu, I want you to die." The giant voice containing the promise, "Heavenly Tao," made the entire desolate emperor realm tremble and shattered even more. Jian Wushuang laughed frantically. "I die. Do you dare to let me die? As long as I die, you will be hit hard in an instant, and the Emperor Heaven will die. I ask you, do you dare?" Zhan Liang didn't speak. Looking at Jian Wushuang, who was wrapped in the endless emperor's luck, the emperor's eyes were finally covered by killing intent. "In that case, then you will die." 5 fingers closed, palms condensed. At this moment, the mountains and seas disappeared, and the emperor broke into the sky. The entire wilderness of the emperor world was shattered into powder and turned into nothingness. Almost at the same time, auspicious clouds shrouded, and the powerful Zaya Jishin trembled violently. This kind of tremor lasted for a long time, allowing all Wangu elders to wake up from their deep sleep and look towards the boundless void. Chanling, who was sitting on the fairy tree, also noticed these changes for the first time. Zaya Jishin, which has been peaceful and calm for countless years, suddenly gusty wind, and the auspicious clouds in the sky turned dark red. Chanling's heart throbbed inexplicably and had an extremely bad premonition. "Sisterling, what are you looking at? How could Zaya Jishin become like this?" Ami shook her palm and asked with her head up. Chanling came back to her senses and rubbed her little head. "Nothing. There should be something happening, but it won't affect you." Ami nodded obediently and then asked, "Does that affect Brother Jian?" Chanling's heart trembled when she heard the words, and then reluctantly smiled. "Don't think about it. Your brother Jian is very good. No one will hurt him." Ami nodded and stopped asking, but the worry in her eyes became more solemn. She clearly remembered that he disappeared shortly after Jian Wushuang defeated Qingshan. Those who disappeared together were Emperor Jinweong and Uncle Yu, and a group of Wangu elders. The turbulence in Zaya Jishin now has something to do with their departure. Could it be that all these changes were caused by him? The desolate emperor realm has completely died. The sky is broken, and everything is floating gravel. With the support of the elder Wangu, Yu Chang raised his head to look at the void. There are 2 emperors. One emperor was standing, and the other emperor was also standing, but was already shaky and seemed to be sleeping at any time. The emperor's blood, containing the fetters of numerology, oozes from the emperor's body, and then spills into the void, immortal forever. He has no blood on his face, but the emperor's eyes are still cold, unyielding, and resentful. Zhan Weong stood in front of him without any waves. Then Zhen Weong raised his palm, and his palm was purely killing. Emperor Jian Wushuang's eyes were wide open, a great horror between life and death, so that he could not even speak. "Zhan Weong, do you dare to kill me?" "Why don't you dare?" he said, his voice no longer nostalgic, only Sun Han. The killing intent is enveloped, and the endless emperor shines. But the next moment, an old palm was placed on Zhen Weong's raised arm. "Emperor, no. The comer is Yu Chang." Zhan Weong looked at him. "Why?" "Because of this, It is unfair to Wu Shuang, little friend. Yu Chang said slowly, Emperor Jinwu should bear the crime and punishment, and cannot be added to Wu Shuang, little friend. Because he did nothing, he was destroyed, which is unfair to him. After listening, Zhen Wuyang glanced at Jian Wushuang and then said, But what about him? If he doesn't get rid of it for a day, the Siyu will be unstable for a day. Yu Chang was also silent because he didn't know what to do. The Emperor Zenwis Emperor body is now completely integrated with Jian Wushuang, and even Jian Wushuang's divine mind is likely to have been swallowed and absorbed. Jian Wushuang at this moment has almost become Jinwu Emperor. Even Yu Chang was not sure whether Jian Wushuang was still alive. If there is really no way to expel Jinwu Emperor, then only the result of killing together will remain. Related suggestion. Chapter 5034. And the result of the killing together was the ending that Yu Chang would never want to see, because he has a certain unique feeling about Jian Wushuang. That feeling is kind and some unexplainable factors. It would be the biggest mistake if he was beheaded so unclearly. Seeing the two emperors standing in a stalemate in front of him, Jian Wushuang, who was almost dying, a secret smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that the owner of this immortal body he occupied could actually make Yu Chengdu intercede. In this way, I am afraid Jin Wuyang will not be a killer. Indeed, as he thought, Zhen Wuyang also fell into silence and stopped doing it, because he was originally a part of Zhen Wuyang. Once he fell completely, Zhen Wuyang would never be relaxed, and he would no longer even be an emperor. Before he smiled triumphantly, his complexion suddenly changed, and the emperor body accelerated and shattered. No, how? How is it possible? How can you not be dead yet? Jian Wushuang cried out, the emperor's body faltering. Okay. Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chang wondered at the same time, not knowing why he was so gaff. But immediately afterwards, the constantly spilling emperor's blood and the accelerated demise of the emperors, luck made them aware of the change. Could it be that the Wu Shuang little friend who was captured from the immortal body has not fallen? Yu Chang asked in surprise. Zhen Wuyang couldn't believe it at all. Even if Jian Wushuang was able to defeat the third-rank Dayan Immortal, it would never be possible that he would persist for so long under the Emperor's fortune and have not yet died. But this change in the Emperor's body still made them have to believe that Jian Wushuang did not die in the boundless mind. At this moment, Jian Wushuang stood in the mad sand, looking forward with a pale face. In front of him is the Emperor Jinwu, who is almost frustrated. Return my fairy body to me, and I will let you go. Jian Wushuang said weakly. In such a war between the emperor and the emperor, he was a person who had completely witnessed it. Even though his spiritual thoughts were perfect, he was on the verge of collapse. Emperor Jinwu was anxious and frustrated. He never thought that Jian Wushuang would still be alive. It's you? You're going to die. Now you voluntarily fall asleep. I will spare your life. Otherwise, I want you to die on the spot. Jian Wushuang sighed faintly and said no more. In the next moment, a black feather that covered the sky suddenly spread out behind him. With the unfolding of this black feather, a bird chasing treasure that almost occupies more than half of the sand sea of divine mind appeared. It is wearing dark blue wings of flowing clouds, with hexagons on the head, and each corner is a different color, magnificent and mysterious. Then it slowly opened its eye wheels, and the pure golden pupil seemed to see through the universe. It was barren, the breath of ancient silence from the Wangu era, unimaginable. With the appearance of this bird-chasing bird and Jian Wushuang's changes, Emperor Jinwu, who was originally anxious, felt a deep chill in his heart. He never expected that in the depths of Jian Wushuang's spiritual consciousness, he would have the aura of an emperor. The emperor's luck is fragmented, the emperor's blood is gushing, and the emperor's body is not miserable. In the void, Jian Wushuang was tumbling frantically, his luck quickly declining. Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chang looked at each other, and then shot together, and the emperor's luck turned into chains, entwining him completely. Immediately afterwards, a group of Wangu veterans came to their place, and they worked together to release their own luck and reshape the deserted emperor world. The void was being repaired, and the endless crushed stones and powder gathered again. The luck of the nearly 50 Wangu elders was too terrible to repair any great realm, and this desolate emperor realm was completely restored within dozens of breaths. Seeing this situation, Zhan Weiyang directly stretched out his hand with a wave, and the earth swelled immediately, forming a majestic mountain. Immediately afterwards, the two emperors joined forces and tied Jian Wushuang on the sacred mountain. As the last ray of emperor's luck faded away, there was no movement in him. Emperor Jinwu didn't die. Yu Chang looked at Jin Weiyang and asked. He nodded. No, but I can feel him falling asleep. Yu Chang said again, so let Wu Shuang little friend leave? Zhan Weiyang frowned and finally shook his head. No, if Jinwu is not removed for one day, he will be sealed here for one day until Jinwu is stripped from him. Yu Chang was silent. He could not make a decision. But Zhan Weiyang's decision was indeed the best solution. If Jinwu is not stripped for a day, it will be a disaster, and Jian Wushuang will naturally never be able to get out of the bondage. Zhan Weiyang wanted to say something, but in the end everything was only put into a sigh. In this battle between the emperor and the emperor, the final result was not satisfactory. Emperor Jinwu fell into a deep sleep. His emperor body was fragmented, but he could no longer be stripped from Jian Wushuang's immortal body because they had been completely integrated. This is an end without ending, and finally ended hastily. For you, Jian Wushuang, this was a total disaster. He did nothing and was sealed in this wild world for endless years. The emperor finally left, and the deserted emperor world fell into eternal silence. In the endless darkness, the figure bound by the chains of Wandao Emperor on the top of the mountain quietly opened his eyes. Jinfeng countless Chinese years, Jinwu, I want you to die. The auspicious clouds return, the celestial spirit is full, and everything is calm again. Hey, have you seen that the elders all came back from injuries? Some even suffered severe injuries. What's this? I saw that even Uncle Yu was injured. What? Where did you see it? You can't talk nonsense about this. What I lie to you is what I saw with my own eyes. Although it is only a distant view, it is absolutely correct. It's still very unlikely. Who can hurt Uncle Yu? I'm afraid our ancestors together are not enough. This matter is strange. I am afraid that the injuries suffered by the ancestors will be attributed to the forbidden area. Forbidden land, waste world, forget it. Don't speak arrogantly. In the sound of discussion that was going up and down and coming and going, Chongling, who was sitting under the fairy tree, quietly opened his eyes. Those noisy discussions are all disciples of the various veterans, is a candidate for the heavenly officials next to the 7 emperors under the Zhenmiang seat in the future. Their discussion at this moment has a certain degree of credibility. The abnormal change that occurred in Xiaozhi Mountain is also very likely to be related to that forbidden area. Chongling was involuntarily meditating. She inexplicably thought of that free and easy figure in the monarch dojo, using her own strength to defeat Dian Xian, Jian Wushuang. Did he leave or went elsewhere? Couldn't. Xia Jishin's change has something to do with him, right? Thoughts are like a flood, out of control. Chongling got up and looked at the ethereal sky in front of him. He must have left. How could Xia Jishin's changes have anything to do with him? Please remember the domain name of the books. First publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5035. After thinking about it for a while, Chongling went back to the fairy tree and closed his eyes and sat up. But this enlightenment didn't last long, and the slightly puckered eyebrows betrayed her state of mind at the moment. No, is Xia Jishin's mutation really related to him? At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly sounded, and then a small figure fell on Chongling's lap. What does it have to do with him, Sister Aya? The visitor was Ami, a small face made of pink jade, looking at her curiously. Chongling recovered and rubbed her little head. "It's nothing. Have you seen your brother Jian?" Ami said, "Big brother Jian? I have never seen him before. Didn't he leave with Grandpa? I saw it with my own eyes." Hearing this, Chongling's heart trembled, and a bad feeling came to her heart. She had roughly guessed that this time Zaya Jishin's change might really be inseparable from Jian Wushuang. "Sisterling, what are you thinking? Is there any news from brother Jian?" Ami asked eagerly. Chongling smiled slightly. "No, you don't need to worry. Practice hard. Don't be lazy, you know." "Oh," Ami answered, and then sat aside, concentrating on sitting up with his eyes closed. "What's going on? I care so much about what he does. Obviously, there is only one side. What am I thinking about?" And she shook her head mockingly and sat down together. Shangyun curls up, and the whole Zaya Jishin is calm and peaceful, just like the beginning of creation. There are fairies, among which the candidate heavenly officials follow the Wango elders to practice and enlighten, which is a real fairyland. But in this peaceful and quiet fairyland, a fairy seemed extremely impatient. His brows stretched and frowned from time to time, as if thinking about something. Soon she opened her eyes again, looked at the surrounding environment quietly, and then said in a low voice, "Ami, do you want to see your brother Jian?" The wind and dust were dying, and in the fierce wind mixed with silky black mist, a thin body, but with a colorful radiance, was moving forward at a constant speed. "She is Chongling." She left Zaya Jishin all alone and walked towards the wasteland she had never set foot in. She didn't know where the desolate world was, and even in Xiaojia Mountain, apart from the Wango elders, there were no fairies and no candidates for heavenly officials. But with Ami, the lead boy, she still knew the approximate location of the wasteland, and then quietly moved forward. Originally, Ami also strongly requested to go with him, but how could Chongling let her follow, and made a small plan to let her stay behind Xiaojia Mountain and head to the wasteland alone. Desolate realm, desolate emperor realm. This is a place where Yixian has never been involved since the beginning of its birth. It is a secret world, treacherous and mysterious. Everything was shrouded in a dark mist. Even if Dianxian set foot here, he would feel intense anxiety. Here, for Chongling, who had just set foot in Dian Immortal more than 50 million years ago, it was extremely dangerous. After condensing her mind and covering the fairy body with a layer of strength, she only breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at the front that was full of ancient and desolate atmosphere, Chongling sighed again. "What am I doing? I must be crazy. I will look for an unrelated immortal. Forget it, because of Amy's face, I will find it hard to find it. In the ancient wilderness, above the ancient land, there was only a slender figure, walking slowly but firmly. And while she was moving forward, she didn't notice the clouds of black and gray mist all over her body, slowly gathering. Where will he be? Will he be more dangerous as he goes forward? Facing the clouds covering the sky, Chongling was a little worried. But the next moment, the crisis came much faster than she expected, and an unprecedented life and death crisis suddenly came to her heart. She almost exhausted all her strength, and the fairy body stepped onto the ground instantly. Following it, a giant claw cover about 100,000 miles across came down. Boom! The earth is shattered, and there are cracks in the sky, instantly splitting and stretching for millions of miles. The dust is immense. The giant claw was almost touching her back. Chongling was already speechless in amazement, staring at the scene in a daze. This giant claw, like the great pillar of the sky, protruded from the clouds and easily split the earth. The entire giant claw is covered with a layer, thick and dense silver-gray scales. 5-finger claws are enough to tear out 5 tianhe. Chonglingxi has no doubt that if she didn't escape in time, she would be killed directly by this giant claw. Time seemed to stagnate, and she still stood in the void, not knowing whether to escape or not. At this moment, Yunyan suddenly surged violently, and a huge beast head with no bounds came out of it. It showed bright amber vertical pupils, like Tianhe's spring water, reflecting Changling's slender figure completely. This beast head, like a dragon, but not a dragon, like a beast and not a beast, is full of a wild and strange aura of chaos. Yenxian, who allowed you to come here privately? The huge sound is heavy, covering the world, making everything tremble and worship. Changling was startled and swallowed with difficulty. I just broke into this room accidentally. I never thought this is a forbidden place. The heaven and the earth are silent. The behemoth that is hidden in the clouds and shows only a corner does not speak any more, turning its pupils like Tianhe's spring water, looking at her, seeming to identify the true and false in her words. As if endless time has passed, in the torment of waiting, the giant beast said again, "If this is the case, I will forgive you without guilt. Leave here immediately and no longer enter." Changling breathed out softly after hearing the words, and finally let go of her hanging heart. The giant beast didn't intend to embarrass her. After warning this sentence, he sank into the endless clouds and disappeared. Seeing the earth torn apart for nearly 1,000,000 miles, she still had lingering fears. That kind of oppression was so terrifying that even Immortal could not give birth to resistance. Everything returned to dead silence, as if nothing had happened. Converging his mind, Changling didn't dare to stay any longer. She urged herself to escape from here. But after she turned back a few steps, she stopped again, seeming to be fighting in her heart. Then she raised her head secretly, pretending to check the situation of the 4 fields inadvertently. After seeing nothing unusual, Changling gritted her teeth secretly, as if she had made some decision. Her figure suddenly turned back, ready to break into the depths of the wilderness. But as she turned around, another giant claw of the sky covered the sky and stood out from the clouds, shaking the earth, blocking the way. I will leave now." Changling spoke with difficulty, leaving the last sentence, and then fled and left this desolate plain. And almost at the same time, in the depths of this wild world, the figure bound to the top of the mountain opened his eyes and then fell silent again.